Talk the spot, give up the drop, see what we got, do what. We got to go, the body flow too hot to show, the front row, we won't stop. What I mean, wanna see, what I see, what I feel, wanna dream, wanna be, I'm a freak, what up? What up?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Smite Prime. We're here with week 3 of the Maze Circuit. It's dawn upon you, and here it is. If you don't already know me, my name's Morty. We've got the whole Smite Prime crew with us today. We've got Test Dice, Solstice, Jithin's behind the scenes. And next to me, here in the booth, none other than Musi. What's going on, big dog?
Hey, I am big chillin'. Really excited for today's games, especially coming off the patch that we just had. So I think we're gonna get some pretty blood pumping stuff coming at us here.
Well, nothing gets blood pumping like money, right? Let's talk about the prizing. Let's see what all these teams are fighting for at the end of the month. $7,000 amongst the first 3 weeks. Any team can sign up and give it their worth, and the top 8 teams compete on the 30th next week. We also got an art shop to look at if you want to support your friendly members of the Smite community, all of our talented artists that we have. You can head on over to shop.smiteprime.com and give them a bit of cut of the dinero that you spend on these beautiful pieces, such as mouse pads, pillows, phone cases, and the almighty Horus tumbler. But on to the competitive action. We've got brackets to look at.
And I'm very excited to see who is here in week 3. I already know we're going to have some of the usual subjects here when it comes to our brackets and everything like that, but I do believe that there should be, there's always some new teams that like to show up and throw their hat in the ring just to kind of see what they can get accomplished against some of the other top teams.
Yeah, definitely. It's cool to see. I mean, this isn't all just SPL pros and stuff. I mean, this is a lot of signups.
Oh my.
Huh.
Let's
this
go.
Looks a little weird. Looks a little funky. Am I tripping? Am I crazy?
Week 3.
Yes. Week 3.
You may have been tripping, but you found your footing. No longer tripping.
I
Don't
have
trip.
my pin toes under me. All right,
10 toes
so
down.
Mushroom Kingdom up against Puppy is going to be the first match that we're watching for today. And Mushroom Kingdom, we know very well. They found quite a bit of success over the recent couple months. I mean, this is a team that was kind of, stayed at their lower mid end of the bracket for quite a while, but they started getting their game together, and now they're one of the top contenders.
Mario Bro and the crew definitely had their time in the light. I want to say it was a couple of months ago at least where they made it. It was all the way to like semifinals or finals, and they've kind of been consistently sitting around that, third, fourth, fifth kind of section and area. So this team is waiting for another big pop to get themselves pushed over the edge. Puppy being the hostile Puppy team, I mean, there's some goats on that one as well. So I know that they're going to give Mario Bro and his gang of cohorts a run for their money, to be sure. It should be a fairly even match between the two teams, just kind of based on name and star power alone.
One thing I really like about this Mushroom Kingdom team is they like to utilize picks that we don't see all the time. Mario Bro, not as much, but you look at players like Port Degree, who's been slamming Sobek solo, which, I mean, come on, Muse, I love that pick. And then Chang'e Best as well, utilizing Yamoja's aspect in the mid lane where you can find an unholy amount of damage. So there's a lot of fun picks that not every team's used to seeing, you know what I mean? You got to do your homework against a team like Mushroom Kingdom.
Yeah, Chang'e Best with this Umoja mid, and one of the only players that's really playing it at this point. Part of what makes it so good is just being able to slam Bluestone on any character in Smite 2, followed up with the Soul Reaver. Suddenly you just get so many procs, and Umoja, already known for spamming her abilities, now just gets to do it even more. And the Umoja wall, that River's Rebuke, is still incredibly powerful in a team fight. So you have a mage that forces you to consider a shell. It's very awkward position to put for your enemies, so it makes drafting pretty interesting too. But it does mean that she can get jumped on pretty easily by other junglers because she's going to be a little bit squishy, not that tanky Umoja that we all know and love coming out of the support lane. But still, very, very flavorful. And I think Chang'e Best is one of the few pilots, and I think one of the only pilots that makes it look really, really good.
And, I mean, there's also a lot of popular picks that could be going down for Hostile Puppy as well, who's really popular, I think, with the E-set. I've seen Hostile Puppy on this E-set pick quite a lot, and I tell you what, with or without Aspect, I feel like I'm starting to fall more in love with the pick every time I see it, right? Because Aspect of the Life Warden, made E-set a very popular support that we've seen for quite some time, extra shielding with Wing Gust, but then you see it pop up in mid lane every now and then, and you're like, I did not know that damage was there. I did not know the ball game was like that.
And the only tragic thing about the E-set mid popping out here for this team is that Agni's so good right now. Agni's
Yeah.
so good. And Iset just does not function against an Agni in the mid lane. I feel like his range damage, the range CC, being able to smog out of her wing gust, very, very strong. We're going to get a chance to see who ends up picking what, though, Mort. We're going to go into transition over to picks and bans.
Bees and Bees coming at you live, and Mushroom Kingdom up against Puppey. And for those who didn't know, now we've got a couple names that we can look at roster-wise. We can get a little more familiar with the teams as the bands come through. Big Splash is a player that we both know quite well, Musy, and as a solo lane merchant, I mean, you know a lot of the popular picks over there, and things can get a little bit different. You know, Timer up against Big Splash. I feel like these are both players that tend to resort to what we used to call guardians, right? Ardio finding a lot of popularity in solo lane, and I feel like that's a really good contending pick for either a Timer or a Big Splash.
Yes, Ardio is just one of those characters that is able to bully out a lot of the other, people that she has to lane against. She has a lot of really good sustain. She can go Bluestone, she can go Cudgel, a lot of variable starts that she can end up going. So it's interesting to see Puppey ban it away on their side. So, I mean, that alone makes me want to sneeze, if I'm being totally honest with you, Mort. So I'm going to go do that. I cannot believe what I'm witnessing.
Go ahead. We'll cut you off for now. I know it's a personal moment for you. I don't want to have that ruined for you. There's more bans come through. Yamoja, another one banned away from Mushroom Kingdom. That's a target ban for Chang'e Best, which is, I mean, that's a proud thing to say. You're getting target banned for a Yamoja aspect. That's definitely some ball you got to flex here. Store gets banned away as well. Neither jungler, neither solo really wants to play around it. It's a very strong pick with a lot of global presence, but we won't be seeing it, not for this game at least. I'm sure farther down the bracket we'll see it eventually. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of bans that are making a lot of sense here. Jing Wei has been an extremely prevalent carry for quite some time. The crit build along with Hydras where you can just one-shot or two-shot people as you just dive bomb in and then a couple boo-boo people explode. It's a very popular pick.
There are quite a few picks that are just no longer available here, more, and I have to scratch my chin in thought, awe, and wonder. Taking a look at what's off the board. So, you're right on the money, more. The Yamoja ban is 100% pointed at Chang'e Best. And with Discordia also off of the board, it makes me kind of wonder what they'll be leaning towards. I feel like Chang'e Best also has, like, the Soul in the pocket, too. Pele pickup for the solo lane of Mushroom Kingdom. This is one of those picks, Mort, that just never dies. She got hit by a nerf, and it was pretty significant. They really tapered off her sustain. It don't matter. Genuinely, she shrugs it off. She just gets to live forever, engage on a backline, and then knock up anybody that she deems fit. So it's still a lot of damage in CC and tankiness from that first pick so far.
Charon's going to be the follow-up pick for the side of Puppey, and I mean, I feel like this is not my favorite counter pick towards Pele. I mean, I feel like we need a guy that's going to apply a lot of hard CC. Let's just shut down and dogpile this Pele if we want to kill her, right? That's got to be our game plan. But I don't think that Charon provides a lot of that CC, but maybe it'll be a little more helpful in other aspects of the team fight. We'll see how that gets formed together, what their game plan is. As Apollo and Newt are going to join the battle for Mushroom Kingdom, that looks like a crazy team.
It's a lot of get up and go. Right? The Apollo says, hey, let's hop in the Uber. Let's get out of here. Charon, similar effect, but in a smaller realm. He can carry a couple people around in his boat now. In Smite 2, you can hop in and catch a ride. So it's a lot of mobility for Puppey right away. What's interesting to me is the lack of Kerberos that we're going to be seeing going forward. In the most recent patch, they changed part of what made Kerberos' ultimate so good, where his ultimate was a levitate, not a displacement. They changed it, so now it is a displacement instead of a levitate, so gods with displaced immunity can get around the Kerberos. So now we're kind of in this new age of who's going to be the top dog and support. I feel like Charon actually has a really solid spot of taking that more. He does a lot of damage, he's got a silence in the kit, utilizes Bluestone, can pop a Soul Reaver in the build. Those items are very, very strong. So that's why it's so interesting to me to see the Kerberos still locked in here, but all the way down in 5th pick kind of tells you just how far this character has fallen from the sun.
You've already ranted about the Agni pick and how great that is. I'm in 100% agreement with you, by the way. But Yorm is
Thank
another
you.
one that you've ranted about quite a bit, but just not on broadcast. How Yorm is really good about neutralizing a lane, right? You might not necessarily
Snap.
snowball and win, but you usually don't lose either. But is that still the case up against Pele?
So what Jormungandr can still do is kind of ignore her knock-up interruptions and, kind of avoid that pauses in his damage due to her CC, and that's because of his passive that makes it so that if he were to get hit by a knock-up or to displace of any kind, realistically, he just doesn't get affected by it. He takes more damage instead. Yorm can still try to out-bully this Pele, but I think this is really just going to be a skill check on the Yorm's part, right? Where you have to kind of risk reward, clear your wave, and go somewhere else, right? Because as much as you can stop the Pele from killing you, it's going to be hard to kill that Pele as the Jormungandr unless you're able to get something like a Soul Reaver online or maybe an Eye of Erebus, sooner rather than later. But the trade-off there is that you take more damage. So I really like Jormungandr as a solo laner that's able to poke until it's time to actually jump in with that World Surf and go for a solid flank. So I like the off angle here for the Snake versus Pele in terms of team fights. Laning, they shouldn't really be interacting too much. Yorm can bully out, but I really don't think he bullies out the Pele.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like you've got a resident pick, right? The resident threat. Yorm, we'll see how threatening they are as we go into the game. We're diving in. First game of the day, alive right here, right now. For those of you just now joining us, the beginning of the bracket. Mushroom Kingdom up against Puppey. Morty and Musi on the mic. And behind the scenes, Testai, Jith, and Solstice. And now that we've got our aces in our places, what do you think, Muse? We hit a pause?
Well, little quick pause action. But we were in that game long enough, Mort, that I saw something special.
I did too.
I saw something very special. I think you
we
saw it
both
too.
saw
You
it.
want to say it at like 1, 2, 3, and then say it? Say it together.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
I'll do it.
1,
2,
2, 3.
Houyi
Houyi aspect. Yeah.
Yes!
Ooh,
Okay. I don't think that was
you
timed
saw
very
it
good,
too.
but we both said it.
Yeah. It worked in our hearts.
Okay.
So this is interesting, right? So when was the last time we saw the Houyi aspect? And what's cool about it is that you no longer get to stun with your ricochet. That's not the cool part. That's the cost of the cool part. But now your autos ricochet constantly. And the more that your autos ricochet, the more damage that the auto does. You'll notice that they also started with that sharpshooter arrow right away. So now you have this starter that is going to inevitably lead to crit with that gilded arrow. Houyi ricochet autos. The damage scales up in autos. Or the damage scales up off of the ricochets. And then finally lands that crit mort. These are going to be some very big numbers. I'm thinking, like, how Book was talking about, like, Devos into Demon Blade, and then it was like Deathbringer or something like that. I would expect something similar for this Houyi, right? That 3-item power spike is going to hit like a truck in an isekai, right? Like, this person's going to end up in a different show altogether, is kind of what's going to happen. So, Mario Bros. Just got to be careful not to try to box this Houyi too much. Now, when you do run this aspect, like I mentioned before, you lose that stun off the ricochet. You mark, you ricochet, you stun. No more do you have that. You still have the knockup from your dive bomb, but I feel like this does lose a lot of the safety that a Houyi can have. So I almost want Mushroom Kingdom to put some extra special focus on this Houyi, because realistically, if you can connect to him and he doesn't have Dive Bomb, he does not have a great way to get you off, save for a last-minute panic ultimate in the hopes that they can outtrade you.
And part of me is thinking that maybe this wasn't realized by Inferno until they got into game, and that's maybe what the pause is about. We don't know, but once we do know, I'll be sure and let y'all know. But I feel like this is very unpopular. Granted, I'm not sold on this being like a mistake. I think you're right that there's a lot of value out of this. I mean, like you said, these crit bouncing basics can do a lot of damage, especially in the laning phase where it might be considered a little rough. That laning phase didn't look super solid for Inferno. You know what I mean? So you want to try and hold your weight from a distance. That could be what the investment is with the aspect here. I think that's probably what it is. But you never know, because of its, the lack of the stun definitely hurts. And the one doesn't ricochet anymore either, right? Is that the...
Yeah, so it just shoots in a straight line, but it does apply the Houyi mark when you hit somebody with it.
Okay.
So It's
Huh.
you throw it out, you hold left click, or you throw it out, you dive bomb, you hold left click. The flow chart of the Hou Yi is a little bit different in terms of how you're
Hmm.
fighting people, but the bottom line is he can be pretty safe if he chooses to like shoot an auto off the wall, bank a shot, ricochet, and kind of stay far away from the lane to clear or stay far away from the wave and clear the wave like that.
Hmm.
Or hold a really nasty angle and just shoot autos in a team fight and just be like, all right, cool, you can't walk past me here. So luckily,
Okay.
you don't have to think about it too hard more. We're back in the game. The Hou Yi aspect is still there, so
Oh.
it was intentional.
Huh. All right. Well, that'll be interesting to watch. A new thing that we don't really get to cover too often, a new way to look at how the game's played. And Inferno is going to take us on a ride for something special over in Duo Lane. But, I mean, aside from just Duo, where do you think our first blood potential lies?
So I am looking at both of these junglers right now, seeing that they both have the Lucerne Hammer and no
Sure.
pots. So we could have an early first blood if one side gets too antsy around the oracles, if they decide to try to scuffle over those there. Or I really, really like ganking dual lane right now if you're a jungler. Ever since the Firebrand changes, it kind of feels like it's not as worth. Plus, if you take a look at Jormungandr and Pele, both of these characters can clear those firebrands by themselves pretty
Mhm.
effectively. And knowing that this Hou Yi is kind of a wild card when you think about it, both Puppey and Mushroom Kingdom are kind of banking on this left hand side to be that explosive element. So if you're Mushroom Kingdom, you're trying to shut that down. If you're Puppey, you're trying to enable it really, really hard. There's a lot of damage between Curb and the Charon there too to match these ADCs. So I'm expecting Blood in the Water by left side.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And also, to push the pressure on Gold Fury is a really big part of this here. I think you really want to get Gold Fury as quickly as possible. I feel like there's not as much pressure to go over to the right side of the map now that Firebrands have had their hybrid scaling taken away, a little bit less prominent. You feel me? Gold Fury's still just as strong, though. The bouncing basics already posing a bit of a threat for Mario Bro. They're maybe not all connecting, but at least Mario Bro feels like he needs to bob and weave a little bit more than he's used to.
I mean, what these autos are able to do is create space for the Hou Yi and just make it very hard to know where the damage is coming from. It's the constant Hou Yi ricochet where you're like, oh, that hit me? That's crazy. But all the time. So Mario Bro has got to keep his head on a swivel in order to make sure that he's not just taking random, unfortunate damage, because that is exactly what can happen if Inferno just continues to hold left click the way that he's been doing.
When you see how low Tempo's health bar is, he's unfortunately catching a couple ones and some basics as well. And Tempo's forced back a little bit. And you do have a decent amount of pressure from the paralyzing spit, but without level 2, you can't get the gassy breath off to refresh the heads, make sure they're alert, right? That's the temp. But check out the right side here. We're seeing a flank from Shadow. Tempo's extremely low. The Phantom Shell's forced out, and Paralyzing Spit finds a stun on both duo laners. Kill Cam Kenny dies because of it, and Inferno's under tower, force away an Aegis. So 2 relic pulls and first blood found for Mushroom Kingdom. That's a very worthwhile gank.
Yeah, the Shunga, Best, and Shadow split over to the left side to take a look at the Oracles, while Raspy and Stewie go to the right side to pick up that mid buff. But because Mushroom Kingdom was already fighting over the left side neutral, and Tempo was already low, the Puppey dual lane is thinking to themselves, we can take that fight, we can find a pick here. It's the perfect opportunity for Shadow to come over and get some action happening. Now, the first blood did go to Mario Bro. An extra 500 gold is exactly what you want for your ADC. It helps accelerate their game plan. This is a character that scales off of gold. And this is exactly what I was talking about earlier, where Mushroom Kingdom kind of wants to shut down the wild card factor of Inferno, right? Kill Cam Kenny is the one that dies, but Inferno loses a friend, and that is emotional damage. He's stuck inside his house. It's a padded room scenario, wondering where Kill Cam Kenny went.
I think that Kenny's already back and that Inferno will be fine. I understand you caring passionately about Inferno's mental state, but I don't think it's going to be too much of a worry just yet. You got to save the mental for the rest of the game use. There's like a whole another 20, 30 minutes that are going to go down. Firebrand's taken away. Mushroom Kingdom secure the rocks and get a couple Firebrands off of that, and the purple buff may be invaded by Puppey. Mushroom Kingdom trying to fight
Double
for it,
root.
but a nice row your boat, finds a root on 2. Mario Bro and Tempo hide into the tier 1 tower. They cannot contest that purple buff. A lot of pressure coming from Inferno and Kenny.
I mean, shoutouts Bluestone on this Charon pick. Just a lot of damage you can throw out really quickly. Plus, Charon into the Kerberos matchup, Ghastly Breath, that channeled ability that this Kerberos has gets turned off. Big splash forced into the ultimate. Jormungandr is okay. This is part of what makes the pick so good. But the red buff might be a bit of a sticky situation should Mushroom Kingdom choose to force the issue. But that left side, Charon, at the end of the day, is very good into Kerberos because he just turns off the damage with the silence. So Puppey is still in it on the left side.
And it's interesting that you note that, because if you remember picks and bans, the Curb was picked very late, but Charon was first picked for Puppey. So this was an intentional pickup by Tempo. I don't know if he saw that coming.
I mean, any support player kind of knows what they're getting into. Tempo figures that the value from this Kerberos pick is still here. But again, I'm going to call back to the fact that in the most recent patch, Kerberos ult no longer levitates, it displaces. Raspy can, in theory, dash the Kerberos ult to avoid getting scooped up, because Agni is displacing you in their dash.
Oh, the meteor shower thrown down. Inferno looking for a kill on Mario Bro while fighting for some neutral farm, but no kill found there. Just throwing ults for farm, really. That's the kind of game that we're in. 1-0 here at the 5-minute mark, and we're ulting for farm.
That's how it goes. Warriors X here pick up between Stewie and Shadow too. Both of the junglers opting for a little bit more survivability, which makes sense in my eyes. Tsukiyomi is a character that wants to dive in, get active, get aggressive, and when you're done with your ultimate, well, you're kind of in the thick of it. So a little bit of prots will help with that. Susanoo, similar story. I think the Warriors Axe kind of helps him keep that 1v1 potential going and stay strong, plus a little bit of sustain when throwing out your damage and abilities. So everything kind of appears as it should be so far. Devos is picked up by Mario and Inferno. So keep an eye on that. I'm waiting to see if we get early crit from Inferno. A Demonic Blade or a Musashi's would be a very, very juicy item too. Demonic Blade being able to give that crit, that damage, that attack speed, so you just hold down left click. But Musashi's I don't think is terrible either, just so that you can kind of keep up with people as you're critting and offer a little bit more mobility, which is something you need when you have something like a Tsukiyomi kind of chasing after you sometimes.
The Moonlight phase is upon us, and there's a mid lane beacon that will be fought over here in a little bit. But before that fight goes down, we're going to see Chang'e catching a bit of damage from Stewie, who invaded in and looked to maybe get some damage off to try and force Chang'e back to base, or at least off of the beacon that'll spawn in less than a minute. And there's been some changes on this beacon as of recently, Muse.
Yes, so it functions very similar to a tug of war now than before. Tempo finds a stun. Tsukiyomi's around the right side, more Puppey. It's got to be careful here.
Yeah, gank potential from both junglers that showed up here in duo lane. There's ults up for both as well. Typhoon could be thrown at any moment now. Up goes Stygian Torment, followed by Summon Styx, followed by Suku ult as well. But the chariot used by Mario Bro, but it won't take him to the sky fast enough. Down goes Mario Bro, but Kenny's dead as well. Shadow falls to Stewie, and by himself is Tempo. Looking to get to the tower, does find a stun through Paralyzing Spit, and that's enough to get safety for now, at least for himself. But his teammates can't say the same. 2-for-1 trade, Mushroom Kingdom lost it.
Could go over and take a look at that Gold Fury as well. Puppey will be there while Timer and Big Splash duke it out for the funsies of it. Tempo's ultimate does not hit the way you want it to. You get a steal here?
Okay, 1,000 health. Tempo's really
Mario's
low,
here.
but Paralyzing Spit maybe. Mario Bro's here. He stole it. Mario Bro stole it with a so beautiful proc. That is great.
Wow, I mean, that is very unfortunate for Puppey there. Had the whole world on their shoulders to be able to get that Gold Fury. And kind of balked under the pressure, it felt like. We could have just dropped that and gone on them. Truth be told, Tempo's really low, doesn't have ultimate. Mario Bro just got back. They also won't have ultimate because they were trying to channel it in that dual lane fight. I feel like we didn't necessarily have to lose the Gold Fury in that moment. Puppey kind of dropped the ball there, even after showing a lot of face on that left side. Now Mushroom Kingdom get first crack at this mid ritual. It's in the house tonight. Party Rockers.
Party rockers, but it doesn't provide all of the crystals needed. It does give a lot, granted, but still we're at 74. You need 75, and that's how you get those pushers sent down lane. But it's interesting, you know, how it's a little bit different now. It surely does help, but it doesn't give you everything you need. But Mushroom Kingdom will come together. They'll get the crystals they need, and they'll also get firebrands.
Just good space control on the map. Also, I'll point it out really quickly. Kill Cam Kenny. That white box in their first item slot, that is Midgardian mail. For all the viewers wondering at home that don't recognize it. They brought it back from Smite 1. You get hit by an auto, you're able to slow the attack speed of the person autoing you. Handy into an Apollo.
Oh, Summon Sticks is used because that City Torment would have probably been Kill Cam Kenny's deathbed, but Kill Cam Kenny won't be put on the kill cam just yet. A great ult for ult trade-off, but doesn't result in any blood being spilled. Yeah, it's an interesting item. I honestly have been missing it for quite a while, Muse. I'm not going to say I'd go back to Smite 1 to get Midgard, but it was a cool buy. You know what I mean? A cool counterplay.
You go back to Smite 1, you smuggle some items across into Smite 2 in like a plastic bag or something, and you're just like, all right, here, build this, it's cool.
Yeah, trust me, bro. Trust me.
Yeah, no, I've got, it's great stuff. No, you can trust me.
Yeah.
I talked to the Gold Fury back in Fountain. It's tight. It's not a big deal.
Okay. Muse, I didn't know you were gonna be so funny today. Usually you're so serious with me.
I'm funny all the time. What do you mean?
You're a bit of a funny guy. But
right.
What's not so funny
Maximum
is
serious.
Okay. That's not what I meant, Muse. I like this silliness from you. I mean, we've got time to be silly. 10 minutes in, and it's 2-2. It's a slow farming phase, so we've got time to be silly if you want to, Muse.
I mean, talking about that 2-2, Stewie's got 2 kills and is still down a little bit compared to Shadow on the Tsukiyomi pick, and that's a little bit of a red flag for me, right, Mort? Tsukiyomi gets better as the game goes on. Like, we're looking at things like Transcendence, the Book of Thoth into Heartseeker / a Titan's Bane, right? And then we hit Critical Mass, we ult a team fight, boom, boom, boom. Susanoo gets to be online a little bit earlier. We're not relying on these stacking items. So even with this Barb Carver right away, we should be able to get active and get some damage off. Curveball in mid lane, tempo's backed off, nothing too crazy.
B's forced off of Stewie from Stygian Torment by Tempo. Now we're fighting by the Firebrands, which were taken down, but Big Splash is by himself for now, but waiting on the rest of the team. Kill Cam Kenny specifically to rotate over there. Looks like the numbers game favors Mario Bros. Mushroom Kingdom, but good lord, look at Timer. Volcanic rush forward. Down goes Kenny in the blink of an eye, drowned in the river Styx. But in the mid lane, Raspy dashing back to the tower will find safety there. Kenny can't say the same. 4 for Mushroom Kingdom in mid. Pyro's up. Gold Fury's about to spawn. What will be the move?
That explains the rotation there from Timer 1K. I love this map play from Mushroom Kingdom. They're going to be right on it as it spawns. Kill Cam Kenny will be coming out of base shortly, but Raspy is still pretty low from that last engagement, so Mushroom Kingdom have a good fight around this goal.
Zoning up in the front, Summon Sticks from downtown. It's down to less than half health. The Meteor Shower thrown down, and Mushroom Kingdom are forced to drop it, but then they walk back in and steal it down to 100 health. Who's going to secure it? Chang'e Best is going to take the Gold Fury, but it will come at the cost of blood. Kenny kills Tempo, and Stewie takes down Chang'e. This is a really good recovery from Puppey to find something out of nothing, but unfortunately they couldn't get the gold.
But what can you find after the fact? Tier 1 tower in the mid lane is available, and Pyromancer as well. I just heard Mario Bro get into the ultimate, so this is another fight yet again.
Again, but a nice 2-man stun from Shadow, but look at Mario Bro. Where will they land? Right into the action on top of Big Splash's dome. Raspy takes down the mid lane tower. 5 from Puppey here in the front line. That's not going to stop Mushroom Kingdom from picking a fight, though. They did take a little bit of poke. Shadow's down to less than half health, and the rest of Mushroom Kingdom walking towards what looks like Pyromancer. Puppey take all 5 and just retreat. Mushroom Kingdom want to fight, but even with the numbers advantage, Puppey just don't feel confident with what they've got right now.
A lot of gas no longer left in the tank. Mushroom Kingdom finding out that they're lacking in fuel as well. The Pele takes a lot of damage there, which means MK needs to back up out of here. Puppey has been doing really well so far, just kind of keeping their heads above the water and showing Mushroom Kingdom that they still mean business.
But fighting over the Pyro, down to 2k health, and Puppey decides to drop the 1 for blood instead. Timer is less than half, and Sajin Torment forced away, looking for a massive pull. Does put Stewie in a really bad spot. Their deathbed is where they stand. Stewie deceased, 1 down from Puppey. The Pyromancer didn't get taken down, is what it looks. No, it did get taken. Runic Bomb in pocket for Inferno.
Inferno will be able to walk away with that. Sacrificing your jungler for the objective at large. Not the worst thing in the world, honestly. I don't really hate that for Puppey. Just to kind of start stacking up these Pyro Bombs so that we're ready for FG or a bigger push when it comes around the corner for this team. And, you know, earlier they were able to find that T1 in the center there, Tempo.
Okay, a very nice paralyzing spit forces Aegis away, and Mario Bro had some basics to follow through, but no gank from Shadow. We're just going to make Inferno go back to base. We'll settle on a tier 1. Killcam Kenny's there to try and peel forward, and it looks like that'll be just enough.
Solid damage coming out of Charon there. Just be able to scare people off, so just got to make sure that you're not, you know, paying the Pied Piper quite yet. Mushroom Kingdom have gotten 2 Gold Furies so far. And I'm kind of wondering if they're going to commit to the 3rd one in, you know, the minute or so that it comes up, or if we want to take a look over at that Moonlight Queen Naga. A 3rd Gold Fury pip would be very strong for this team, being able to deal, you know, extra damage to towers for their pushes. They're tier 1 still across the board, so you would immediately get value from that 3rd pip. But they also really want that scaling buff from the Moonlight Queen Naga. 5% strengthen in on a character like Tsukiyomi is just very, very good. So Moonlight Queen Naga's up on the map. Mushroom Kingdom aren't sticking to it immediately. We gotta find some picks before we can go for anything crazy. Puppey have shown themselves competent in team fights, and their combination of CC from something like the Charon ultimate, but also raspy range stuns and Stewie knockup means that teamfights can get very tumultuous very quickly, especially for a character like Apollo or Newt if they're caught without their dashes.
Muzi, you say that, you know, they need to make a choice between Gold Fury and Queen Naga. Is there a world where they get both? You know, I feel like if Puppey try and contest Queen Naga, they lose, and Kingdom rips the Queen Naga, then they go over to Gold. I mean, there's definitely some type of plan, especially with Mario Bro having the Chariot available. Like, if things go right by Queen Naga, I'm going to put 2 in the backpack. We're going over to Gold Fury. We're going to rip both objectives. You know what I mean? Something like that could definitely work as Mushroom Kingdom decide to rip Queen Naga. And they're taking it slowly but surely. I feel like this has got to be a bait, right?
You want to try to force a fight here. Mushroom Kingdom are strong for it, and Puppey realized that, so they got to go in with this Charon.
Okay, but the Queen Naga's taken by Puppey. Puppey secured the Queen Naga. They stole it out of the hands of Mushroom Kingdom. No fight will unfold after, but a great play. What an amazing contest for Puppey.
Just barely clipped it off the edge of that Charon ultimate. And Puppey didn't have to shed even a little bit of blood in order to make it happen. I was getting a little bit nervous watching because, you know, what is the engage for Puppey if not Kill Kim Kenny's ultimate, or maybe Big Splash going the distance with that World Serpent, or Stewie finding an off angle? None of those conditions were really able to be met. So Kill Kim Kenny kind of lets one rip and it pans out. All skill, no luck involved. So 100% calculated from Puppey there. You love to see that.
Yeah, absolute perfect calculations. The Pyromancer and the Queen, well, the Moonlight Beacon will be taken by Mushroom Kingdom in response. But look at this, into the Chariot. This is the play. Mario Bro, does he want blood? Does he want gold? Maybe he wants both. He's going to land over here in dual lane is what it looks like. Splashes down. The Meteor Shower followed through by Inferno. Aegis forced away, and a Typhoon thrown down by Stewie. This is bad news for Puppey. They've been caught with their pants down in the dual lane. Shadow gets one, but Raspy finds revenge. Jungler for Inferno. 1-for-1 so far, but what can happen after? Mushroom Kingdom stepping back just a tad. It's just Tempo there to tank. Timer's nowhere nearby, still over in solo lane, but Big Splash is rotating over, so the numbers game will favor Puppey for a moment. Oracle's taken down by Puppey, so it looks like Vision. Oh no, it was split up. Nobody gets it.
Yeah, no one's going to be able to take that away. Mushroom Kingdom invest a lot of ultimates in that fight between Tempo and Shadow, and of course the Apollo to get there. So taking fights after the fact does get a little sketchy, knowing that the Charon ultimate is in pocket for Kill Cam Kenny. We don't have a lot in the way of beads or CC immunity without our ultimates for Mushroom Kingdom, so that fear from that River Styx is able to deal quite a bit of damage just in terms of forcing you away from anything that you want to get involved with. And that gives Puppey an opportunity to kind of jump in and jump on to get their damage going. Gold Fury pulled here by Mushroom Kingdom, but Puppey is here for the response. They've got ults in tow.
And they stole one gold. They stole one objective before. Can they steal this Gold Fury? The Summon 6 thrown down a little bit early, but it does find a couple fears. Chang'e is able to secure the Gold Fury. That's exactly what they wanted. Grab the objective and get out of there. 3 pips in pocket for Mushroom Kingdom at the 19-minute mark. It's 5-5. A pretty low kill count considering how long in the game we are, but a lot of objectives fight. So macro play is very important here.
And most of the kills are, handed over to the junglers, which is kind of what I was expecting. Stewie and Shadow, very much so dictating the pace of the game in my mind, right? Because between Pele and Jormungandr, these two characters do not care about each other too much. In the dual lane, we do know that the supports are going to butt heads, and mid is kind of quiet when all said and done. I don't think Newt or Agni have to stress about each other, so eyes on Stewie, eyes on Shadow. Wherever they go, blood is soon to follow. And especially Shadow. As the game continues to progress, Transcendence and Book of Thoth are nearly stacked. There's that Heartseeker I was talking about before. Those 3 items make this character deadly. That Lucerne Hammer tells me that Titan's Bane is around the corner, so not even the tanks are safe from Puppey. This Fire Giant fight that is on the horizon. If Puppey decides to group up in any capacity and layer themselves, the Tsukiyomi ult just gets a ton of value. And there's a lot of chase potential, too, to go in with that Tsukiyomi. Suki, Pele dive together with tempo in the mix. That sounds like a recipe for disaster.
I agree, and not with just that, but also Stampede picked up by Tempo. That's what's going to get them straight to the back line as soon as possible. I mean, if Tempo can just hit the go button and then walk in, Stygian Torment, and next thing you know, everybody is just, what is going on? We're in the middle of a fight. You've got to be on your toes if you're Puppey. You've got a team that is not afraid to run at you at any given moment. So we'll see how this goes as we're starting to group around the Pyromancer. That and FG are both online right now, but Mushroom Kingdom don't see a way in just yet because both teams are grouped as 5 by these objectives.
In terms of objective burn, Inferno does have the Musashi's plus a Frenzy Dagger. In fact, Mario Bro and Inferno both have that Dagger of Frenzy, so it's kind of interesting to me. We do have the crit online for the Hou Yi, so they'll be looking for those bank shots, especially when it comes to trying to keep people away from them, but also play in these jungle corridors where Mushroom Kingdom is going to end up taking a lot of damage just by walking through it. Whereas Mario Bro already has a combat blink online very early. That's like 3rd item. We finished that up. So it's a lot of mobility there for the Apollo that they will need in order to kind of survive in teamfights. We talked about how Timer, Shadow, Tempo, able to get in there, get nasty, get down to business. Where does that leave your Newt and your Apollo? Butt buddies, sticking together, covering for each other, and staying super mobile.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You've got to stick together. You're our team, right? You've got to hang around. We're still grouping a little bit, but now the group's split up a little bit. We're going for some farm while we're on the wait time. Mushroom Kingdom are catching aggro on Pyro. Curious on what their game plan is because Puppey are outnumbering Mushroom Kingdom right now. Over in solo lane is Shadow, looking to push up the wave just a tad before we go back to the team by FG. But an interesting song and dance where neither team really feels comfortable hitting the go button.
Stun from Tempo could be a pretty solid go button, but not too much else other than that. And you know what's really interesting? Usually you can kind of get active with curve, blink, ult. Oh, just like that.
Okay, Summon Sticks in response. Just pull one away. Raspy taken back to the tower. The engage is over. Ult for ult by supports. And we're back to square one. I mean, you see, we're back here.
That's what I was going to mention too. Because blink ult Kerberos is a great way to start a fight. But who are you even going to pull, right?
Yeah, true. It's a very good point as the Pyro does get picked up. Check out Big Splash is trying to make his way in, at least let it be known that, hey, Puppey is here and we're here to play. Killcam Kenny doesn't want to play anymore. He can't play. He's dead. Kenny taken down by Shadow and Mario Bro over in mid lane. So now Puppey are down 1. This is big for Mushroom Kingdom, but how can they start a fight from here with no Sir Bolt to use? I mean, they've got to make a play on something, at least start a burn, force a fight. Utilize the time that Kenny's down.
You can even just farm here too. I feel that if you have even a slight lead, you don't necessarily have to force the game forward. You can keep it moving forward at a crawl and just maintain space around these important objectives, like the Pyromancer, like the Fire Giant. Kind of wait for the stars to align. Once Inferno shows himself on that wave in the left side, though, that could tell Mushroom Kingdom that it's time to get active and get ready. Tempo has blood in his eyes. He's looking for it. There's the Pyro pull from Mushroom Kingdom.
Yeah, they're starting to burn while Tempo's in the front zoning away, but how long can he zone? It's down to 3K on the Pyromancer. Make it 2. Mario still holding a bit of aggro. Meanwhile, there's a fight unfolding by the mid lane. Shang-A is able to secure the Pyro. No fight will happen after is what it looks like. Typhoon thrown down, but Timer is as tanky as ever. Those Pele nerfs, you are not joking. They did not hurt her at all.
No, she's super fine. Well, look at her build too. Resolute Mantle, Spirit Robe. She gets hit by a knockup, and she's just like, oh, okay. Oh, word. I'm gonna go back to healing, right? NBD, right? Like, NBD. You also have that Runeforge Hammer. It's 3 health regen. She pops a 3. She gets a little bit of extra health there. Thank you for healing me. Is really what it kind of pans out to there, too. Yeah. And Puppey does have a lot of CC that this Pele's just going to be able to munch up and not care about too much. The only one in my eyes that could potentially bother the Pele would be Raspy's, but that's because Agni has anti-heal attached to his smoke. So the idea is that he hits you with the smoke and then you get stunned, but you're not healing as much. He's get anti-healed. But, you know, the rest of Puppey's going to be, you know, CCing you too, so you're just like, oh, okay, it's no big deal. Also, Spirit Robe gives you protections when you get CC'd as well, so you're just taking 0 damage at all. This Pele character is still ridiculous to fight, and Puppey, they have the team, they have the damage to be able to keep it down. Agni specifically, like I said, anti-heal, but also just being able to spam abilities and get those Soul Reaver procs and the Totem of Death procs that you need. But then, of course, we're focusing so much upon this Pele when Shadow, Tempo, Mario Bro, and Chang'e Best are still on the team and demand your attention. Puppey have an uphill battle going into this team comp, where even though Tempo doesn't get crazy value off their ultimate because most of Puppey can shrug it off, notably, you know, Inferno still doesn't have beads and likely won't have it, so that's like target number 1 for Tempo.
Down goes the tower in the blink of an eye, followed by a blink engage into Stygian Torment. It does pull 2, and a root falls through for Chang'e Best, dashing back to the tower, but Piercing Moonlight to fall through. Into the air goes Mario Bro, and into the grave goes Inferno and Raspy, dead 2 members of Puppey. They're about to lose a third. Stewie's able to teleport back a little bit, and Big Splash is forced into their ultimate. Puppey is trying to escape from the hands of Mushroom Kingdom, but Mario Bro cannot be ran from. A third member of Puppey is dead, and Big Splash and Kenny will watch as their backline has been melted. Mushroom Kingdom are going to the FG. This is their time now.
15 stacks on the Resolute Mantle. We are fully stacked up, and nearly 4k health on this Pele makes her unkillable God Emperor, God Queen Pele, right? But saw it again in the mid lane. Blink Alt Kerberos with the Gargoyle means that they can't even Aegis in response off of the Blink. So the ult is mega confirmed. Chang'e Best gets crazy damage off of the follow-up. Mushroom Kingdom find 2 and that Pluck can just win a fight afterwards. It's exactly what I was worried about from Tempo here. Or, well, worried about for Puppey, the danger from Tempo, where we just don't have something like a Talisman of Purification. We're very reliant on our ultimates, or, you know, the ability to say, oh, I don't have to worry about this Kerberos ultimate because it doesn't levitate. My guy, that is a dog with 3 heads. 3. Do you know how often it can bite you? Too many times, right? Put respect on the name.
Attack speed Serb. It's coming up soon. I've got an interesting
try it in your rank games.
For you. Try it in your rank games. It doesn't matter what rank you are. Chang'e's best FG icon looks a little bit different. There's got to be a change there, right? Is it the Moonlight ritual that they're holding? What's the... You see that, Muse?
Interesting. It's a little totem. That's neat. That's cool. Well, you know, sometimes Chang'e likes to change it up. Likes to get different over here. So, you know, shout out Chang'e Best. Looking real nice over there. I like the change. Well, one of us has got to change, right? So It's a good FG push here. Plus, you also have these pushers here. This left side is not going to be living for very long. But I do feel that Puppey has a really solid Phoenix defense between range stuns from Agni, range silence from Kilkenny. As long as we keep our cool, don't let ourselves get jumped on. It's a good fight for Puppey.
Okay, but blinking right into the back line, knockup misses from Timer, summon sticks in response, and walking away is Kilkenny. Big splash force into the ultimate Skyfall from Chang'e as the bird melts down, and Chang'e lands, does a lot of damage onto Stewie, but no kill found, unfortunately. But they did take down the bird, and that's exactly what Mushroom Kingdom wanted. But where will they go from here? Probably this tier 2 in mid lane, and then there's a tier 2 in the right side of the map as well. Where are we going?
Well, with the left side bird destroyed, Mushroom Kingdom did get the strong bird. We still have Fire Giant for another minute, a little bit more than that or so, minute and a half. So at this point, we're just trying to slow push on these tier 2s, trim the map back, and then go take a look at that Ancient Gold Fury. After you do that, it's probably going to be the back angle, right? We never win the game off the first Fire Giant push unless the team ints to us and lets us win. It is kind of the mentality that I have there. And I expect that Mushroom Kingdom are going to be listeners to that as well. You can take a look at this bird, but Puppey's still pretty okay for this.
Wait, oh, Mario Bro got poked down pretty big. Doesn't need to use the dagger just yet, but they have it just in case. 60 seconds left on the FG buffs as they're pressing up on this mid lane bird. The tier 2 did fall. There's still a tier 2 up on the right side. And honestly, Muse, I feel like I would want that Ancient Fury at this point.
Yeah, it's not the worst play in the world to take a look at it, but if you're feeling strong, and Mushroom Kingdom do have a lot of damage here, all their ultimates are up except for timers, so they can find a really nasty fight here. Puppey's got to take a couple steps back.
But no knockup found from Timer once again. Big Splash is continuing to zone while the Shell of Rebuke is thrown down. A nice paralyzing spit right onto Big Splash, forces their ult away. Big Splash will be okay for now. Timer zone in the front line. 3 members of Puppey getting zoned by Timer. A massive Skyfall from Chang'e. But can they find an endgame off this? Do they want the right bird? What's the game plan for Mushroom? As Puppey go back to Fountain? They regen their health. Timer's still in the front line. Typhoon thrown down, and down goes Shadow. Timer's on the run, and Tempo's caught out. The dog is dead. Shadow is as well. 2 dead members of Mushroom Kingdom. They're losing their shot at going any further. Stewie continuing the chase, forces Blink Rune away from Timer.
Just got a little bit overzealous there. We overstayed in that mid lane after we got the bird. Didn't necessarily have to commit as hard as we did. A good response there for Puppey. Stewie pulls in. Chang'e Best finds damage. He's out. Shout out Susano, right? Yippee! Uh-oh.
Oh my god, Mario Bros continuing though. Time Lock Aegis will make sure that Stewie doesn't catch too much damage. Mario Bros able to hit the mez and then walk away from there, but not giving up on this. Stewie is just looking to zone and make sure no members, walk towards the Ancient Fury because Stewie, Puppey are ripping it. They're getting their first gold of the game, and it's an Ancient. So all of those tier 2s for Mushroom Kingdom will be debuffed if Puppey find the chance to push forward.
Some much needed gold in pocket for Puppey. I mean, 5,000 gold at this stage of the game, not a death sentence. Honestly, not a death sentence at all. And especially when you're able to get those turnaround kills from the blunder that Mushroom Kingdom made, you're able to get some pretty important items on the line to kind of make sure that you are still competitive in these fights. Plus, we know that Stewie's got some damage online for sure. Chang'e Best knows it. They just felt it. That blade, the Storm Kata slicing through the Heartseeker, Titan's Bane, double life steal, so Stewie is able to sustain through fights pretty effectively. Mushroom Kingdom are able to find that Pyromancer. We're going to take a look at that Fire Giant next. And Puppey have a pretty solid engage here. Most notably, Kilkenny did get that Talisman of Purification, so we do have a good answer to Tempo's ultimate. Now we just need to make sure that we use it in the heat of the moment when we need to.
FG is getting looked at by Mushroom Kingdom. They're burning slowly but surely. Puppey are waiting in the wings while both junglers sit on the left side and take themselves away from the fight. So 4-on-4 by the FG pit. When Mushroom Kingdom decide to drop, they can't afford to take that much damage. Timer's still healing. You need to get knocked up for Spirit Robe to proc.
Yes. You need to get hit by some kind of CC or, throw out your Pyroclast. Tsukiyomi in the back. Just solo out Stewie!
Well, Into the chariot. Stampede's ready. This is go time for Mushroom Kingdom. They could end game off this. Summon 6 is thrown down to try and peel away Mushroom Kingdom. But the Shell of Rebuke is thrown down as well. And Inferno gets a double. And now this whole thing is turned on topsy of its head. Shadow's dead. Inferno gets the triple. Inferno gets the quadra. Timer's the only one left alive. Puppey have turned that fight around entirely. But a stun and a flame wave. Timer's getting chased. This could be Penta material. One ricochet, and this could be a dead Timer. Raspy won't let the Penta go through, but that's okay. Puppey still get the deicide. EFG is theirs.
Oh my Inferno. What did I tell you about this Hoyi ricochet when you were standing in those corridors? Devastating. Shadow invests so much to take Stewie off the board. Mushroom Kingdom then hop in the Apollo chariot to kind of clean up the team fight, as it were, but nobody checked Inferno. That Hoyi got to hold left click like his life depended on it, and then cleaned up kill after kill. Plus, I mean, kill cam. Kenny was able to offer really solid peel there. Oh, let's take a look at this fight, right? So in the back, Stewie picked off. Where's Inferno in this moment? Look at him on the mini-map here, inside the Charon. So in we go with the Apollo, and boom, the Hoyi ultimate comes down, Agni damage comes out, Inferno just completely scoops up all these kills, all this damage. That is, what a turnaround for Puppey. They just went from, all right, guys, you know, we're okay, we're hanging in there, you know, we can find our comeback, to, you guys want to walk it down? Like, we got EFG. We just kind of walk it down. Now, remember, EFG did have a little bit of a change recently. Not as strong as it was before. That was kind of the trade-off because it's a little easier to kill now. But still very much a let's end the game, right? Are we base racing? No way. No, we're not doing this. No, we're back. And okay, whew!
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Getting shoutouts. It is disgusting. So now Puppey are getting ready for this Phoenix Siege. When you have EFG, Mushroom Kingdom's defense, not terrible, but a good defense is a great offense. So Mushroom Kingdom have the opportunity to just kind of start a fight on their terms. EFG does offer a lot of sustain, so you have to be careful about taking this fight. What is the best way to start it, right? That could be something. Shadow, taking a little bit of poke, and Shang-E, notice how they're playing that off angle there too. But Shadow is going to be a little bit low going into this. We don't have pushers, anything like that. Puppey are just kind of waiting. There it is. Blink, engage, Kerberos ultimate, Talisman of Purification popped. Puppey now looking for their opportunity to go in. Blink goes off, Pele in the back line. Shell of Rebuke popped as well. Health bars, not moving too much. Stewie forced to back away. The Charon ultimate is there too, and Big Splash is a big snake moving through the battlefield, but the Phoenix still stands. Puppey, we're not able to actually break in there and find it. Now we're back here to square one, except nobody has ultimates, except for Shadow and Timer. So this is a rough siege for Puppey. The dive is still here. The engage is still possible. The question is, do you want to take it? There they go. Agni, dash in, tempo, lets loose the ultimate, but it's not going to be there in time. Stewie finds the kill, and Puppey cracked through. All of that for a drop of blood. Tier 2 towers are available on the left and the right side. So, we can't go into that Titan room. It's also worth noting that the Titan gets increased mitigations for every structure that's still up. Something like 2% mitigations, right? 2, 4, 6, 8, 2 birds and 2 towers means that you can't just go straight walk into it. That it's not a great sign for Puppey, right? And that's a weird thing to say. You're like, Musi, they just won the Phoenix. They won the fight. Right. But we have EFG in that fight. Everything should be going our way, and all we got was a Phoenix, and we almost didn't get it. It's a sign of caution that kind of tells you that it's time to wrap it up. It is kind of what's in your mind in that moment. Pushers on the left side. Puppey can follow that. Trim the towers. T2 and left. They're gonna go take a look at Ancient Gold Fury to weaken that left bird. What this is doing, though, is buying a lot of time for Puppey to get their Phoenixes back up and going. Ancient Gold Fury burned away. Tempo shows up, but just not quite in time to be able to confirm it. We're sitting at almost 38 minutes at this point, 10-14. The goal differential heavily favoring Puppey at 7K so far. Maybe closer to 6K. Math is hard, right? How many digits is that there? 5? That's too many. Lessen the gold lead by picking up that Pyromancer bomb in pocket. So, Mushroom Kingdom will be a little bit stronger when it comes to Phoenixes, but also being able to confirm on top of those Fire Giants. Oh, hey, Mark.
Easy. Mother Nature's trying to tear us away. A little stormy where I'm at, but it's all good. We're back. I was listening to you while you were back, and you were like having conversations with yourself. I thought it was a fun watch. But what's a more fun watch? We're 40 minutes in. Where has time gone since the storm took me out? 15 seconds on EFG?
Yeah, and Puppey, again, their objective fight could be solid if they can find a pick to begin with. Whether or not they can recreate the magic that happened in that last engagement is going to be the big question. And I really do feel like a reason why Puppey walked away with such a big win was because Mushroom Kingdom made a small mistake by just everybody piling together in that Apollo ultimate and just eating all the damage from a Hui ult and every rotation of abilities from the Agni. Now Mushroom Kingdom get to play the map their way. Look at that Apollo splishing over on the left side. Him threaten that bird, and they can get right back to the fight with their ultimate when the time comes. Stewie makes that rotation over Mort, but remember, Apollo doesn't necessarily have to stick around. They are, in fact, on a timer. Question becomes, do you want to take the timer? Mario Bros still holding on to their ultimate, decides it's not quite worth the rotation over just because EFG hasn't been picked up yet. It's going to be a long, slow dance. Kind of like a waltz, right? You ever had a waltz? You ever been to a school dance? You got your one hand on the waist, the other hand on the shoulder. You got like 4 teachers staring at you, making sure that you dance the waltz. Puppey and Mushroom Kingdom are hand in hand wondering who's going to take the lead. Who's going to take that first step forward? The 4v4 for Puppey, pretty solid, but I would almost like it more if Stewie was there involved. And now that I say it out loud, I don't think I like the 4v4 for Puppey. Now that I'm kind of working through it in my head, you know, you kind of eat a bite of food, you chew it, you taste it, you're like, oh, it's pretty good. You kind of get to the aftertaste and you're like, is it though? Is it, you know, is this worth the aftertaste? I don't know yet. So Puppey definitely wants to look for kind of a 5v5 engagement, or even a 5v4, right? If Mushroom Kingdom is going to use this Apollo to split push, play the other side of the map. You go base race, right? Why not? Let's get crazy. It's the first game of the day. Lock it down mid, find that mid Phoenix. It's already weakened. What are they going to do? Take your left bird? Whatever. Go find their Titan. EFG. Picked up. Mushroom Kingdom started up. Very much so a bait. They want a fight here. The question is, will Puppey give it to them? Falling down below half. Then they're going to drop it. Puppey stances up next to that entrance, and Tempo's taking quite a bit of poke. Not a lot of sustain for this Mushroom Kingdom team. Now Puppey, their turn to take the lead. Pick up EFG, but Tempo hasn't had a chance to back yet. Everything under the sun is available, minus a combat blink for the Newt. That mage could be under quite a bit of duress if the Susano can connect on top of them. Blink in from the Pele timer, just getting a chance to say hello. Put Kill Cam Kenny down to size. Got that Alchemist code online there too. That's heat. We're gonna settle for a Pyromancer instead. Mushroom Kingdom were able to buy a bit of space. That's gonna be the 3rd bomb. And in theory, 3 bombs should be more than enough to super confirm any objective in the game, but you're looking at who's holding the bombs, the Pele, Kerberos, and the Apollo, and I do feel that Pele won't be standing next to the objective if it starts to get a little bit hairy. Even though the EFG is easier to take now, I feel like the dances are very largely the same, right? Where it's still very much not something you're ready to just commit a burn to. You kind of have to really make sure that you're in the all clear. Not worth burger flipping.
I agree with you there, 100%. Not worth the burger flip. I'm back again, Muse. It's been a rough bit of storm. I'll tell you what, Zeus is mad. I don't know what I did to make him upset, but I promise I haven't been flirting, right? Like it's wait, a little bit, bro. Mario Bro does have the chariot though. Man, this is a crazy game. 3 runic bombs in pocket for Mushroom Kingdom. EFG is getting looked at by the rest of the team while Mario Bros split pushes. 5 members of Puppy are starting to walk towards the EFG pit, but they're a little bit late. This could be a pretty nasty fight if Mario Bro wants to chariot over there. There is a lot of resources ready for both teams. The only hold down is Raspies, but that's, it comes up in just a moment, right? Rainfire.
Yeah, not too long, especially with the amount of cooldown. 3 cooldown items for this Agni, so abilities constantly in pocket, constantly poking. This is the staring contest of a lifetime. I really do feel that the next team to win a fight does get to walk away with the whole game. And both of these teams understand that implicitly. They know that at this stage of the game, if you screw up, that's curtains. Puppy has been here on screen game 1 for like 3 weeks in a row. They are not here to lose on Smite game. They want to take it away. They want to win. So, the question is whether or not they can actually get there. Blink in.
Sajin Torment doesn't find a knockup. A lot of beads used, followed by Skyfall. Summon Sticks as well. A lot of rolls thrown down. Typhoon in the process, and Meteor Shower from Inferno. A lot of half health bars on the side of Puppy. But Mushroom Kingdom have some that are even lower. Running away is Timer for now. Puppy as a collective on the retreat. Mario Bros in the air. Where will they land? They'll play it safe for a moment and retreat back to the team in the right side jungle.
Looks like Puppy wants to give a little bit of chase here, though. No ultimates left in pocket for any side except for Timer, so eyes on this Pele to look for a re-engage should they take it. Unfortunately, it would seem that neither team are ready to take anything. We're going to go ahead. We're going to back to base. We're going to chill out. It was a good engage there from Mushroom Kingdom, right? Blink, silence, curveball, right? All the sauce, the pasta, the meatballs. But that engagement worked really well for Mushroom Kingdom while they were ahead, and while Puppy didn't really have tools to respond to it as well. With Talisman of Purification and some tankiness behind this Puppy team composition, they're able to live through that initial wave of damage. And without that initial big boom from this dive comp from Mushroom Kingdom, Puppy does pretty well with sustained damage after the fact. If they can live through your initial kaboom, they will hit back like a truck. Just so much cooldown, so many abilities to throw out. So Puppy, really in it for the long haul here. Dangerous stuff, though. We're back around the EFG as Mushroom Kingdom once again begin the song and dance. Puppy walks up, wondering if they can argue for any of the space here. Big Splash goes for a flank on the bottom left-hand side. Jormungandr, really good god at poking out. But now that they show themselves up front and full, Stampede from Kerberos, Screeching Gargoyle gets plucked in, and the Torment does not find anything quite yet. Boots in the air, Chung up best, looking to find a target. And Mario Bro gonna be slamming some autos into the Jormungandr.
Whoa,
Health bar low for
just flew
tempo.
past my window.
Oh, Anthony Mallow!
I'm
Whoa,
here.
what are you
I'm
doing here,
I'm
Stewie?
here. Tempo's not here. Neither is Chunga. Best double kill for Stewie. Inferno.
No, it got him too! It's not fair! Timer chased out Puppy on the prowl with 2-3 people dead. Puppy gets to take a look at that EFG. Shadow gonna be backing up. Actually, forget an EFG. I've been in this game for 50 minutes. Walk it down mid!
Musy, you are fighting all kinds of demons right now. You are a god among men. These are gods. These are players in a game looking to end the game at the mid Phoenix.
Here we go. One bird down. We've seen this once before. We don't have EFG this time, but a 5v2. Surely we feel good about it.
Oh, we're running it in, taking on everybody if you're Timer 1K. Shadow, now the last one left to stand. But with 20 seconds left to go and Puppy walking into the throne room, the odds seem very slim. A piercing moonlight, a blink to get away, but the damage is already done. The Titan to a quarter. The Titan will fall, and Puppy take the game off the back of incredible gameplay and incredible casting from Yuzi. Puppy get the better of Mushroom Kingdom to start our day.
Oh, hi, Anthony Mallow. Wow. crazy way to
Little
start.
cameo
Both of these
episode.
teams- yeah, for real. My contract stipulates I must be in every episode for at least 10 seconds. Ooh, it was a staring contest of a game towards the end there, though. I had to take off my flannel. I was getting so heated and bothered because at some point the Mushroom Kingdom composition couldn't go in and finish what they started. A quadra kill for Inferno changes the
quadra
pace
was
of the
nuts.
game, dictates it for Puppey. So, laurels to Inferno. Look at this nonsense, man. This was the... Oh, yeah. Here it is. Boom. Steal away the Queen Naga. Very important pickup from Killcam Kenny. And this kind of keeps Puppey in the mix here. Mushroom Kingdom did a good job of trying to stay aggressive and keep the gas pedal on. But Puppey did an even better job keeping their head above the water and waiting for that perfect moment to strike back.
To me, first of all, I'm glad I got to go right from Twitch chat into the call because I was spreading a lot of Inferno propaganda. So this kind of works out really well for me. I was talking about the chat while I was a viewer 5 minutes ago. Inferno, and this is not an insult to Puppey whatsoever, because Puppey is a team that I think is always just a few mistakes away from being able to make it very far in the bracket each week in Smite Prime. But Inferno is those same wins away from being more at the front of our mind as being a top ADC. And in a lot of leagues, Inferno is considered a top ADC, rightfully so, up there with Hydrogen, as well as Tegvir when he has to play ADC. Looking at Zapman, Mario Bro, Inferno could be top 2 if not best. But the rest of Puppey this game, to me, the big thing that we saw was a solution to the problem Puppey tends to have. Yeah, this is the big one. The Uber lifts quadra kill. Stolen delayed penta as well. If they can just clean up those mistakes, they look like one of the best teams on the board.
I agree. There's so much potential here. And especially when you have a player like Killcam Kenny with Inferno in this dueling. Killcam Kenny has gone the distance in Smite Prime before. They've gotten like second place before. So we know that the potential is here for this team. That's why we keep putting them in the spotlight, Anthony. Game 1 every Saturday for the past
every
month.
Saturday, yup.
Gotta put them on because you just gotta get over your stage fright, guys. You do so well.
You gotta make a big splash.
Yeah, gotta make a big splash. And hey, water's fine. Puppey jumping in and having that splash of their own, they'll be able to move on.
They do. Musi, I have one piece of advice for you today. You have got to stop just electrocuting and outright disappearing your chair ones.
My bad!
So whoever's up here next with you, you need to... They're an egg. They're a gentle egg. You protect
them,
the egg.
cradle them,
Can I get an I understand?
I understand.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Well, when we come back in Smite Prime, Musi and his chair 1 for the day, he will be protecting that chair 1. Enjoy the rest of your day in Smite Prime, but don't go anywhere, because when we come back, more gaming, more Smite Prime. Hello, everybody. Welcome on back to Smite Prime. Thank you for hanging out and dealing with the chaos with Musi and being supportive of our king, honestly. One game down in our day of games to go with Smite Prime. You guys know how these later weeks get with Smite Prime. It's going to be a long day of Smite 2, so you're in the right place. My name's Malm, for now, joined by Musi. We'll have another special guest on this special guest carousel episode here in a little bit, Muse.
I mean, it is, Musi's extravaganza of being able to go with every C1 in the world, but we got more to talk about the bracket that we got coming at you here. Round 1 just happened. Let's see how it impacted the world at large. So, Dirty Water wins over Zoltrak. Okay. The Gospel of John. That's the Globe team. Very cool. The Kveka team. Overtime, Puppy, Paul Belter. So a lot of names that we are very familiar with, making it about as far as we would expect here. Single Bind and Passion Squad still finishing up their game to see who faces off against Dirty Water.
Yeah, that is... the fact that game is still going on is slightly concerning, I would say, just with the amount of time already being put into it. A little bit on the... Yeah, a little bit on the scary side. Semifinals, of course, in our future, and then the finals where the vault bans start to kick in and things really get spicy if you've been tuning into the rest of Smite Prime. Musi, looking at the bracket and kind of considering the match we're about to have, I'm interested in your thoughts, because we're taking a look at Paul Belter versus Shish Kebab here in the very, very bottom of the bracket. In terms of picks, I know that with this most recent patch notes, there was a lot of changes. What are the things that you're seeing be the most kind of cause and effect, I guess you could say, of what we're seeing from the patch notes, the most recent update, directly affecting what's being picked up on the battleground today?
I would almost certainly expect that Kerberos stocks kind of start to dip a little bit, especially after the ultimate change where Levitate and the displacement kind of become one, right? It's no longer a Levitate. You can actually Agni Dash it. You can get around it. You can play around this Kerberos the same way that you play around in Ares. So that does leave some doors open for picks like the Charon to be able to show up here. So I'm expecting more of that as time goes on, especially as we move on into picks and bans for our next game here. Paul Belter and Shish Kebab. It's the Sap 7 squad versus Kaidon.
Your chair 1 is just so great today. Honestly, when D'Lo gets him, make him 2. Make him be smart for a little bit.
Ooh,
see what he's got.
That could be heat.
This be Be a rebel. Jithin's sweating in the corner. Don't do this to me, Musey. Paul Belter, Shish Kebab. There's some cool names on this side of Shish Kebab. There's the names that we're seeing, and week by week in Smite Prime, but Echrome in the ADC role. A bit of a throwback. Echrome did see some play in Founders Series for a little bit. It was, I believe, fairly short-lived, but cool to see Echrome and ADC in this instance. Yeah, I was on Smoke Break. Thank you. Eye in the sky. Gotta get you guys prepped for Velo. Paul Belter's side, though. Last week, they looked so good, Musey. The week before that, they looked better, obviously. We know the players on it cook. This matchup on paper is close, but do we expect it to translate well in-game as our bans start to come out?
I'm actually really curious to see what Shish Kebab brings to our picks and bans, specifically because EU tends to have a different mentality about what is valuable on a team, right? So I'm wondering if they're in the same train of thought of like, okay, yeah, Jingwei's very high value pick, we want that. Agni's very good for mid, we're gonna take a look at that, right? But, you know, Ratatasker has been like secret sauce, I think, for a little bit this patch, and I'm kind of waiting for somebody to pick it up and give it a shot. If there's anybody that can make it look good, I do think Shish Kebab could kind of find this Ratatasker a home, especially with the fact that you get so many dashes off the Eggcorns, got a lot of damage on deck. You just got to make sure that you don't run into any cripples. So seeing that Artio ban right away tells me that we are looking for something with a little bit of mobility for Shish Kebab. So I do kind of think that we could lean towards a Rat, maybe not right away. We're not top picking this character, but if the circumstances are right, 4th or 5th pick is a very safe stance to take.
Same train of thought, you know, banning out that Artio, it does set up Paul Belter, because we know a lot of the picks that squad likes to play are picks that rely heavily on mobility. And I also kind of keep in mind, you know, you and I were talking a little bit off air about Zapman going into this one. Zapman's been slamming the Izanami lately, like it's nobody's business. Izanami just recently got those buffs. In my opinion, she was already kind of in a decent spot before the buffs. She definitely was not bottom barrel ADC. So that could be something we see get grabbed a little bit earlier on, because I feel like Izanami is a character you can kind of pick comfortably early without it giving away too much of your composition, whereas usually if you pick ADC first, you're giving away so much of your hand that it gives the other team a lot of options to kind of counter-respond.
Being able to shoot off that Ghastly Visage just a little bit faster, honestly,
you feel it too.
Makes her feel, yeah. I was playing around with it a little bit last night. It came out just like Smite 1. I was like, wow, I'm home.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah, you did
like,
play that solo last night. Did we win that game?
Well, we did.
Okay, that's all that matters.
Actually, I think we won.
Doesn't matter how we got there.
All I know is I split pushed the whole game because I'm a bad person.
I remember that much.
Yeah. So, but she does feel a lot better. But it is going to be the Thor that's locked in. Best god in the game for Paul Belter. Very flexible, makes him very valuable. He can go solo, he can go jungle. So I do feel that he's able to bring a lot to the table for Paul Belter here. So I do like it.
Makes sense too with how they've been playing lately. I feel like we've seen Prodigy step into a role. Chat's gonna love this comparison, I just know it. I feel like we've seen Prodigy step into a role that reminds me of early career adapting in terms of the picks that get selected. There's, I can explain it though, and I feel like it lands kindly. There's the games where you get the backline picks that are meant to hyper carry, and they do the thing, akin to when adapting would select Fenrir or would select Nemesis. But there's the games where Sunprod now has matured a lot in the jungle role and has a lot deeper of a god pool, where you're seeing the Thor and the Hoombots that are designed to set up and give the rest of the team their openings to play around Sunprod, where Sunprod is creating the openings and the ability to play the game. So now we're 5 picks in. The Ishtar Cabrakan would look so awesome in so many situations, but I see a Discordia and a Cerberus. Now you just said Cerberus stocks are going down. Discordia stocks, on the other hand, they've been sitting in a pretty good spot, and she's been doing numbers lately.
She does so much damage. Plus, Strife is just a crazy ability to turn the course of a team fight. You can't be standing too close to each other. What I really like about this Discordia pick, though, especially into Cabrakan, is that she does have a way around the Cabrakan ultimate. She doesn't get stuck. She can, get a little dash over that wall, start refilling up her cooldowns again, and just go right back to what she was doing before. The Kerberos, I'm okay on it. There's not really much in the way of displacement immunity for Shish Kebab here so far, especially like Ishtar and Kabrakan very much so can catch those characters out and still deal a lot of damage. Although Charon and Kabrakan do have ways to interrupt Ghastly Breath, so the fact that we have Thor to go with this Kerberos, I think, kind of helps the pick a lot. As long as Kerberos isn't your sole engage, you're doing okay.
The Loki lock-in. You talked about flex of the Thor, you get it, and the on her to go with it. So we're interested in fighting this game, and on her into Ishtar feels great. Not many ADCs have a way to actually kind of chase down Ishtar's jolt, respond to it, and not many characters feel good truly boxing into Ishtar the way she wants to fight in lane. On her is a character that I would think of right off the bat, and somebody that we've seen, I think we've seen a little bit of Zapman playing on her in the history of Smite. Granted, the final selection is a counter pick, answering that on her in particular with the Wheelish. Now, also kind of looking around the board, it's going to be fun for Dilo, the Chiron-Charon combination. That's going to be a real fun one to say in team fights. But Musi, kind of last thoughts here for you. Actually, I'll set you up real good, Musi. Give us your thoughts on which team looks better. I'm going to dip out for everybody at home, but you're going to get joined by Dilo for play-by-play in this game with Musi. So I'll see you guys next time. Enjoy this game between Paul Belter and Shish Kebab. Musi, the floor is yours.
Thanks. I'm going to protect this egg like my life depends on it. So I do really like Paul Belter's engage, right? We have Thor, Kerberos ultimate, but also Loki as well. The Thor and the Loki can interchange spots because Loki solo has been on the rise with the aspect. Very hard to kill in lane, does a ton of damage, and still has Loki ultimate, which is a great engage tool. Shish Kebab's composition is very much so, if we get the ball rolling, good luck gamers. The Kabrakan's able to deal a bunch of damage, the Wheelish as well, Chiron, if they're allowed to scale, if they're allowed to get a lead over the opposition, it's very hard to play into them. The Wheelish pick has been in a weird spot where it feels like the community has not decided if she's good or not, right? A lot of people are like, this pick is just not good, it's not worth it, but then we see it on Smite Prime, and you know, Sunprod's going nuclear with it. Adapting has the potential to go nuclear with it. It has good matchups into the on her, into Kerberos. So, me personally, she functions very strongly as a situational pick. This is a situation where I feel she gets a lot of value, specifically to target out Zapman, like Anthony was saying, but also you could look at the Kerberos if he gets a little too over-aggressive, pull him back into danger. Plus, when you have Kabrakan as a follow-up wall to say, hey, not only are you denied your jump, you have nowhere to go. But we have somewhere to go, don't we? We're going to get into the game between Paul Belter and Shish Kebab. It's me, Musi, as well as... Alright, it's me, Musi. Dilo will show up when he feels like it. We'll get a chance to see everything going on so far. I always like to take a look at the relics whenever I start off in a game. I feel like it gives me an idea of what each player kind of wants to achieve. So when I see that Blink relic from adapting, I find it to be very interesting. Also, a little bit late coming out here to those camps, or maybe right on time. Lucer and Hammer there too, so adapting will be able to deal a lot of damage to camps, but won't have great fight around things like oracles or mid camps because we don't really have a lot of sustain from pots. Whereas Sunprod is rocking the Loki. So this Loki is going to be able to sustain his way through camps. When it comes to who has early pressure, at least between the two junglers, Wheelish damage is kind of intense early in the game. If she's able to stick onto you and get a backflip off if there's any follow-up whatsoever, kind of a tough spot to be in. So Shish Kebab's level 1, level 2 fights, I do have a lot of confidence in if they choose to take them, assuming that they don't take too much poke from Paul Belter, because, like I said before, they're lacking a little bit in that sustain. Meanwhile, over in solo lane, Lino, Snatty, Thor versus Kabrakan, who is forced to use that shell. Spin to win, stunned away. Snatty wants it, finds it. First blood for the Thor. Getting things started off right for Paul Belter. while this Kabrakan is able to stun Thor out of a lot of abilities, Thor is just able to get a lot of value from the fact that he's got his aspect, being able to tremble, get a little bit of healing in there. Not too shabby at all. Sunprod follows it up. Sap 7 down for the count. Paul Belter 2-0 to start in this game. And it's in all the places where you want it. Snatty and Sunprod, Loki and the Thor. These are characters that love to dive in, love to get active. What enables them the most to get active are early leads. So that means that this right side is under a lot of duress, and probably take an early look at those firebrands when they get into the mix. So now the question becomes, when you have this lead, where are you going to take it? We really haven't had a chance to talk about the dual lane too much, even though they're getting pretty active. Sunprod on the way too. Shell forced away. Zapman on half. Into the boat goes the Ishtar. They're going to have to get away. Here comes Sunprod. Level 4, though, with no ultimate means that they can't really stick onto it too well, but a great body block finds them, and they'll trade out. Solid route from the Ishtar. Meanwhile, solo lane. Are we going to get another one from Snatty? It looks like abilities are down. The hammer off the mark. Back walks Cleano. Clean stuff to stay safe, but adapting. He's around this left side. Hammer should be up soon. Cleano's really low, though. If he decides to walk up, they definitely show their hand here. And Firebrands are up and available, too. Shish Kebab have to give that up. If they decide to take the fight, it will only end in disaster. Whew. Very explosive start so far to this game. I mean, the last game felt a little bit slower paced, but Paul Belter and Shish Kebab, if there's one thing that I really love about these EU teams, they love to get in there. They love to fight. They love to get active. But Paul Belter is an NA team that loves to match that. Thor alt lands down. Doesn't quite connect on top of Cleano, though. So the solo lane is back to tank slap fest. Really stress out there. We do have an early pickup of this Oathsworn Spear for adapting. So they rush that Looser to go straight into that. It's a lot of early pressure. The ability to shred away health bars from, you know, a minute 4 that we're chilling at 3-1, right? And what I really like about this is the Willish, like I said before, is a character that needs to get the ball rolling early. Now that we're level 5, we got our Oathsworn online, we got a Blink, we gotta go kill somebody. Which, you know, I feel like you gotta hear that. You're sitting down at a party, and you're like, man, what should we do that? Your buddy turns over to you, we have gotta go kill somebody. You're kind of thinking to yourself, why did I come to this party? What? Battleground of the gods. Murder's on the table. And that is what adapting has to do. Post it up around this left side. Waiting there for their moment to go in. Ults available for Paul Belter dual lane. Adapting, looks for the jump, finds the knockup, doesn't use ult. A lot of patience there. Forces the ultimate from Kerberos, and another from Ishtar will be enough. Baby Gup. Down for the count. That's what we need. Right? Even if the Awilish doesn't get the kill, we have to make sure that she stays involved. Ideally, they get it, but it's not the worst thing in the world. Plus, this alleviates some of that pressure across the map for Shish Kebab. 2 kills in the hand for E-Chrome. Keep him up. Apple? Horse? Not long for this world. Snatty. Similar situation. Staying with it. Where's that hammer? Cleano finds the chase. There goes hammer. Bye-bye, Snatty. Right? Snad Nation, sit down. Your deity is safe, right? We are okay. 5 minutes in, it's 4-2. Gold lead favoring Paul Belter off the backs of those kills. We're looking around 2k gold-ish. Not a death sentence for Shish Kebab, but a good step forward for Paul Belter. Shish Kebab have avenues to play this game. I feel a lot of it lies with this dual lane.
Under attack.
Especially because Baby Gup on this Kerberos doesn't have beads. And they don't have a lot of prots yet. You have Eye of Providence, which does give you something like, it's like 25 or 30 prots of each kind, along with the selflessness, so you have a little bit in the back pocket, but it's still worth it to try to focus out that dual lane.
Totes. My goats. What's up, Muse?
What's up, man?
You know, Jithin, I was at the United States Postal Museum. Jithin's came in an Apollo chair. Is like, get in, we got Smite Prime to cast. I was like, but man, I really want to look at stamps. And now we're here. Paul Belter, 6 minutes, 4-2. In fair favor. Shish Kebab starting to get put on a stick. Musey, what's been the scene?
I mean, so far it's been a story of aggression from both sides. Shish Kebab winning through their dual lane, but Paul Belter finding picks in mid and solo so far. Where Snatty is kind of playing this matchup into Gabrakan pretty well, but Sunprod is developing an early lead here too. 2-1-1. This Loki is trying to get active across the map. Really, I'm just kind of holding my breath and waiting for adapting to make some larger plays. We have 2 bows and a leather cowl. What are we cooking?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Sunprod, when they start cooking, it's hard to turn off the burners on the oven. I feel like that's a player that, in recent memory of Smite Prime circuits, has been very hot and cold. Yes and no. In and out, up and down. Adapting right now on the lower end of the spectrum, but Wheelix is a god that you really want to see snowball early, so the fact that this Loki is the one who's starting to leverage that pressure in the first 5 minutes does not feel good if you're the Panther Goddess.
Not really. And you also have that early Hydra pickup from Sunprod, so in a similar sense where this Oathsworn is able to get a lot of damage, Hydras with a mechanically gifted player like Sunprod can get a lot of damage across the board. Now adapting, equalizes it, goes in.
This is their opportunity to find something. Some sticks does come out. The doggy can't doggy paddle for much longer, especially with that soul expulsion right into the hands of the Gravity Surge. E-Chrome on the killing spree.
Little Gup does not have any kind of CC immunity after that ultimate is used, and that is what we want from adapting. Be able to show up and just kill the guy that you can kill reliably. This Kerberos is going to get yoinked time and time again, so get fat, get big off of that.
Some big damage right now on top of Snatty, but without that ultimate, you have much left in the tank is the question. Phantom Shell for Phantom Shell. It's going to be a seismic crush, and Snatty pinched between like a pimple. Good solo for Kleeno.
Shoutouts to Runeforge Hammer. I mean, you hit a CC ability, and immediately Gabrakan gets value off of it, especially with that Boomba's Cudgel. So that's a little bit more what I was expecting from that matchup. Kleeno has cleaned up their lane a bit, and now we've got 2 players who can start snowballing a little bit. Gotta start forcing that Sunprod, forcing damage left side.
Yep, E-Chrome's going to go down for the shutdown that they had just whittled up to off that kill from Serb. So Sunprod says it was all part of the plan. Let's see if this is part of Charon's plan. An amazing impale set up against the pillar stun. Nothing Salz can do but go to the grave. Double for Sunprod.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, Shell was down from Eye Silence. No way to get around that pillar. Just in the wrong place at the wrong time. And Paul Belter, whose dual lane was initially struggling a little bit against the Shish Kebab dual lane, now has a chance to put themselves back in the game. Levels equal 9-9-9-9. So, 10-10. The ADCs are still matching each other pretty well here. But there is a little bit of, different philosophies with the builds. Zapman opting for this Avenging Blade whilst E-Chrome goes for Devos. I like both of these items, because on her with Avenging Blade kind of enhances his passive a little bit further. Plus, if you're able to find somebody in the jungle, you get even more value off of it. But as E-Chrome on this Ishtar being able to get Devos, your DPS can stack up pretty quickly once that item is fully stacked.
And it just goes to show with the fact that we're playing this game a bit more slow, potentially on the side of Shish Kebab. So they can wait to get those stacks up, and then they become really powerful come late game. That being said, 4-man death ball on this purple buff, they really don't want to let it go. They could potentially get some kills if the Wayward Invaders stick around a bit too long. Speaking of the OBJs, none have been taken off quite just yet, and that makes sense given that there's no real confirm on either side of the map between these kits.
I do agree. The closest thing that you have here is Chiron Ultimate. Maybe Chiron, kind of, not really, right? But
Nah.
I want to talk about confirm and stuff. Sunprod, gonna confirm some damage on that left side. Look at the way that he's lurking.
Could be trouble for the Ishtar if they decide to go in on them, and that's going to be the call. Or going the support. Instead, going for the easier target, honestly. Given that Charon is very tough to take down out inside that Swift Voyage, has CC immunity, and that summon sticks, makes sense to try to take down E-Chrome one more peg, but you can't knock him off the ladder this time around.
But even just showing face over there on that left side is enough to kind of put Shish Kebab in a mindset of, oh, we got to stay weary about what Paul Belter is doing. More than anything, it buys space. Look at this. Gold Fury pickup here from Paul Belter. Shish Kebab just had to back because of the rotation from Sunprod. So now we have to split the map somewhere. Snatty's off in no man's land while this is happening. And that's where they're going.
I don't know if they got away. Snatty might be getting stopped back. Link comes in from adapting, knocks them up. Snatty did use their ultimate to get into the back line, but now with assistance on the way, I don't think the Snad Nation can survive this one as they secede over to the Tier 2 tower. One last Dotto, adapting takes him out.
Looks like Paul Belter going to follow a similar playbook here. Sunprod was hanging around that left side, but E-Chrome is aware, and they're going to back off. It's a Dagger of Frenzy pickup for adapting. That's what those two bows were, and the Leather Cowl. I'm very interested to see where this build goes for adapting. Leather Cowl is one of those starter items that just hasn't seen a lot of play, but does have value for a character like a Wheelish. Giving you movement speed while you're alone is kind of slept on in the jungle, especially because it says movement speed, not pathfinding, which becomes less effective once you're in combat, but movement speed. So I do like that here. And then you get something like, it's either attack speed or lifesteal once you are grouped up with your team. So you're able to kind of maintain a team fight as well by being able to get some more sustained damage out there. The question is, can adapting get to that level 20 and really get a pop off here? Is what I'm wondering. We have a good start, but nothing quite yet.
Yeah, not a massive snowball, but it is starting to show some signs of life compared to what we were talking about before, that Sunprod was kind of showing out and leading out. Yeah, they're 4-1, but something that I feel like Sunprod always struggles against the big veteran junglers is staying on top of that farm game, and that's why despite having all those accolades, all those kills, you still see adapting keeping up at level. So a great credit there to the veteran jungler, and a credit to both sides in terms of just making this competitive. 12 minutes on in, 6-5. Might be seeing one more kill added to the total, though. We're looking for Kalino this go-around. Bracken, though, does bear that ultimate. Will that be enough to get them out? Good slow, better stun. Kalino. Besides that, there's no way out for them. They're going to fall on their own shields. Sunprod on the killing spree.
One of the drawbacks of Cabrakan is the fact that you just don't have a lot of mobility outside of maybe popping your one for movement speed. So being able to lock them down with something like a Thor wall, Loki ultimate body blocks, is enough to put Kalino on the back of a milk carton, at least for the next 10 seconds or so. But the question is, what do you get after the stuff? Pyromancer is a great pull here, but Shish Kebab has a good flank here.
Well, they're looking instead for the kill on top of the disco. The apple does find the mark on the Chiron, forces out Centaurus. But the arrow's a bit awry. We're going hunting for a puppy dog, and despite its girth, still couldn't quite hit the mark. So that's going to keep Shish Kebab underneath that tower for a bit longer. You can see that Snatty's trying to fish for something through the walls. They are now aware of the Thor's presence, and the Pyromancer resumed the pull.
Good pull from Paul Belter, especially knowing that Shish Kebab can't really take it from you, so where do you pivot from there? Adapting kind of looms are on the left-hand side, but I love the way the Baby Gup has been playing the map so far. It feels like wherever Kerberos can be the most annoying is where Baby Gup finds themselves. Getting picked off a couple of times earlier on in the game has not affected their mental at all. They're still very willing to get into the mix. Paul Belter's objective game has been really solid so far. We saw them take Gold Fury earlier. Now they have a Pyromancer as well. And with that Moonlight Queen Naga right around the corner, I expect that'll continue to be the case. Although it's been interesting to see that a lot of teams don't always go for the Moonlight Queen Naga unless it's like all but super confirmed. It's one of those objectives that we are just super loath to burger flip. I even saw games last week where nobody went for it at all. It was so odd.
Well, indecision is a decision, Musi, but sometimes with the Queen Naga, it doesn't feel like that. It is the only objective that will actually just die and never give you a chance to take it. And sometimes when it has to deal with a 5% permanent buff to strengthen it, that almost feels worse sometimes than the temporary buff that an FG gives you, just because it's perpetual, baby. It does not stop until you drop. But that being said, Paul Belter not going to be indecisive. They're going to let the ripcord go and be able to pull that without any issue. That's why you see them skyrocketing to an 8k gold lead 15 minutes in.
Interesting. Using the pillar so that the Queen Naga couldn't walk forward and get damage in. That's a very smart pull from Zapman there. It means that everybody's full health for this next fight. Snatty goes in looking for some damage, but where's the follow-up from the team?
Oh, well, we got to go to an apple. That might be enough to finish the job. Kaidan is ripping big numbers. You're level 16, highest in the game, and that's why his silenced is shushed.
Snatty, this is the wall, adapting. Going to be able to split on out of there. Gold Fury's up, though. We talked about the objective game for Paul Belter being better.
What?
Or the same.
How did Kaidan escape from the walls? They had the leap down. It was the right play there from Kalino, but unfortunately now they're isolated. Now they're decimated. Zapman takes the kill. Thor's in the sky. Could decide. to land on, to stall for a bit longer. They do take down Sap, but Echrome will find the counter. Musy's pleased, and honestly, Paul Belter probably are too.
5 Musy sauce points awarded to Snatty for not being a coward. Top.
Your team has destroyed the gold.
Quote Albus
Another Gold
Dumbledore.
Fury. Another Gold Fury under the belt of Paul Belter. The second pip means that their minions are going to be a little bit stronger. But like you mentioned before, D'Lo, this gold lead gets further exacerbated. Shish Kebab's team composition is one that functions off of developing a snowball and going crazy in fights. Not something that we've seen. In fact, of the 6 kills, 4 of them belong to Echrome's Ishtar, which, solid. Love that for my ADC, gold scaling character. We need everything that we can get. I really wanted to see it with a Wheelix, to be honest. I really wanted to see adapting, take the reins of the game and dictate the pace of it, whereas Paul Belter has just been piecing up the map. We have been on these objectives nearly on spawn. Now we're taking a look at the Pyromancer, and Shish Kebab at this point, they're not even here to contest it.
Adapting's got that Missile Blink now, so maybe try to make some plays happen with that. Another Pyromancer pull coming out here from Paul Belter. Kaidon's doing a great job of being a one-man nuisance, just forcing everyone to give him so much space. Snatty trying to do the same, though Bracken is aware. Thorold for Vision, Thorold for Klino. Great CC chain, rooted, stunned. Elchalice not going to save you, buddy. Take your last sip. Kaidon takes down the Pyromancer. Sunprod gets Klino. It's all coming up, Paul Belter.
Ooh, adapting, kind of threading the needle here. Luckily, nobody from Paul Belter notices them except for Kaidon, who throws some abilities out, but Kerberos ult as well.
In response, does come the double fear from some of the sticks, but the damage to follow up is nothing impressive. Baby Gup being forced to take some licks, but can easily just pad their way back. Meanwhile, in the back line, Sunprod's on the rampage, solo Dolo and adapting. I know we want to see them get their farm, but maybe deep inside enemy territory is not the place to do it.
Trying to, bleed away what you can, adapting, like you mentioned before. Very on it with their farm game. Smite 2 is not Smite 1.
What?
Walk with me here. Oh, I know. Yeah, very different, right? I feel
Heresy!
that at this point, Smite 2's focus isn't necessarily on how well you can farm into your enemy stuff and into your own stuff when you can just kill them instead. You know what I mean? It's very much, I've got Glacier's words ringing in my head right now. Smite 2 is a PvP game where Smite 1 was more of a
and
PvP
Thor
game.
is going for the PvP at the moment. Golden Apple did bounce off Tectonic Rift Wall. That's unfortunate for Kaidon, but does mean Shish Kebab can breathe a big sigh of relief. Suku Charge not going to dissuade Snatty one bit. They decide to continue on the pressure with the double tap. Mid-tier 2, and it takes some licks, but not a full engage just yet. Paul Belter do still have that FG available, and that's when the real sieging begins.
We're just waiting for it. When the clock strikes, there's no numbers on that. Nighttime. When the clock strikes bedtime,
A bad
really
clock.
FGs come out to play. Yeah, this is a terrible... I don't know what's
Minecraft
going on with
clock.
this. It's like a... I guess it's technically a sundial when you think about it, not a real clock. So it's an early clock form. So you forgive it for that sin of not telling you
Looking
the
at
actual
clock,
time, just telling
Sunprod.
you when it happens.
This could be trouble.
Sunprod.
Sunprod on the right side. Lino could expend the ultimate on them, and you see a Wheelix and Chiron wrapping around as well. The Assassinate. Behind you, yes, there's 3 members of Shish Kebab coming right through. Suku charged, but the Invis, where are they? The backups
Snatty.
arrived now. Snatty's here. Kaidon as well. And all of a sudden, it's turned into disarray. A great stun from the paralyzing spin. You got to imagine an ultimate follows. Chiron knows it too. Their hamstrings cut beneath them. Sunprod turns the gank around and takes down 1. Now adapting in similar spot of bother. Snatty has the double tap. Instantly finds Berserker's Barrage. Does not get the kill, but the ultimate, they don't want to let this one go. I don't think they'll have to. No Suku charge left, but instead it's the other dog who finishes him off. Baby Gup snaps him up.
It's a small thing, really, but I love where Snatty put that ultimate, cuts off the corridor, and makes it so that Baby Gup can follow up. Now, Snatty actually backs against the wall here.
Oh, that was a solid Phantom Shell to start. Higher than Nemian has popped as well. Get in the boat, buddy. I'll keep you safe. And the Magi's bubble ensures so. Well done there by Silence. Snatty does not want to let it go. Says, come on, buddy. Get out of the car. The worst road rage you've ever seen on the River Styx. Double tap at the Zerk's Barrage. Can you finish off the job on Echrome? No, Echrome barely alive, but the Desert's Fury quickly answers back with a roar, and it's a 1-for-1 in the jungle.
Paul Belter can easily take a step back here, take a look at either Fire Giant or Pyromancer just to keep on keeping on with this objective play. The fact that Snatty lived for as long as they did too is kind of crazy, but you got the Prid win there, and some health regen from their Rune Forge, Hell Chalice, their passive as well because of that aspect. Just kind of nuts. Being level 18 helps a lot too. We could just kind of get that elephant out of the room so far. Pyromancer confirmed by Paul Belter. Who isn't level 18? Adapting! Oh no!
One rotation to the kit, already down to less than a quarter of health. If that pillar stun landed the mark, surely they would have been curtains. 22 minutes, 15-7. One more Pyromancer in the pocket of Paul Belter, and a Gold Fury to match would certainly look good in my coffers, and that's going to send that gold lead to, what, 15K their way? Yuck.
It's interesting, too, that Paul... Oh,
no. Just trying to scare us a little bit. We're like the Mii's in Wii Sports.
Yeah. You throw the bowling ball by, and you're like, what?
You can't see, but me and Musi are jumping and spinning around 360 behind the cams.
I was a psycho kid, too, when I played the game. I'd intentionally throw the bowling ball back just to make him jump.
Sunprod is proud, because that kid's being a psycho right now. 8-1-2? Yuck.
Yeah, that is disgusting. The jungle difference is massive, right? The fact that Sunprod is kind of putting everybody on a poster here is insane. You've got crazy items online too between Titan's Bane and Heartseekers, so nobody is safe from these Loki hands. They are rated to eat for everybody. And I was gonna say it before. Paul Belter have, like you mentioned before, wildly insane lead. I really appreciate the way that they've been playing it really, really clean.
Snatty trying to wipe off some more damage onto the board. FG being engaged in the meantime. I'm not sure if Shish Kebab are aware and don't care or just completely oblivious, but either way, this FG is being ripped. It does allow some good farm on the left side, and like you said, yeah, no vision means no chance. Fire bomb and the fireworks begin. FG for all 5 of Paul Belter. Now Thor could be in a bit of trouble here. Does have ultimate though. Doesn't want to use it just yet. They're just trying to stall time for as long as possible. But finally the ultimate must be ripped, and Klino gets forced back, saying, guys, where are you? We're hunting down Snatty, gosh darn it. I don't know if that works out for you, though. Still got that FG buff. Yala Flare will reveal their location, but now, Adapting's all alone. The power of the Snad Nation. Tier 2 goes down on the right side. The rest of Shish Kebab did back for it, but look at Snatty. Snatty still wants the 1v1. The power of FG runs through their veins, and Adapting's already dropped down to less than a quarter. I don't know if you should have picked that fight, buddy. They are level 19 after all, and you can see Adapting being chased all the way back home.
Got the chase on, hammer after, jump away from a wheelish, they are okay. Paul Belter
Next time.
T2 on the right, now we're going to take T2 in the mid. Snatty is the main character of this game, it feels like. I mean, obviously Sunprod is like the star, but Snatty's like, I'm a level 20 Thor, whatever, man. Like, I can do whatever I want.
Snatty's the funny B character that everyone's hearts are stolen by in the sitcom. Whenever you see them walking, they just steal the scene. Unfortunately, can't steal any stuns away with the Tectonic Rift. Looking for a big rig play here, maybe from that Summoned Styx. If they group up well enough, dagger in the hands of Zapman. Damage on top of Snatty. Looking at Klino to start things off, but the cab is rather tanky. Phoenix is not burned away without any issue. Paul Belter still in high spirits and high health.
And look at the way that Paul Belter just immediately backs away after getting that objective. Very, very clean Smite gameplay. Love this from this team. It just shows a lot of respect, I think, to Shish Kebab as well, knowing full well that it could get turned on you if you're not being careful. Whereas, I feel like some teams with a lead like this would start inting a little bit just to make some silly plays happen, but Paul Belter understands what's on the line, and they're taking it 100% seriously, and I love that.
Paul Belter, no, this is not Smite 1. He is what rules the day. See Adapting wrapping around that left side. I don't know if you want the run back with this Thor, especially now with their twin duo in arms, Sunprod and Snatty, just form the scariest brother wombo combo of all time. Reconciliation seems to have been the key. A big blink and a big Stygian Torment force out beads, but Cerberus tries to leap back, gets pulled into the midst, and now Baby Cup gets put down. Solid work by the Wheelix, and
Oh.
Thor lands in the midst of
whip.
none. Kabrakan's trying to stall them on the front lines while the rest deal with Snatty, but that's the main character. Sunprod 2, Kalino's dead, and Sunprod's unstoppable. Snatty can just walk out completely fine.
Snatty quite literally fighting off 4 people there so that Paul Belter could turn around and take a look at Kalino, who went to the back line. Baby Gup goes in for the engage, and this is part of the reason why I feel like Kerberos might be on the way out here. Because you go in, you've got your gargoyle, you got your ultimate, you have your cool guy moment. All of a sudden you get yoinked by an Awelish because you tried to jump away. One of the Smite 2
Gulp.
+1s, D'Lo, is when you scoop somebody up with your Stygian Tournament, you can jump and drag them further. But that's actually a bait going into the Awelish. She
Yeah.
just yoinks you right back. And all of a sudden you're like, oh, well, this is awkward, right? Shish Kebab played that pretty well, but Paul Belter still are able to come out on top. A lot of that has to do with the fact that they're almost at 20k gold lead, right?
That helps.
It doesn't matter how well you can structure that defense. Paul Belter will take at least a pound of flesh on their way out.
Yeah, look at the chasm of black on the builds of Shish Kebab. That's all being filled up by all these trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing from Paul Belter. 27 minutes, 16-8, doubling down on the kills, doubling down on the damage. 2 Phoenixes down, tier 2 I'm sure is next. Once they expose that Phoenix, Ancient Fury can add to even more. Pyromancer still up, a lot of things going in favor of Paul Belter. FG buff does whittle away. I do want to talk about the fact that, yeah, that Cerberus is kind of being baited in. I think one solid thing that you can just build to easily counter that, one Magi's Cloak. All you need to solve that issue.
Ever since I got my Magi's Cloak, I haven't been pulled in by the Wheelish ever since, right? Like, I start getting on that Telegram, I gotta stop advertising too. Or even something like a talisman so you can protect yourself and your team. Not the worst pickup in the world.
Do not build Magi's Cloak while pregnant. A sidebird being engaged on here. Rolling Thunder comes through to try to dissuade Guide on. But good poke on top of Sap 7 and Echrome. The backline might have to dip back in a fountain earlier than they want, just to ensure they stay alive. Look at Echrome. That's the damage hope of Shish Kebab and Zapman. Reliably, dependably, whittling away with these autos. Whether it's Phoenix or Charon, something's gonna die. Kalino agrees, goes back in, but a disperse immediately ensures safety. Zapman barely survives. Kalino can't say the same. 97 health here for the kitty cat, but they always land on their feet. Now Shish Kebab in defeat. Echrome goes down courtesy of Sunprod's blades, and the Titan is surely next. Paul Belter, Paul Belter. I don't care who you ask, Paul Belter.
That is the way the news goes. Adapting will find one on the way out, just to say that they got one in on Zapman, but that was clean. That was Mr. Clean. I'm talking shaved head, scrubby, the 9 yards. Paul Belter just was clinical. Like, we're talking a trial. Ever since my doctor prescribed me Paul Belter, I've been winning games.
Yeah, and they don't even have a person named Klino on their team. That being said, I do think Klino actually had some pretty solid moments, right? Oh, it just hurts even more when you think about it. Klino, I think, had some solid moments. I think the front line did a good job. And Adapting had some moments where the Awelix kind of part of the composition really started to show its flair, showed its value. However, I think that when Awelix comps are so feast or famine, man. If she is not doing well, if she's not getting off a ton of pressure early game, it just feels like everything collapses. There's so much pressure on Adapting's shoulders, and you have Loki just breathing down your neck, undoing every brick of the castle you build up.
You know, we have this Awelish pick, and we see it. We see the ultimate being used to scoop in the Kerberos. I don't think I really saw it being used to pressure out Adapting at all, which was so interesting to me. Or pressure out Adapting, to pressure out the Honor at all, which was so interesting to me.
That's true.
This is like prime Awelish territory. On her into Awelish, on her's like, man, I never get to play the game. This sucks. Dude, I don't think Zapman was looked at once. Not until like later in the game, and even then he was like, whatever. I got my team. It's no big deal.
You had that combo with Klino to put up the walls. There was only one Phantom Shell initially for the side of Paul Belter, so you could, in theory, try to bring those walls up, force out the leaps from either Zapman or from Baby Gup, and then kind of put up the rest of the damage. But unfortunately, you're right. All that pressure was put onto the tankiest target of the team, and oftentimes when Baby Gup was dying, they already got off that ultimate, which is about all the utility you need from the Serb.
Yeah, go in, make something happen, your team follows up. That's about all she wrote and all you need, because while everybody is looking at Baby Gup, Sunprod's going to the back, Snatty, oh my lord, man, Snad Nation eating good, stocks are on the rise. You know, maybe you whiff the ultimate in this fight here, but I'll tell you what, shoving
Who
off
cares?
4 people of shish kebab from Aura alone. Who cares? He just goes in and everybody has to respect what this character can do. Yeah, Book was onto something.
Sunprod and Snatty both combine to make a fantastically devastating duo when they're both online. And again, Sunprod, I feel like, can sometimes really just pull off these amazing feats of strength that everyone has to completely just kowtow to. So if today's a Sunprod day, wipe your schedules clean, other Smite Prime teams. You're not winning today.
Yeah, tough. We're after the game. I can say it now. Man, I'm really glad Thor went to Snatty and not Sunprod.
Yeah, Brady's
All
got
right,
a really good Thor.
controversial opinion. There are better picks for Sunprod. Loki? 100% one of them. Oh my goodness, put the Loki in the bag every day of the week. This kid is going to go nuclear in your lobby. Also really liked it into the Chiron too, specifically, because what is the horse supposed to do? Oh, I'm going to giddy up away. Get assassinated,
No.
loser. You're donezo, right? So, really, really good stuff. I post-game talking about it, that team comp for Paul Belter really came together.
And we got more teams just like that, and potentially even more Paul Belter in the future. So guys, if you want more Smite Prime action, we will deliver. Don't you worry. Stick around. More Smite Prime after the break.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Gods of Smite 2. My name's Morty, and today we're taking a look at Atlas, the Titan of the Cosmos. Atlas is a melee god that deals magical damage and scales off of intelligence. Atlas works well as a protector for his team, promoting safety with his kit, as well as encouraging aggressive energy. Let's take a look at his abilities. Atlas' passive is the Astrolabe. Atlas gains energy from taking damage from enemy gods or dealing damage with basic attacks and abilities. Once enough energy has been reached, you can use the Interact key to toggle an empowered Astrolabe strike. This empowered strike slams the ground and damages enemies directly in front of Atlas, dealing bonus damage as well as trembling enemy gods and stunning minions. Atlas' first ability is Unburden. Atlas deploys his Astrolabe at a target location. The landing of the Astrolabe deals damage and slows all enemies for a few seconds. While deployed, Atlas' basic attacks cause explosions from the Astrolabe that deal magical damage and cost mana per explosion. The Astrolabe stays at its landing location for 5 seconds, but it can be recalled early by reactivating Unburden. A +1 for Atlas in Smite 2 is that he gains movement speed while the Astrolabe is deployed. Another +1 is that activating Atlas' passive while the Astrolabe is deployed will cause that empowered strike to go off at the Astrolabe's location instead, dealing a whole lot more bonus damage compared to the normal empowered strike. I like to max this ability first. Atlas' second ability is Gravity Pull. Atlas pulls enemies towards his location in a cone area of effect. In the outer cone, enemies are pulled upwards and towards his location. If they're in the inner circle, Atlas will grab and hold on to all enemies. He has a second to walk around, turn, do whatever, and then he launches enemies into the direction he's facing. Atlas is also knock-up immune while walking around with pulled enemies. But if the Astrolabe is deployed, then Gravity Pull is centered around that instead of Atlas himself. Gravity Pull is Atlas's signature part of his kit, and he can pull off multiple functions with it. He can peel for ally gods getting dove in the backline. He can pull enemies out of position. He can disrupt team fights in close quarters corridors of the jungle. There's so much to love about what Gravity Pull can do for your team in the heat of battle. I like to max this ability second. Atlas' third ability is Kinetic Charge. Atlas dashes forward, gaining movement speed and losing a bit of turning radius. Upon activation, Atlas immediately cleanses himself of any slows and gains slow and knock-up immunity for the remainder of the dash. Any ally gods that Atlas passes by is also cleansed of any slows and gain movement speed. When Atlas collides with an enemy god, an explosion is released that deals damage and slows. Here's an interesting anecdote. For each slow cleansed from allies during that specific dash, the heavier the slow from the collision explosion. I tend to max this ability last. Atlas' ultimate ability is Gamma Ray Burst. Atlas tears the sky open and calls down a Gamma Ray Burst. Enemies in the area take damage over time and gain radiation stacks that reduce their protections and power. After a few seconds, or when the ability is refired, the burst focuses into a traveling beam that deals heavier damage. The beam also applies focus radiation, which applies multiple stacks of regular radiation all at once. The beam travels a whole lot of distance and can go through walls as well. I'll put a point in this ability whenever I can. Atlas is widely considered a support in Conquest. He's got a good mix of tools that could either be used for offensive forms of utility or defensive countermeasures. That's what's so cool to me about Atlas. It's his ability to adapt to any situation. The depth of his kit allows you, as a player, to show off your skills a bit more than the average tank could. And that's what made Atlas so popular in the competitive scene of Smite 1. And I'm sure that once he's found a good spot in the meta, he'll become just as utilized in our tournaments over on this side with Smite Prime. But there is an aspect for us to look at, and man, is it a doozy. This one might be one of the most complicated aspects that has ever hit the Battleground of the Gods. But after explaining all of the moving pieces with his aspect, you'll be glad you watched the video. Let's take a look at the aspect of the Unburdened. Atlas no longer has regular basic attacks. Instead, if Atlas is holding the Astrolabe, he underhand throws it forward, almost as if he's bowling with it. Unburden cannot be activated unless the Astrolabe is deployed. Unburden no longer throws the Astrolabe. Instead, it repositions the Astrolabe to a different target location. This reposition deals light damage and no longer slows, but Unburden now has a much shorter cooldown. While the Astrolabe is deployed, Gravity Pull no longer pulls enemies. Instead, the Astrolabe begins to charge, dealing damage to enemies around it during the buildup. After a quick second, it erupts and launches towards Atlas, dealing a second wave of damage. Kinetic Charge works mostly the same, but colliding with the deployed Astrolabe will send it flying forward, dealing heavy magical damage. Gamma Ray Burst works the exact same, but his passive is changed up entirely as well. Atlas energy through his passive is no longer channeled towards an empowered attack. Instead, when maximum energy is reached, the cooldown on Gamma Ray Burst is reduced by 10% of its maximum cooldown duration. That might have sounded a little confusing. Let me break it down for you. If Gamma Ray Burst has a 90-second cooldown, reaching maximum energy drops the cooldown by 9 seconds. But if Gamma Ray Burst isn't on cooldown when maximum energy is reached, the energy is banked and consumed to apply the cooldown duration reduction the next time his ultimate is used. So, Atlas is a mid laner now. I feel like this is one of those robust aspects that, under the right circumstances and with the right player steering the vessel, that this could be a pretty slept-on mid lane pick. I'm thinking about all of the tight corridors throughout the jungle and the big objectives. It seems like the AoE from the Astrolabe could really be utilized. Me, on the other hand, I'm taking this pick straight to Arena, because this looks way too complicated for a competitive environment for me. I'd much rather try this out in the casual queues. Well, unfortunately, that's all we've got for you today, but now you know everything you need to know when it comes to dominating the queues with Atlas. And if you haven't already, be sure to check out the Smite Prime YouTube channel, where we've got competitive tournaments that are held every weekend, as well as God tutorials much like this one that'll teach you how to play the game a little bit better. But until next time, folks, I hope that you take it easy, gamers. Thanks, y'all.
Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime, where the plays are always premium. D-Lo here in the booth, joined by Musy right by my side. Almighty Eyes in the Sky, Tess and Solstice. Get the broad lights on that cam steady. Mr. Smite Prime, Jithin's also there behind the curtain. And prizing, so we can get Musy's face out of here, coming at you. Musy,
Okay.
what we got for him?
7,000 real U.S. American dollars. 7 big ones. The team that can take it all. But who's in contention for D-Lo? The bracket gives us that answer.
Indeed, we'll hop on over to there. We just did get to see quite a good belting delivered by Paul Belchers themselves up against the opponents of Adapting and everyone else on Shish Kebab. But now we're going to take a look over at Single Bind versus the Gospel of John. Whether it be John Hires himself or John Rowing, that's for you to decide.
Probably John Rowing, right? Because John Rowing's on the team. It could be John Hires, you know? You never know.
I'll say it one more time, man. I've never seen John Rowing and John Hires in the same room.
Yeah, it's kind of like Batman. It's like if Batman was high res was a Smite 2 and not a bat. Still
Yeah,
a man,
Bruce
but
Wayne.
not a bat.
Bruce Wayne's making
Smite man.
all of his money off of like the skin codes. He's like just selling them for super high values. That's how he. Alfred, bring me my Bologna skin. Yes, Master
Alfred,
Bruce.
I need another Dark Lord Zeus skin, please. Why, thank you here, John Rowing. Very good, sir. Your full chroma keyed Dark Lord Zeus skins. Alfred,
Nice
it's
skin, man.
different than from what it was in Smite 1. Why is that? Sir, please don't ask me these questions. I can't answer you. So,
I think it's because Smite 1's not Smite 2.
oh, that's a hot piece of info. Where'd you get that one from? Oh,
Some
you know,
wise
hey,
man told me. I
that's
forget
a little
his name.
smart
He had a
for you.
stupid hat,
I didn't know
though.
you could pick
He had
that
a
up.
really dumb hat on. It was really stupid. Actually, I like your hat. I'm
Right.
sorry. I like your hat. I like your hat.
Oh, Tess! Pick some bands! What's going on here? Hey, you know? Whoa.
Oof. Single bind.
Belted here.
Gospel John.
Bind.
0 minutes.
So...
Restaying the game before the game begins. You like that one? It's a new caster tech
you
I
know,
picked up.
I don't even think it's 0 minutes because there's a timer before the game. So it's like...
Oh, okay. Negative
minus 10,
15
you know?
minutes. Yeah, something like that. Okay.
Still 0
okay.
to 0. Gold tied.
Wouldn't you know it? It's crazy.
Oh yeah, that's kind of how that goes. Semifinals.
Okay.
Huh?
And yes,
We're-
we're starting to preach the.
Yes.
We're starting to preach the top. Approach the top. Preach. Kill me. Talk.
Preach. What? Oh.
This feels like an episode of Dropout
You got me
TV,
there.
dude.
This feels like a bit. I don't even know. We're doing Smite, right? That's it. Yeah. Oh.
Yes,
oh,
and
there it is.
I'm a race car
Yes,
driver.
Oh yes, and I'm driving us to a more relevant talking point. This is why D-Lo. This is why YouTube comments get so mad at us. Shout
Let's
out
be
YouTube
real.
comments.
Let's be real. It's because
I
you
read all of
mispronounced
you.
Cerberus. That's why. Yeah, guys, be nice, Flynn.
Ooh, actually, okay. Guess what
Yeah?
I learned today?
Okay.
There's a different way to pronounce Persephone that I was
okay.
taught. A
New
chat
ways to
was telling
piss
me
off
today.
the audience. What you got?
Persephone or something like that, or something. It was something along those lines. I have to go back and double check. But I remember I saw it.
That's
I
cool.
kind of download. I like wrote it in the back of my head, and I was like, oh, they're gonna love this.
Wait till
And
they
then
see
also-
what I've been cooking.
When Persephone leaves the underworld to go back to Olympus or whatever to be with her mom, her name changes. And the translation is something along the lines of like daughter or something like that. I was like, man, it's a little sad.
That's actually like, listen, as a myth nerd myself, like, that's pretty neat to know. All right, folks. Well, you're going to get to know what the P's and B's are because we actually have them here before you. So there's actually some information for us to talk about. Musy, I wasn't present for the
Yes.
first round, and I wasn't really here for the draft either, though, of course, I saw the gods. So what's been top banned lately?
So we are looking at a lot of the same. Well, there are small shifts in the landscape, right? We haven't had like a great tectonic earthquake or anything like that. Like, whoa, we've upended the meta. Everything's changing. Small, calculated changes. Jingwei is still very strong, still very bandworthy.
Sure.
You have a plethora of gods that are better than the others, but not in such a way that you can't draft around it. So what you do is you just ban away characters that kind of turn off your team, right? So something like an RDO ban is, you know, something you throw out there if you need to get a team with a bit more mobility because you don't want to worry about the cripple field as much. I think a character that's very much so worth banning, and we see it banned away by single bind right there, is Heron, which has been on the rise in terms of popularity. Well earned and deserved. This god does a lot of damage. It brings a lot of value to a team fight. CC immune ultimate that has channeled damage attached to it. So you get that CC immunity for a hot minute, and then a fear, which is a really solid CC to throw in the middle of a team fight because it, you know, displaces people in such a way where they just can't function for a bit. You know, it's not, you know, stuns in my mind are like the best, but fear's like a close second, right? Hades is annoying to fight because he constantly fears you. Karen ultimate is this giant right across the field.
Yeah.
That just makes it unplayable area that you have to respect.
I think Fear is my favorite form of CC because it makes everyone go, whoa! Like throw their arms up. I think that's why it's my favorite form of CC. Unfortunately, Thor does not have one, but they're still being banned nonetheless. Aphrodite, Pele, all make sense. High sustain gods and high lane pressure gods. Daji's gonna be left alone though, and that's certainly scary. That god has been top of the meta for quite some time.
Very solid, and I like this Daji pick too because the Aphrodite is already banned away. So a character that would do well to kind of turn off what Daji wants to do, Daji doesn't necessarily have to worry about. Ishtar and Agni are characters that can get caught up in that ultimate from Daji, that Palau chain. So making sure that you have, you know, beads or Talisman of Purification or some kind of answer to that from Daji. Ishtar, maybe a little bit less so. She's got a CC immune ultimate. She's kind of chilling in that regard. But now we just need somebody to follow up on this Daji. More picks that can burn away beads so that this Daji ultimate is always hitting. Or so that your other beads burner ultimate is always hitting.
I like the shout for Talisman. I feel like we're not seeing it enough. I forget which C2 I was paired with. It was either you or Book who said, like, we just don't get to see it built enough. I know that the stats on it are not as impressive, but the value when you're in a world of Cerberuses and Dajis, it's really hard to beat just how important it is just to allow your backliners to save their relics and ensure their own safety. Nuwa Medusa, well, not quite as big on the beads burning for the Nuwa, but certainly some damage burning as well. Medusa going to be quite the threat, but given that we have a Daji here, no real guessing game as to whether or not she's going carry or jungle. That snakes in the duo.
Yeah, you know, there was a period of time where Nuwa ADC was, you know, bubbling about with the aspect, but nowadays, mostly just Nuwa in the mid lane. And it's interesting to see the Nuwa too, because, you know, every mid laner has to ask themselves the question, how well can you use Bluestone Soul Reaver? Right? Bill Nuwa can do it pretty well. She's got an ultimate that hits everybody, low cooldowns to be able to throw people when you got a bit of cooldowns under your belt. So I don't hate it here, but also she can peel for herself and Medusa when they play together pretty effectively. It makes any dive on top of them kind of tough.
Gospel of John, more like Gospel of James. I'm seeing a Mordred pickup here, who in my prime I don't think I've gotten to see for quite some bit. Ymir as well, really solid against a Nuwa, Medusa, and Morgan Le Fay. None of them can really get through that ice wall easily. That being said, the Scylla and the Morgan Le Fay leads me to believe that's going to be Scylla aspect, and that's going to be Morgan Le Fay probably rocking that solo with an aspect as well.
You got to think about single bind as a team, one of the few teams still piloting the Scylla aspect support. Let's go, Aurora. Because Aurora is the GOAT. That is just the way that it goes. But for Gospel of John, Mordred has been a pick that's been on my mind recently as slowly but surely worming his way up to the top. I feel like he has some pretty decent matchups, but he's one of those picks that if you can really put the pedal to the metal, you can get some gas in your tank, you can just go nuts, right? Just a character that thrives off of being ahead, more so than some of the others. The only problem is that if Mordred gets shut down early, he definitely has a tougher time getting back into the mix. But what I do like what he brings to the table is Beads Burn for Gospel of John, along with Agni Ymir to an extent. But Tsukiyomi here forces out the Aegis, so now single bind have got a dilemma on their hands. It's the classic, do I get hit by Mordred ult? Do I get hit by Tsukiyomi ult?
I like Mordred and Tsukiyomi to Daji a lot because they're not only CC immune ultimates, but they're CC immune ultimates that you don't just throw away to ensure your own safety. You use them and then you abuse them. You make sure that not only... Yeah, exactly. You don't need to just kind of blow it just to ensure escape. You can blow it to actually ensure that you can turn a fight on its head. Single bind could be in a bind if let the Gospel of John take it. We'll find out, though. So we hop here into game. Once again, single bind Gospel of John semifinals for Smite Prime. Last time around, single bind were the team to watch out for. They did, in fact, take it all the way up over overtime. So we'll see if they can do it once more. Musi and D'Lo here on the scene. Solstice in the sky.
Taking a quick look at the relics because it is very relevant to what we want to talk about, right? Beads on Globe and Kavega necessary going into the Daji that Layers has, whilst the Porsche 911 GT3 RS.
That's Wake.
I gotta look up what kind of car that is. I'm not a cars guy, I'm a motorcycle guy. So if it said like a, you know, Kawasaki ZX6R or a Yamaha R6, you know, then I'm kind of on board. I don't know cars too well. Anyways, long and the short of it here, Tsukiyomi has a CC Moon Ultimate Elo, so they should be okay taking fights into that Daji. And like you said, it's the stuff after the stuff. Being able to go in after the fact is really solid for them. But Blink for Daji means that she doesn't have a great answer to Tsukiyomi Ultimate unless she uses hers. So both of the junglers' fights into each other kind of depend on who blinks first when it comes to pressing 4.
Aegis from Oswald being used already here in face of the Flame Wave. They do now have the health advantage because of that. Will that be worthwhile in the long run? Only time will tell. If I'm the Tsukiyomi, even before Ultimate, a gank on this new wall should at least be considered. Bekasari Gumby can easily catch up and put her down, but taking a look across the lanes, Musi, where is the kill pressure for the Tsukiyomi to get the ball rolling?
Nuwa isn't a bad person to look at, but between Clay, Soldiers, and Shining Metal, she is able to peel for herself pretty well, and Tsukiyomi doesn't have great chase potential unless they have their ultimate available. Honestly, D'Lo, I'm looking at this duo lane. Medusa, Scylla, Ymir, and Ishtar. There is a lot that can happen here, especially as Cherio hits too.
He gets forced off already, and the majority of the damage didn't even get to arrive. The Jolt finds a bit more afterwards, but that's the power of the Ymir wall, baby. Having that down again. Now the options really are infinite. You can either go for Mosswall with Arrogance down, or the Snake. I do see 2 Phantom Shells, though, from Single Bind, so they are respecting the presence of this Ymir and those structures.
The walls, the dash, Medusa.
Okay, maybe not respecting it enough. I take it back. Leave Cherio alone. That was certainly scary at the lacerate. Good little shards.
Oh.
Force out the stun, force out the Aegis, though. Kasari Gama responds back to the Flame Dash. One more auto to the back. And the Porsche has got all that horsepower to run Layers down. Roadkill on the Fox, but the metal shards off the mark. And that means that Wake's able to stay alive.
Somebody get this car to the shop. You're sitting there with single-digit health bars. Oh, Mosswall. Took a bit of extra poke there, too. I appreciate... So, Porsche, by the way, that is Wake for the Gospel of John. Oh, hold on.
Yikes.
He's okay.
Rema and Kami, man.
Right.
You gotta watch out for that double dynamic duo.
For real. That is terrifying. So, you asked before, right? Where can the Tsukiyomi get active? Where can we go? Said before, mid lane. But who got caught up in the mix wasn't maybe who I expected to get caught up in the mix. And Layers getting caught out there is such a rough start for this Daji. Tsukiyomi?
Eventually. Caltrops are down. Auto's there. No level 5 difference, but 2v1 certainly looks good. John Rowan sends Remakami back to base, packed in a pillowcase.
Thought about it for a second of whether or not they actually wanted to commit, but once we have that stun online, Morgan Le Fay has a lot of get-off-me tools, does not have a lot of let's-get-away tools. And Tsukiyomi, displacement immune during their second ability, so the Dragon does not quite achieve the get-off-me that Remakami needed in the moment.
Roar. Sentinels forward right into the stun. Lacerate on top of the Ymir, but they don't really see any reason they would die just yet. First round of Flame Brands will go to the Gospel of John, and the mid will rotate forward as well. So far, 3 minutes in, they're starting to already leverage that pressure, both with PvE and the PvP.
Rough start for the junglers. Dual lane for single bind though. They are ready to go in, Cherio. looks like they were able to confirm their own buff at the very least. So while single bind are able to, keep them out, they're not able to take anything too important. Dodgy is a different story.
Trouble here with the piercing moonlight. No level 5 difference here for Lairs, and that's why you see them going down to the grave. Mosswall has the ultimate, but not really much value from it at the moment. 3 kills in 3 minutes for Gospel.
I mean, I've been talking about it, yammering. Porsche 911 GT3 RS has a killer start for Tsukiyomi, who is a character that loves scaling towards the late game. Being able to get the ball rolling so early and getting active and involved like they are before we have something like Trance, before we even have something like Book of Thought, is going to put single bind in a, pardon my pun, a bit of a bind here, where now you have to reevaluate where you're putting pressure on the map. You see this Medusa and this Scylla having crazy good clear, being able to farm pretty well because you clear waves super fast, you're able to go do whatever you want. I'd love to see Lairs just come over there and soak for a little bit, right? The water's fine. Go and try to pick up a kill if you can.
Well, might try to pick it up instead on top of the Tsukiyomi. They eat the stun early, though, to ensure the rest of the CEC can't keep them ensnared for too long. 1,000 cuts, and here comes the dual lane. Petrifying Gaze is the response, but so far the Porsche able to get away. The monster will not be lurking under their bed tonight. Instead, you can exercise some demons right now. Mordred's present as well. Dota Doug gets gobbled up by Globe, and Aurora has to use that Sentinel just to escape. The Jolt might not let them, but the Rolling Thunder does not find the Mez. Imbued arrows maybe could be the key. Good Noxious Fume stun, and Globe finishes off at one more for a double kill. Gospel of John add 3 to the total and a Gold Fury into their coffers.
What wonderful timing there, especially from John rowing to show up right in the nick of time to be able to clean that fight up. I love it when a solo laner gets involved and earns the Gospel of John their first Gold Fury of the game. Right on time, too. It's only been up for about 40 seconds. Single bind, the onus was on them to try to make a play, to make something happen. But Gospel of John dual lane, because they're being so pressured out by the other dual lane from single bind, you know where they're standing constantly? Near their tower.
Yeah.
Right next to where the fight was happening. It was a short rotation over from Cherry and Kaveka to be able to intervene. And now this dual lane has got 3 assists each under their belt. Whatever trouble they were experiencing initially, now they've got some fight back to be able to say, hey, we don't got to take it from you anymore. We've got some extra gold, some extra experience under our belts. Now we can just chill. Go and do what you want to do, right? I'm not worried about it.
I want to throw some more glaze on Awake's way for eating that chain. Oftentimes, I feel like when people are chained up by the Palo, they try to resist. You struggle, you thrash, but they just instantly walked in, eat the stun, and then that gives them all the freedom to walk away. And they knew their team was coming, so that's really good communication. That's really good synergy. That's a really good response. Now 6 minutes and a kill for each one. The fact that you try to shut down the Tsukiyomi, but instead just empowered the dual lane, that feels rough for single bind. So what do they do now? Is dual lane still the play, or just wait and watch?
You do have this mid pad coming up. You could put your foot down here if you wanted to, but I don't think any play that you make is going to go the way you wanted to. Moswell's taking a lot of poke from Agni. Look at Gospel of John. Just kind of on the hunt. This Nuwa is going to get away, but level 7 layers on this Dodgy. It's just really hard to play the game when your jungler is so far behind.
Well, let's see if we can try to put the solo up ahead. Rema and Kami are present. Cherio arrives a bit too late to the scene, so John rowing is dead, and single bind finally on the board. That being said, don't underestimate the Frost Giant. They do quite a bit of damage. So does the Tsukiyomi. Kasari Gam and the Dark Moon Shuriken will finish the job, and now here comes the Powwow. It's a 2v1. You might not have expected it to be a handicap match. Frozen in place and freezes the game. That's the power of Ymir.
Well,
they buffed him.
That's
the aspect.
No, yeah, I didn't know he could do that. It's Scepter of Dominion in real life. We Scepter of Dominion somebody's computer. Yeah, so everybody freeze.
Yeah. Yeah.
But no, it's a really, really good start so far from Team Kaveka. Just playing the map really, really well. I like the way that they're moving around. I love the rotations, especially Wake on this Tsukiyomi. So often I see Tsukiyomis kind of take the back seat for a little bit until they're like, okay, I got my power spikes. Okay, I'm ready to play the game. I'm ready to have it. Wake's like, yeah, I got a Lucerne Hammer. Let's play ball. right?
Where's Will?
Yeah, I gotta transcendence. Watch this drive. Like, he's just ready to run it down.
Oh boy, those stacks. Lairs does escape, which is good. They were beneath that tower, so I don't really think the pause affected that too much. Another round of Flame Brands does go the way of the Gospel of John. And this time, Lairs, I don't know if you can escape, buddy. I think you might have pushed your luck. Quick, pause the game! Ah, too late. Cherry gets the kill.
Oswald is not going to take some poke in turn. This poor Nua, she gets outranged by an Agni. She gets jumped on by a Tsukiyomi. She gets walled off by an Emir. So Moswell's fighting an uphill battle. Lairs is fighting an uphill battle. And Gospel of John are happy to sit and scale for as long as they please. Also, Donut Doug, he gets a poke. He's okay. I really want to call attention to John Rowing's build too. Prophetic Cloak saw some changes recently, where you only need 15 stacks of Fizz and Magical, so it takes less to actually get it online. So it makes it an actually pretty worthwhile pickup for this Mordred who really wants to be brawling and rotating as much as they do.
Wall a bit off the mark. That might guarantee Aurora's life, but hold on. Solid freeze. Chario is starting to get wrapped around by 3. Does find refuge underneath the tower, and here comes Tsukiyomi. Low health bar there for Lairs, and they'll fall beneath the enhanced auto. Rampage for Wake, and moving just like a race car, running down any fox that's in their way. Roadkill in the mid lane.
That's tough. That is tough. Luckily, Gospel of John can't go swoop away a Gold Fury. Well, pause. Guess what? Back up. Right. No one's really in a position to make that happen yet. Okathoth is around the corner for Porsche 911 GT3 RS. Now, you gotta get some more gold for it, D'Lo. Pick up a snack.
Donut Doug. Sure. Snakeskin booties along the way. Does match my skin after all, but the Aegis will eat through that piercing moonlight. Doesn't have Kasari Gama, so there's no more AoE, but they'll still finish the kill before Aurora finds the shutdown. Not who you wanted it on, but at least you're glad they're dead. Now a monster going to try to get a bit of additional damage on top of Kaiveka. The Jolt won't allow it.
Anything to stop this jungler from farming as much as they are. Already players behind 3 levels or so makes any fight that they want to take just tumultuous, just very, very dangerous and scary. Whereas the Gospel of John knows that this Dodgy is not a threat. Aurora doesn't have ultimate to stop this Gold Fury, but they're going to give it their best college try.
They got a crush at the very least, but
Oh,
college crushes,
my
you know
how
that.
far.
You know how college crushes work out. Not very well. Roar, Phantom Shell, Sentinel away. Donut Doug's present. The Acid Spray was a good attempt, but Kaiveka grabs it. The Gospel. The wall is up, but it's a half-hearted attempt at best. They're satisfied with the OBJ.
Looks like Dodgy is going to try to take a bite out of John Rowing in the solo lane side, but Mordred ultimate, CC immune, like I
See
mentioned
ya.
before. Yeah, I'm out of here. You think that Porsche's got a top speed? You haven't seen nothing on me. Hop in the Cadillac. We're going back to base.
11 minutes. 2-10. Gospel of Jean now start to bat a pretty decent gold lead. 3k their way and 2 pips as well, though Globe's got to be careful. Sentinel to sick him off the mark. You know the Emir's waiting in the bushes. Everybody freeze, but it's just a roar. Not too much poke there to speak of just yet. So I do want to go back to that play. Donut Doug had an amazing Aegis there to force all there was from Porsche. So as long as you're able to try to just keep that relic in pocket, you're generally safe from a lot of what this Tsukiyomi can do. The issue is Globe's starting to hit hard. You have John Rowing, who once they make rotations, they're going to be swinging for big. So it's not just one character who's going to be making you force out that relic.
It is, it's that Aegis bead split that you have to stress out about, where Medusa is going to be using her ultimate to deal with Mordred ult, and Aegis to deal with Suki ult, but then Cherio's got the walls to keep her locked in. There are not enough relics in the world. And Aurora doesn't really have room in the Scylla aspect build to pick up that Talisman of Purification that I do feel would help a lot in mitigating the heavy CC from John.
Aurora pops the ultimate. Puts the fear of God into Globe, but able to back out pretty easily. Now they have nothing to secure these Orties. It will be taken down in favor, I believe, of the Gospel of John. But the damage on top of Globe and Cherio cannot be underestimated. Stun on top of Aurora. They Sentinel over to the way of Cherio, but already the Frost Giant's starting to lumber out. So everyone gets out nice and safe.
Aurora on the Scylla aspect is a large reason why the Gospel of John has to tread carefully through single binds, jungle, and through neutral spaces. This Scylla, all she needs is a conduit gem and a Yogi, suddenly we're online. And Aurora is a player that can pretty consistently hit the roots. Very, very scary CC to get nailed with, especially when single bind has a lot of follow-up damage that can occur after the fact, right? If Moswell gets a combo off on you, ouch. You know, if Layers is able to connect on top of you, owie, right? But, yeah, like that.
Owie!
Ow.
Globe is narrowly able to evade the crush, but Mosswall does not have the ultimate. Credit to Mosswall, though. On this new wall, we talked about how they're kind of a lurking duck. Said it's a roar. It's being plucked apart by this piercing moonlight. Now, in fact, Mosswall could find themselves in a spot of bother. They are able to wind around the wall back to safety. But back to what we're saying, credit to Mosswall for staying alive. Credit to Gaveka for being dead. Donut Doug grabs a solo Dolo. And the Powwow could result in the end here of the Tsukiyomi as well. 1,000 cuts forces the bleed, but ultimately a bit too high. Metal not dented from those scratches. In fact, Lair is going to eat the majority of that damage in response. A killing spree from Globe.
It is unfortunate. Our jungler is just level 11. That is the way that the news goes.
Correct.
And Agni's got their Soul Reaver online, the Evil Eye, and a Chronos Pendant, so we are just ripping a ton of damage. It's very, very hard to step up. I like the gumption from Single Bind. I like the threatening presence. You have to stay... Like, you have to keep yourself in a mindset. You can be like, yeah, I'm going to get you, but you also have to be realistic. You know, you can't go for anything too crazy. Gospel of John confirmed that Pyromancer, and while Aurora can try to give chase here, D'Lo, a large part of what Single Bind wants to do is just duck their heads and make it to the late game. I mean, just look at the gold.
I'm seeing some hopes, though. I think where Mikami's kept up pretty remarkably well. In fact, they're ahead in levels, which is incredibly impressive. Donut Doug just took a tower after getting the solo Dolo off against the Ishtar. So there's definitely some shining hopes here for Single Bind to get out of this rut.
Yeah, and I'm with you, but Morgan Le Fay is going to win lane. And it's something you have to keep in the back of your mind. Morgan Le Fay with Aspect is a lane merchant. Winning lane is what she's going to do. John Rowing's win con against this Morgan Le Fay, if we're not able to outright beat her down, we are simply just trying to stay tied so that when it comes time to rotate to a team fight, we stay very impactful. And John Rowing is pretty ahead of the rest of Single Bind. Notably, we're on par with mid, we're ahead of the jungler, maybe we're a little bit behind that ADC, but that doesn't really matter, because we're just trying to connect in there and live through some of the damage. As long as we can live after we ult, that's cool. WinCon fulfilled. My, 7-1 jungler is going to carry the game for me. I'm not stressed about it.
Aurora eats the stun, but is able to set them away from the rest of the damage. Wolfberry is back up. One more kill would mean it surely goes the way of Gospel of John. Nuwa ult ensures her safety and puts a bit of a dent in the health bars of Gospel. The Powwow comes through, and the pause out once again. Ymir Aspect, baby.
Boomba. Just, it's just what he brings to the table, right?
What can I say?
It's like, all right, well, hey, everybody. I won't do it again, but stare right in the camera. All right, my camera's in a different spot than yours. It's the it's that what's that song? It's like badoo-doo.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking. Yes, exactly. Me and my unarmed build.
Yeah.
Better watch out.
Better watch out.
Wow.
Better not cry.
Better not
Better not pout. Oh.
Telling you why.
But the question becomes why. Single Bind.
Oh.
Oh, the king of transitions, they call me. But I feel like this game is not unplayable for Single Bind. Like you said, Dila, Morgan Le Fay is keeping up with the Mordred, or rather, Mordred is trying to keep up with the Morgan Le Fay. Medusa's pretty big. I just worry that Gospel of John just turning on top of Donut Dog, and then
You
it's
want to turn on
really
top of this
scary.
Gold Fury? Ramakami does grab for Single Bind. That was audacious, I gotta say, but they will still make up with despite the contestation. Roar tries to secure, and Gospel of John will deny it. Now the Mordred will ensure support could very well die, but the Blaze of Retribution just a hair too late. Don't find the cripple. And that means Aurora will, at the very least for now, find some space. John Rowing, though, does not want to let it go. A Severing Strike slams him down into the ground. Zanaga in trade for a Gold Fury, but a kill goes the way of John.
Honestly, single bind, being able to split the map like that is beneficial to them. Ultimately, the Gospel of John walk away with more. But at the very least, when you're single blind, you get a gold free pip. Now you're getting out of the base a little bit faster, 50%, which, you know, sounds small. It feels like it's not that impactful until you start playing with it and you realize that the other team is just getting out of base faster than you can. It feels really, really bad. So now we're able to match that at the very least. Means we're able to get back to lane faster. We can get back to farm faster. We're not missing as many waves. Now we just got to take that and keep playing for the next few minutes or so, right? What are we doing in the next 3 minutes if you're single bind?
Killing Kaiveka. Yeah, they did that. Donut Doug has been really solid here in leveraging this pressure. Now look at them, maybe threatening to take down this tier 2. Ymir might have to go back home to their roots. I don't think they're going to be able to come back to anything but dust and bones as the tier 2 gets pulled down and break by bread.
Destroyed a left enemy tower.
Prince of nothing at all. Donut Doug clears out that left-hand side. Now, what's the next move for single bind? Your Medusa has pushed out their lane effectively all the way to the Phoenix. Is it time to start grouping up and team fighting? I wouldn't hate it, honestly. If you just want to start deathballing and looking at something like a Pyromancer or just, you know, 4-man rotating on top of a Mordred or anybody else, like, ideally we have to find a way to kill Wake. We gotta kill the Porsche. Car's gotta get taken to the scrapyard.
It's definitely easier said than done. Mosswall pinned between the wall. Quick, suck in your breath, maybe you can squeeze in. I will say, single bind. It looks dire if you look at the kill board, 4-13, but the gold lead is Bubkis, 2K the way of Gospel of John. Excellent job by single bind to work their way out of this rut. Sad part is, that car is coming for you, buddy, and Mosswall is going to be fender-bendered on back to the fountain. Porsche, once more, runs them down.
Insurance is not going to cover that, by the way. That is all out of pocket for Mosswall, so you just gotta dig deep into the pockets and hope that maybe you can buff that one out. Gospel of John have been keeping the pressure on pretty well so far. Porsche is level 17. Titan's Bane is around the corner. Every time single bind tries to stand back up, Gospel of John just kicks them in the ribs while they're down, which is what you have to do. If you let single bind get back into the game, you put yourself in a position where you very well just could lose, right? I mean, Donut Dog is looking pretty solid out there. This Medusa can rip a ton of damage, and once Remakami starts rotating out of lane, she's able to be kind of a live forever, get in your face, I'm annoying and do a lot of damage, embrace the Burning Shroud, Morgan Le Fame. So Gospel of John, and we talk about what does single bind need to do within the next 3 minutes. Gospel of John could very well just start deathballing like I said single bind could. Group up, go do something. What are they going to do? Stop you? Your jungler's level 18. Your mid's level 17. Plus, we have penetration online for both of these characters. Totem of Death hits an entire team, which means everybody gets to be effective. Maybe even if you do that, you take some heat off of Kaiveka and let them get that last bit of farm that they're looking for. So I would just love to see some action. Gold Fury's popping up. Ymir's in the spot. Let's get lit.
Oh. Well, Remakami, no ultimate. Stalling for time in that pursuit of the weak. Remakami has to know that Sukiya was on the way, but they're standing far away enough from the beams of moonlight to stay safe. Aurora and Daji try to heed the call, but the tier 1 will be cost nonetheless. Aurora now can try to stall for time, but instead decides to take their aggressions out on this pillar. Donut Dog pinned in place, and a great blink after the lacerate was blocked. Some solid utility taken off there by the Ymir.
Good moves so far throughout the map, but Donut Dog is sticking around. They could look for a 1v1 in Kaiveka, but they don't know that they're on the gold camp. Medusa, the king of ADC 1v1s. If she connects Lacerate with Viper Shot.
Oh, the lacerate's a bit off the mark. A great jolt as well in response, but the new wall will equalize the damage. This is trouble now. Slowed down. One last auto will finish the job. No help is on the way. Donut Doug will have their way. Kaiveka goes down, and the Medusa's on a killing spree.
So many things went wrong in that engagement, but the end result panned out for Donut Dog. This Medusa can rip a ton of damage. Like I said, king of 1v1 ADCs. Land the Lacerate, you hit Viper Shots, you're going to be doing a whole bunch of damage. And look at the build. Learning Bow, you've got Avenging Blades, so we're shredding prots, we got a bunch of confirmed damage even off of the Lacerate. So, I would really love to see Donut Dog join the rest of the team soon, so we can really just start, lack of a better phrase, forcing the issue.
Your left tower
forcing this Tsukiyomi to invest quite a bit now. They might be getting baited. Time lock Aegis, and guess who's on the way back? Lacerate's off the mark, but the Viper shot is all you need. Donut Doug is getting fed up. First to hit level 20 in the game.
Which is fairly impressive considering the amount of kills that Porsche has underneath their belt. Just goes to show that those jungle camp changes really did hit the junglers where their farm is just not as strong as it used to be. Gospel of John, though, not ready to give up anything, though. Pyro, very low.
To just grab it. The Gospel of John will take it. The ice wall blocks for Mikami's escape, but the only way out is forward instead. Cherio's low, where Mikami's stunned. Pops the thorns. But the Hydonemian Lion won't be doing too much other than looking all fancy. Loeb huddled beneath their tower. He's going to have to give up that tier 1, buddy. It's on his last legs, and now it's a pile of rubble.
Look at all the positioning, though. Donut Doug is completely separated from the rest of the team, playing that right side flank, whereas Gospel of John are just going to start running it up mid.
Who really is the jungler? It might just be this Medusa. That's trouble, though, because poverty roll after all. That means you're dead, bankrupt of health. Veka finds the shutdown at Gospel of John. Even beneath the new wall, don't seem dissuaded. Dragonflight pushes back the Ishtar, but an amazing double freeze. No pause to save ya. Remakami's dead alongside Mosswall, and Lairs is going to follow them into the afterlife. Aurora's the sole survivor, but maybe not for much longer if John Rowing has their way. Run away, Scylla!
Oh, there she goes. Slip, slide through. Oh, unfortunate. I'm a monster. I'm in a coffin, right? Double kill for John Rowing. Fire Giant will be the answer of the Gospel of John. Man, Donut Doug was just off to the side and kind of away from the team. You can't play next to walls when you're playing versus an Ymir. Cherio threw that wall up and pincered that Medusa in there. She had nowhere to go. And keep in mind, too, who's got the shells for single bind?
Yes!
The Morgan the Fae and the Scylla who are on the other side of the lane. Help
you gotta
them.
stick with them.
Stand next to them, please. You need them and they need you. Teamwork or die. We chose death.
24 minutes, FG on all 5 now, the Gospel of John. 20 kills their way, 8k as well. Donut Doug, though, not to be dissuaded, begins to look for this Ancient Fury. And single bind. The rest of them can rally around. That's a really solid play here if they can rip it quickly enough. But it is a bit empowered after all. Agni, slow to the punch. Yellow Flare comes out, but I don't know if they wanted to be able to do anything about it. Aurora secures it, not only granting that debuff to the left side Phoenix, but denying it to Gospel of John's power play.
Thank goodness, too. Gospel of John already having FG. That mid-bird would have been exposed, so they could have started walking it down and kind of eating their way from the inside out. Really got to hand it to Donut Doug. Gospel of John have to chew through quite a bit of food in order to get to the tasty center of that Tootsie Pop that is the Titan. T1 in the left side still up at 25 minutes of the game is impressive. Donut Doug has been on a heater this game, right? 4-3-1. The slash line isn't telling you much of a story. 11k damage isn't telling you much of a story, but the fact that they hit level 20 first and they have been such a threat that Gospel of John are forced to look at this Medusa tells you enough. It tells you that this Medusa is a threat, and it is our key to victory here for single bind.
Stun eaten there by Mikami. A-okay. Roar. You know, a monster, maybe just try to get enough damage to dissuade, and doing a solid job of it. Takes a chunk out of Tsukiyomi's thigh. But now with that done, any more bark and bite? We'll find out as Gospel of John posture for the Phoenix Siege.
Everybody has ultimates for Gospel of John. We're waiting for like a Ymir wall or some kind of engage here, but cripples from Aurora are going to keep single bind in a good spot. Gospel of John can't get a way in. Keep your eyes on Cherio. They want to start the fight.
Petrifying gaze on top of Cherio. Vegas forced off Tsukiyomi. Here comes Pursue the Weak, but who's the target? No, we're just trying to leave instead. Lairs had pal-out them in place, and Aurora has to Phantom Shell and dash back to safety. A lot of respect once again being shown. These teams know that off one fight, everything could go wrong.
It looks like Gospel of John are going to have a way in, but they did catch Donut Doug!
They blinked out! They're somehow safe on a sliver, and Aegis is going to be what's enough alongside that blink. Every relic used peerlessly. I'm a Monster's back, but It's not doing all that much in terms of damage. Definitely not dissuading them from the bird. The Nuwa ult comes up and Lairs goes down to John Rowing's blades. The dagger reset was successful. Kaiveka's safe. Globe's not. Mosswall finds the shutdown. A Cersei Sex Zone from Aurora to buy a bit more space. End of the day, Gospel of John lose one, but they got what they came for.
Left side Phoenix burned away. We never win the game off that first FG push, but had that fight gone any kind of sour, it would have been a really solid push in for the Gospel of John. Nothing really big up on the map yet, D'Lo. I mean, Pyromancer is free eats at this point with FG left 40 seconds. Really, we're just trying to get some vision out on that FG pit and start setting up for the next big push. Probably got a lot of gold in hand too, I'd wager, to be able to finish up some items here. Globe especially is getting that Ob Shard on top of their Totem of Death, so Remakami and Aurora are two players that are playing characters that aren't really frontline tanks per se, right? Like Morgan the Fey likes to get in the mix, but not so much Aurora. Are gonna get poked out and shredded down once we get that pen going.
Pyromancer unleashed. Respect once again to Aurora, knowing what this Scylla support can do alongside Remakami. Will be leashed once more. The Dragonfly pushes them back. All the utility out of Morgan Le Fay is gone. But Kami's now here to play.
Your team has
Rush from Aurora will steal it away. Solid work there, but they can't pick up the bomb. And the wall stalls there and disengaged. And now it's going to go right back into the Shards of Ice. Blaze of Retribution. Still no one's dead. Aurora somehow able to escape. Remakami's got the Thorns up and the Wind Sprite out. Single bind, make away with Highway Robbery. Remakami may be counting their chickens before they've hatched. Now the rest of Gospel of John wants revenge. Remakami's not going to give it to you. Everyone backs safe and sound.
20 seconds till FG is up and everybody needs to reset, but notably off that engagement, Cherio and Kaveka use their ultimate, so we won't have it right away for this next dance. There is a small moment of opportunity where Single Bind could try to force something near this FG pit while they have the ult economy advantage. But a lot of what Single Bind have to do is hang out near this left side. Lairs just getting their farm on. 0, 8, and 2. I do not blame them. Just trying to get to that full build. I like that you're just keeping your jungler over there to clear those fire minion waves. Lairs has not been able to accomplish too much because of the difficulties of the comp that they're playing into. So giving them the chance to breathe, reset mental, get your gold on, get your pen, some extra damage. Skagox is there for Lairs. Looks like we're not ready to build anything else, so now maybe we're in a bit of a better position from our jungler to do what we want to do, right? We have people that can force beads, have people that can keep options limited. Lairs gets in there, jumps on the ult, Donut Dog and Mosswall rip a bunch of damage. Just gotta make it happen.
Yeah, I wonder if almost the role of that Palo becomes a bit different when you're in this position of the game. Maybe you try to look to disrupt more than be the primary engagement. Pursue the weak and some poke on Aurora. Looking for the backline, looking for that new Wa. It will not be found. The fire shards for the response. Link in.
Link.
And going instantly be paid back. Aurora's the first to fall, but it could be trouble for John Rowing. A dash through the chaos. Able to somehow escape. Lairs, though, will ensure they find their end. Donut Dug and Remakami are shortly after, paid in like fashion. A blink on forward from the Tsukiyomi. But we do have Marshmallow friends to back him up. A time lock Aegis to respond. Lairs is down to the back line. But at the very least, Wake is still alive. Gospel of John have 4 members left to whittle away at the FG.
I mean, won't be much of a whittle. Kaveka's here. If you ever wanted one player to take down an objective, it would need to be the ADC. I can't believe John Rowing lived for as long as they did, D'Lo. Did you see that too? Like 0 health, walk through 3 people, just like, oh, sorry, just gotta get right through you there, bud. My bad. Just gotta squeeze right by you. Gotta squeeze right past you there. Bye. You have a nice day now.
The most polite Mordred.
When Single Bind's like, oh, he's so polite. Yeah, have a good day, Wait a minute. And Lairs is like,
hey!
I need to get on the board. Finds the kill.
Man.
Our Dodgy is there. Shoutouts. But at what cost, right? Gospel of John find that FG. Even though John Rowing doesn't have it, doesn't really matter. And with this Ancient Gold Fury in tow, mid and left bird are going to be a lot squishier. So when Single Bind have to defend these Phoenixes, it's going to be a lot harder than it was before. Gospel of John walked away with the left side bird on their last push when they were in this scenario. Now they might be able to walk away with a little bit more than we did before.
Let's talk about the siege that's incoming, because his left bird is certainly going to be looked at. Mid bird probably as well, both exposed to the Ancient Fury's curse. And I feel like single bind don't have the worst siege defense comp. What should it look like? What's the ideal defensive fight?
So you do have a lot of zoning tools with the Roar and with Moswall specifically. Be able to say, hey, you can't walk here, you can't be here, Crush, Root, Fog from Nuwa. And when people get a little bit too close, that's where Remikami and Moswall again come in to say, hey, stun you, knock you up, keep you away. Donut Doug should be able to follow up with a lot of damage, and Layers can pop ultimate underneath the Phoenix if everybody's corralled in there. Because the general understanding is that if we're using our engagement tools, we shouldn't have too much in the way of tools to be able to respond to powwow. So the hope is that you scoop people in and get a bunch of damage on afterwards.
Scoops. Evaded. Good blink there, but Donut Doug's the cost. That being said, Mordred is isolated in the back line. I don't know if Donut Doug goes down for it. In fact, that blink ensures they stay safe as well. Left side bird was burned away in the meantime. The rest of Gospel of John's quite healthy. They got it once again what they came for. They'll leave out the doors. Look how polite they are. They close it even behind them and everything. But Midbird's up next.
They were not born and raised in a barn. That's good to know for Gospel of John. But they are very greedy. They're going to go for more.
Aurora has the Aegis. Petrifying Case doesn't find too much. A blink out from Suki after the Piercing Moonlight in. The Powwow finds really solid value for Layers. They're still full health. They can look for more, but who's low enough to go for it? It's only John rowing. That's not an appealing target. Donut Doug certainly is. Kaiveka finds the killing spree, and Moswall has to retreat alongside Aurora. Midbird's gone, and the next kill very well could be the end.
John Rowing's very low and lacks the FG buff, whereas Single Bind have a bunch of full health targets.
Good stun. Let's get the kill, though, next. No, the Aegis denies them all opportunity. This Porsche is looking to run right to the finish line. Layers goes down, courtesy of an arrow from Kaiveka. And Ymir's on the front lines. Eats some solid damage from Shining Metal, but not enough, and now Moswall has no util. Titan still stands at full health, but the fireways will be pouring in surely, soon enough. Dragon's Flight forces them back, but the damage is on through. A good freeze, a great Aegis as well, keeps Gospel of John alive and preaching. And now it's a song of death and destruction. Single Bind knocked out, Gospel of John ascend to Grands.
I mean, this was off the back of Wake for the Gospel of John. That Tsukiyomi got active early, they got active frequently. Like, they went to the pit stop, got tires changed, went back onto the track. I know Porsches don't race in NASCAR, just follow me. But you really have to hand it to the Tsukiyomi. And the rest of the team of Gospel of John were able to keep up with that aggression that Wake was putting out there. Every time Wake wanted to go in, the rest of the team was like, all right, go, let's get in there. Let's get that. I'm not scared. Whereas Single Bind, Layers never got to play the game. Not even once. They had one good ultimate at the end. And for the rest of it, just kind of felt like they weren't really present in the way that they needed to be. Aurora was playing really crazily well, like they typically do on the Silipik. Donut Doug was looking really solid. We just didn't really get a chance to see too much from the rest of the team. Porsche 911 GT3 RS turned all of it down.
Stocks in that car model going to go way, way up in Smite fans, at the very least. But I do want to, once again, throw some appreciation to the losing team here. Single Bind, like you said, Donut Doug. And Aurora, I think, had a really solid game there, but unfortunately, the side lanes can't win it all. 5v5, teamwork or die. And if not all 5 are online, it just becomes that much more difficult. I did think that Layers, with that ultimate underneath Phoenix, actually had a really solid look to try to get a bit more of that util. Instead of looking for the 100-0 burst, they recognized their role was that more of a CC bot at that point. But the issue is, they didn't ask for a CC bot when they drafted Yadaji. They asked for a killer.
Yeah, Donut Doug was a killer, though. The way that they handled Kaiveka in the 1v1s in dual lane was looking really solid for a while. I mean, even at 22 minutes, Kaiveka's 0-3. Just didn't really get a chance to get activated. But the difference here is that the rest of the Gospel of John was getting activated. Look at the Tsukiyomi damage. Just goes in and goes crazy.
Yeah. Can we also give a little shout out to this Ymir? Some of these engagements were just wall. That's the engage. It's wall and I walk up to you.
Literally.
And what do you do about it? Combat pause? Nah, there's only so many you have left before Chittens gets angry, so you better watch out. That being said, they didn't have enough responses to it, because of what you mentioned as well. If you're going to have a Ymir wall slotted up against you, you best damn make sure you're next to your Phantom Shell bearers, and that's not always the case.
Yeah, the positioning was just not quite where we wanted it to be in that moment. But I will tell you what, I'm right there with you when it comes to talking about how well Cherio was doing this game. Soaked up a bunch of damage, but also deathless. I don't think Cherio died this game.
Yuck!
Which, I mean, for Cherio is kind of crazy, right?
That's so true.
Yeah, he didn't die at all. And it's so funny because Cherio in my head is a player that will ram their head against the wall constantly. They will die like 8-9 times in a game and then just win the game for their team somehow. When you're in a game where Cherio hasn't even died, you could definitely see the writing on the wall.
Next therapist session's definitely going to be about this. And he didn't even die once, man. It was Cherio. Therapist is like, oof, that's rough. They're watching back the VOD right now. But I do still think there's some good things for Single Bind to look back at. They did take last week's Grands after all in the circuit, so still a team that you guys should keep your eye out for. Sadly, though, as far as this bracket goes, they're booted out.
We'll get a chance to see Single Bind next week, more than likely. But as far as for what we have today, there is a little bit more, actually, to come at for you. So don't be afraid. Don't be scared. We're going to be right back. So go do what you got to do. We're going to do what we got to do. You're going to watch some ads. Stay put.
Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime, where the plays are always premium, the peak, the pinnacle. It's grand finals coming up next, baby, so it's best of 3 for me and you and Musy, who's also in the booth here with me. I'm D'Lo, of course. Right? Crazy. You got our almighty eyes in the sky.
Too much?
Tess and Solstice, keep the prod lights on that cam. Steady Jithin's behind that curtain as well. And what are these players even playing for Musy? Why are we here? What's the reason?
I mean, $7,000 is 7,000 reasons to get in on the Smite Prime action. Top teams are gonna duke it out next week for the finals, and for this finals we got right now is all about, you know, get those bragging rights in there and secure your spot for the last bit. But what about something for the folks back home, D'Lo? We got more than just gameplay.
Secure your Horus tumbler today, baby. Look at that. We also got some other pretty cool art. I mean, you guys saw, like, the art that the Smite community outputs is genuinely so sick. I really like that Artia one. Really cute, really chibi. But there's also some just amazing products being put out here by regular old folks like you and me. So make sure you buy something for yourself today. Bracket coming at you in just a second so we can take a look at how we got up here and who's going to come up next. We did just witness Single Bind take a fall to the Gospel of John as they make their crusade across this Week 3 circuit. Overtime going to be slotted up against the Musy. It's the classical story we've seen before. Can they be taken down? We saw it last week. Maybe we'll see it again.
Well, there are going to be some extra rules this go around because finals is a best of 3. In a best of 3, D'Lo, it's different from best of 1. We have vault bans. Once a god is played, they are locked away inside the vault and cannot be picked by either team for the rest of the set. Long and the short of it here, D'Lo, as I'm sure you know and I know, but for those of you out there that maybe don't know, you're going to be put into the know when I tell you what I know and what you'll know soon. Basically, once you pick a character, you can't pick it again for the rest of the set.
Oh, no.
So this means that when Thor gets popped in, no more Thor, right? No more Thor at all. So drafting becomes pretty dicey, especially in game 3 scenarios where you're reaching to the bottom of what you got in order to bring it out on deck.
As someone who plays only 3 gods in this like entire game, even moderately well, my sleep paralysis demon is the vault ban screen. Like that, there's nothing worse than that, man. It's terrifying, but it does make these drafts really interesting.
True. I mean, it shows off what we have here in Smite 2 in terms of team compositions and just characters and getting their time to shine. Matchups become incredibly important. And even, just sandbagging a couple of picks so that you don't have to see it again for the rest of the way. Banning certain picks to protect it for your game 2 to have it then, right? So it's a lot of mind games. It's a lot more involved when it comes to drafting just because you know that you're rocking limited ammunition that you got in the tank there. So very excited to see what gets valued by who and when in this best of 3 game, which I'm hoping we get to 3, D'Lo. I mean, overtime is clocked in reincarnate. I mean that in a literal sense. And the gospel, I mean, that's just, that's God.
Word up.
Let's go to picks and bans.
Word up to John, my boy.
Yo, word up to John. What's up, John? Big
What do you
fan.
think the communion is like at the Church of the Gospel of John? Mountain Dew and
Drink from this
what?
half chalice.
Yeah! Well,
we've been put in the timeout corner.
you got put in the vault. I saw things in the vault, guys. All the gods are there. They're all there.
Whoa! Mordred has been banned twice. Do these stats include today?
I think it's
Production?
yeah, right. Yeah.
Do they? So,
Yeah.
including the ban right now, Mordred has been banned twice overall. Oh, it doesn't count this game. Okay, sorry. I just had to double check that. So this is the 3rd time Mordred has been banned in like the past 2 months.
Yes.
Why are we banning Mordred?
John Rowing.
What happened?
Like
John Rowing.
John Rowing.
You know what? He's just good on it. It's just chill. It's the John
Yes.
Rowing pick. Type.
Understandably so.
That's pretty good.
They're doing
Now
the
we
same
get to
thing
see
against
John Rowing
Premier.
Bacchus, right? So
Yeah.
overtime is just like target banning really hard right now. They saw what Gospel of John was playing in the last game, and they're just like, no, let's ban Tsukiyomi. No, oh, we're gonna ban the Agni. That was the other thing that they were playing
Yeah,
too.
dude.
So, I mean, hey, I guess when you're okay with playing into anything and everything, you might as well just ban the stuff that you know the other team wants to play because it's their comfort picks. So, overtime's draft mentality here is you guys don't get to have fun. We're going to have all the fun instead. Thank you.
And you guys don't get to have momentum. You don't get to play the same gods you were operating on before. We can't look into the past to see what overtime's composition was last time, but allowing the enemy team the luxury of playing where they feel comfortable is something you really can't afford, especially if you don't want them to get momentum going into game 1. Cerberus being picked up here for overtime. I know you talked about how this god's on their way out, but they still have a lot to offer.
Yeah, we're kind of putting their foot in the door, it feels like a little bit here, because we are putting a lot of emphasis on this Cerberus. And I'm starting to think that maybe the changes in that patch did not affect this character as much as we may have initially thought, right? What does Cerberus still bring to the table, D'Lo? A ton of damage, a way to burn beads, like, even though we're not levitating per se, like, you still force the CC immunity, you still got some good mobility, pairs well with that Suki Newt combo.
Huh, okay. Dive and thrive, as well as a lot of safety between that Newt's ability to just go into the Skyfall and keep out of the nonsense. Do a good job of stalling out when there's a Thor lurking in the skies as well. That being said, what's left? What else am I afraid of? I mean, the Medusa's still up. We saw her being pretty highly prioritized in terms of those ADCs. Charon as well was banned around last game and can do just as much damage, if not more, than any backliner you've seen this side of Smite 2. Ishtar is going to be their buddy in crime.
I mean, Kaveka on this Ishtar didn't really have a lights-out game in the one we just saw, but hello. Pause on that. What are you doing over there? Izanami Anthony was talking about Izanami earlier today, where
Yes.
Zapman was playing a lot of it before, and especially because of the changes that she saw in the patch, where she just kind of got some quality of life changes. Everything feels better with the character. I'm really interested to see, where this Izanami fits into everything. To see her in a game 1 of a best of 3 scenario, very, very curious, especially because picks like On Her are still out there, right? Medusa is still available. I'm mostly thinking about On Her because Jingwei's banned away. And especially, the Ho Yi's banned too. So we just targeted so much that now we're falling back on the Iza.
Gospel of John cannot line up because Izanami autos, Convergence autos from Newt, Piercing Moonlight from Tsukiyomi, Life Tap from the RDO. There's a lot of abilities that will take advantage of you if you try to, be a good class of kindergartners and just follow the line leader. You will get absolutely pieced up. So Gospel of John, in a sense, kind of have to make sure they're spread out to avoid the maximization of overtime's damage, and they can do so pretty effectively. Charon's got a very wide berth they cover, of course, with that Stun and Sticks. Ishtar, same story with those Blades of Retribution, and Achilles covers quite a large cone with the Shield Bash.
Yeah, even think of the Ishtar autos when they change it into a widespread auto attack cone. This Iza pick isn't being picked because she's stealthy and she's sneaky. It's being picked because she has crazy 1v1 potential with her autos. She pops the sickles where it transfers from the boomerang type autos to just normal, Smite 2 ADC auto attacks, but she gets increased attack speed, she gets increased damage on top of them. I mean, we're looking at things like a lot of proc damage from this Izanami 2, expect a Braggies, a Tearfing. You can even look at something like a Chin's Blade if you really wanted to. Just a bunch of, hey, when I hit you with an auto, something happens, right? And she is really, really very good at shredding away objectives. Towers are not going to be living too long when they're around her. I think anybody who's played ranked ever has experienced split push Izanami, and it is just the worst to play against. So knowing that Hydrogen is on this pick makes me a little scared, right? Because now when I go to play more ranked, everybody's going to be playing Izanami, and my life's going to be terrible. So thank you, Hydrogen, for that. I appreciate that.
I'm concerned because Cerberus Ultimate, alongside Newt Ultimate, all things that converge the enemy for the convergence autos of Newt, and even without the Sickle Storm, those autos from Izanami go through everyone. There is tons of AoE setup and tons of AoE damage to come, but you have to wait just a little bit longer to see it. Game 1 of Grand Finals after a short little break. Hello, everyone. Welcome on back to Smite Prime. Please, still premium, still at the peak, still at the pinnacle. Getting ready for game 1 coming at us in just a second. We saw 5 gods on each side. We have 10 amazing players. Musi by my side. Musi, given a look at what those compositions are going to be, who do you think has the edge? Why?
Boy, I mean, that overtime comp has a piece of seasoning that I'm eyeing most electively. I am dying to know where the Izanami fits in this, right? Like, I'm really curious to know how she fits. Because I really do genuinely feel like you can do the same thing with that comp, but with, like, an on her, right? So why Iza? And I'm just kind of I can't wait to get my eyes on it. It's kind of the long and the short of that. I do feel like on the other side of the river, though, we do have a really solid composition. Very good at fighting, very good at brawling, kind of getting into the mix there. Charon, Disco has a lot of CC. Thor is able to get in there and make it happen. So I think both teams kind of got what they wanted from this so far. Nothing really sticks out to me as like, wow, this looks really, really bad, right? I'm really just kind of curious about this Izanami. Like, that is generally where my eyes are going to be staring at most of the game today.
We'll see how it all ends up panning out in just a moment here. Over time, like we said, last time they reached that grand finals, and they did lose to single bind in what was a pretty solid showing from both sides. It was a really intense series, if I recall correctly. I was present there after all. And we're present here on the field of battle now. We're going to hop into game 1 and see if it's going to be the same old story. Have overtime met their match. Gospel of John here with the holy word. And also, lots of damage and experience behind them. We're on the scene.
When the Smite 2 Prime game comes out sizzling. Oh yeah. So, John Rowing is going to be Thor solo, which means we do get Achilles jungle with the aspect. Now,
okay,
I like this. I like this quite a bit. This Achilles is able to deal a ton of damage, but also what's even better about it is the fact that as long as you can avoid the Kusarigama from the Tsukiyomi, dude, this Achilles just owns that guy really hard. Like, you stick on him with the dash, you have a ton of really good clear because of the aspect. It does extra damage on the dash to jungle monsters. You get your dash reset off of jungle monsters, so... especially when you have that Lucerne Hammer in pocket, Wake, Porsche 911 GT3 RS is going to just rip through this jungle and be ready for an early fight around either oracles or the mid camp. Especially when you have this Discordia too, I think she does pretty well early on. I mean, Newt's got really good clear, but if Disco hits a Strife, that's just kind of cooked, right? It's GG. So, eyes on there. I do see a familiar start for both of these ADCs, and you have that arrow, as well as Axe. I'm thinking it's a Bragi's first. Hydrogen. It's either Bragi's or a Tearfing, just to get some on hit here. I'd be surprised to see anything else, but maybe I'm just living in the cheese world full of pizza cheese, and there's some actual genuine cuisine that Hydrogen is cooking up here, a little bit more than something from a can.
Hopefully no one on Gospel of John is lactose intolerant. They do have some Aegises, not tolerant of the damage the Tsukiyomi can output here. That does put this Disco potentially in a bit of a bind. She does have CC immunity, of course, in that ultimate. Is that enough to go around? We'll find out. I want to throw a little bit of attention to the fact that Overtime have a lot of channels, and the Gospel of John have a lot of means of interrupting those channels. I think of Ghastly Breath. I think of the Life Tap from the Ardio. I think of Kasari Gama from Tegvir. And instant output silence here from the Charon, stuns from Thor and Achilles. There's a lot of means to stop their roll.
Yeah, it does feel like Gospel of Johns have a lot of on-demand CC, that you like to call it, Delo. And notably, too, a lot of characters that maybe don't enjoy playing around a Thor wall. Tsukiyomi and Ardio especially do not enjoy it. Solo lane, too, by the way. Karmic and John Roy getting very low as they duke it out over there. When it comes to who has the leg up over each other in that solo, I do feel Ardio is going to be pretty strong into Thor just by sheer fact that she has like 4, 5 abilities and Thor has like 3.
Whoa, we're seeing a lot of abilities be put onto the force.
Okay.
Finally sent to the scrapyard. Benny Q do what single bind don't. First blood for overtime.
Man, and here I was thinking that Porsche was going to have a really good fight around that 2v2. Unfortunately, it was not a 2v2. Porsche zig and Globe zagged. Tagveer and Benny Q home in on the car and impound it. It's going to be a really solid start here for Tagveer, who is a veritable monster on just about anything that you put them on. Also worth noting that Porsche opted for the Blink to start, not an Aegis, not a Bead, so very risky. High risk, high reward. If you're able to cross the distance with that Blink, you get a bunch of damage off, but if you get caught out like they did, there's not a good answer to it. So that means over time, we're going to walk away with the first blood, early initial progress, and it was Benny Q that got the kill. And I feel like that's a player that knows how to play with their lead really well. So you can expect some pretty solid rotations from Benny Q to every neutral farm on the mid side.
Karmic is present on this right side. Or rather, sorry, Porsche is, and Karmic did not fall for the bait. But the Tsukiyomi's responded to that pressure. Tagveer is now present as well. No level 5 difference anywhere except for the mid lane so far. And speaking of, we can see how that battle goes. Skyfall is used. Some decent damage applied. John Rowing. Beat that tier 1. The reason why we're establishing so much pressure on this right side is those flame brands just spawned up. The meteor off the mark. Benny Q. Maybe in a bit of trouble. Junglers won't be on a wave for a little bit longer, but both able to stay safe for now.
Yeah, Globe wanted to give chase there, waiting for the cooldowns to come up, but Benny Q's little short dash there was able to get them to safety, and a little panache on the fadeaway too, just some extra damage. So Benny Q gonna be feeling pretty okay. He's even feeling better.
Whoa, Piercing Moonlight, level 5 difference there, and the Kasarigama finishes a job. Porsche had already used that stun, so there's no means to interrupt it. Excellent work there by the Tsukiyomi.
Level 5 already, making use of it. Keep in mind, Porsche does not have Aegis or Beads. They get hit by literally anything, and they're going to have a rough time. So, 2 deaths down so early in the game. Now we're thinking to ourselves, well, at least our Achilles will always be relevant because they have an execute on their ultimate. But for overtime, to have your jungler and your mid laner already establishing a pretty harsh presence on the map, it's going to put Gospel John in a really tough spot. So you got to think to yourself, well, if you're down your mid, if you're down in your jungle, where are you looking to survive? I personally always like to look towards dual lane. I think Cherry and Kaveka play really well together. They are into this Izanami pick, who doesn't have the best mobility in the world. You can kind of track where she goes in her dash. And so that is kind of skin dependent. There is a skin that lets you just follow it, by the way. When I remember what it is,
Nice.
I will tell the admins. But what I like about what Cherry and Kaveka can do is they can put a lot of pressure on this Iza just by staying on top of her and kind of forcing her to dash away and then chase after her with your Charon. Because it's not a well and true like jump. You like go underground for a little bit, pop up on the other side. Good opportunity there to maybe get her.
If the beads are forced out as well as good means of taking her out, since we have a silence and then a cripple on the ultimate. But speaking of cripple on the ultimate, Discordia, Skyfall in response. What a great summon sticks, but Benny Q's still not dead, and now the Piercing Moonlight. Turns have been tabled. A blinking from the Achilles, but an instant root, and all that damage gets turned back overhead. Reversal on reversal. Tagveer finds the kill, and Benny Q wards off the Ferryman. Overtime, get 3.
I mean, Warrior Zax be damned. That Achilles takes a ton of damage. They don't have their armor on or anything like that. They just soak it all in. Yeah, not something that you want to tango with. And of course, Tagveer shows up right in the nick of time to be able to say, oh, cool, piece of candy, right? Like, oh, I'm going to eat that. Yum, yum. Okay, bro.
Oh, no. That's so rough.
Right.
Globe gets absolutely eviscerated by the Soul Expulsion and the Summoned Sticks. Dude, have you not learned your lesson on already? Tagveer comes in as well just to really add insult to injury, and Wake once more nearly finds the big sleep. 0-3, 6 minutes in. Does not feel good for this Achilles.
So Hydrogen is opting for Devos right away. So we're not cheesing it. There's a little bit, it's a little bit more of a subtle taste, right? Typically, it looks like these ADCs on Izanami, if they're going to go the Devos route, you're looking at something like a Lernian Bow or Bracer of the Abyss is good for Izanami because she does have int scaling. Just like a little bit, I think it's attached to like the slow of the 2, so like the more int you have, the better the slow is, or something silly like that.
Nice.
The alt also has some int scaling. You're looking at that, but beyond that, it's kind of business as normal when you go the Devos route. Learning Bow, Titan's Bane. You get a combat Blink, you're playing Smite too. Kind of have to if you're a squishy. So this does mean that she's going to scale pretty well towards the later parts of the game. Have a really good power spike. Devos just lets you fight for so long and gives you so much strength.
Speaking of the blinks, man, the fact that this is not a combat blink is really going to make life hell for Wake. The one time they use it, instantly they're paid back with the death. That's not what you want. You want to bring the death, not eat them. Mid-pad opens up. Benny Q and Happen can pretty easily hold this. The rocks, of course, also restore the health, though Ferryman tries to pick up a few for their troubles. On the left side, you did see an attempt from Wake to get some pressure off on top of the Iza. Succeeds, but kill does not. And Happen now, bit poked out, has to back on off, though the rock total is in favor of overtime for now. We'll see if it stays that way in the long run.
You have Thor coming up from behind. Look at John rowing. Looking for their off-angle in here. They have ultimate, but...
Dashing right into the waters. Benny-Q wants to get it over with. The Skyfall comes through the cripple as well. Nowhere for Cherio to go, but to the heavens. Benny-Q will send him there. Solid kill for overtime.
John rowing looked for a wham, but just couldn't quite find it. And Karmic matches the rotation just to keep this Thor honest. And now Cherio is going to have their chance to fall down. Very, very hard to stay competitive in mid lane, especially these mid 3v3s when your jungler is just not going to be present for it. Daybreak Gavel. On God. For real.
On God?
That's kind of hype,
On John?
right? So when he heals himself off his second ability, his next ability gets something like, oh my gosh, this is like 40 strength or something silly like that. It's a lot. Get up there pretty quickly. But also adaptive, so they're getting some really solid stats from that as well. So I wonder if we're gonna go like a tankier Achilles. Because there is health on there.
Ooh, Paralyzing Spin does not find the stun. They're lucky for that. Silence finds the mark though, and now your luck seems to have run out. All in the sky, Blades Retribution, not gonna catch it anyone. Cherio instead is gonna be found out. Forced out back to the fountain. Solid engage there. Some really good ultimates there from Hydrogen.
Able to find their way in. Giant silence circle. Very annoying to play into. Very annoying to play against. Now overtime, get to take a look at that gold free. Remember what I said before, that Izanami does a ton of damage to objectives. It definitely helps when the rest of your team is around the corner. Overtime find their first gold free of the game. And it is looking pretty good for them so far. Gospel of John's late game plan. I'll be honest, I don't know if I'm a fan. I really feel like
John
overtime's
rolls.
team scales better into late game.
Armic? This could be trouble for the bear. Let's see if they go down. No, just barely able to escape beneath that tower. John Rowing did have ultimate, could have
barely.
decided to let it rip, but nice. 10 minutes. Time for me to do my job, Musey. You know, stand
My
aside.
bad.
6-0. Overtime.
Oh,
4K. That's all I got.
some poke thrown onto Benny Q. Just to let him know the Cherio's around, and very, very threatening. Thank you, Cherio. You're very scary.
Ooh,
Well-
Benny Q might be scary as well, but it's trouble.
Your right tower
Decent damage
is under
applied. Benny
attack.
Q makes sure to conserve that dash properly. Fights are on the Flame Brands as well. Tigers by themselves, but fighting with the strength of 3 men. And the Bears backing them up if they decide to make the rotation. They won't. So we'll have to see that small OBJ over to Gospel of John. But curiosity remains. How do they get back into this game when their Achilles is on the back heel?
So, Achilles is on that back heel, on the bad heel, if you will. And
Ayo.
I do feel like they're doing an okay job at the very least keeping up. They're only a level down at this point. You can still do Achilles things. You just have to find somebody that you can kill. I'm going to be so real. I feel like maybe we can kill Karmic, right?
Okay.
Let's just go dogpile the bear real quick. Uh-oh.
Well, instead, we're dogpiling the mid lane once more.
Oh, that's not
Distorted,
bad at
barely
all.
able to escape.
Oh,
A really
that's really
solid
good.
Hysteria, the Golden Apple as well, but it's not enough damage to finish off the kill. Benny Q does
Oh.
not seem dissuaded. And again, this Achilles, so easily murderable.
Oh.
Watch, Piercing Moonlight and Benny Q combined to once again disassemble the auto. Let's see if the Ferryman fares any better. No horsepower, still same result. Benny Q with the double kill.
Good lord. And that was such a solid fight there, too, from Gospel. John Rowan getting in, getting active on the bear, but doesn't really lead to too much. Unfortunate there.
Up.
Ah!
Phantom Shell and Karmic's okay for now.
I love solo lane. But that was one of those moments where if Gospel of John had another, like, 2,000 gold on their team, they win that fight. TBH. That looked so good for them for a bit there.
Oh, big damage. Looking pretty good for Hydrogen.
Oh,
The
that's
fadeaway right through the Blades of Retribution. That was pretty sick, Hydrogen. Unfortunately, doesn't net you a kill, but I'm rooting for you. Nice work.
Dagger of Frenzy right after
Is under attack.
the Devos for Hydrogen. So he's proper. Oh, caught the back.
Nice blink there. And now they could be in trouble. The Jolt to catch on up, but unfortunately, Kaiveka wasn't in the best position. Imbued arrow. One last to the back.
Ooh.
Kaiveka's a sniper from 3-point. Half court. Swish.
Nothing but net.
Ow.
Benny Q falls as well. And Globe all around the world. It's coming up here for the Gospel of John. They listened to the good word, and now their carries are getting some much needed gold.
Your middle tower is
Thank
under attack.
goodness, right?
Yeah.
What a solid couple of autos there from Kaveka. That's GOAT. Don't even forget about how that goes. But now that you've got some of that underneath your belt, now that you're kind of making yourself competitive once again, the real place where we need to start showing up is going to be that Moonlight Queen Naga. When it spawns, you can check that sundial there. It is around the corner. And you have to ask yourself, are we strong enough to actually contest it? Definitely could take a look at it. Soul Reaver's online for Globe. I do feel it would take a rotation from Kaveka in order to hard win a fight. And if you do that, you sacrifice a lot in the left lane because the whole time Hydrogen's holding left click on towers.
Kaiveka's going in against Hydrogen as Thor goes to the sky and gets the hell on out. Same story for Hydrogen, who's licking their wounds. They'll stay alive for now.
Your
Mid
right
lane seeing a
tower
bit of
is
pressure,
under
but not
attack.
overall too much. Ain't really too much to fight over. Production, there's one item that I'm seeing that I want you to take a guess. What item am I looking at here? Come on, Solstice. Let's see what you got. Guess.
Oh, I know. I see it now. Oh,
Come on, Solstice.
There it is.
Come on,
See it.
Solstice.
Oh,
It's right there, baby.
Kaboom!
We see it right there. Amazing. Scepter Dominion's going to be able to just catch out Benny Q. Unfortunately, some of it sticks. Doesn't do too much afterwards, but sure looked cool, huh?
Look at that poke.
Nice and cooler. Takedown
Apple?
happen. Brings the golden apple right back to Benny Q. Ow, that hurt. Skyfall comes out. But no real targets to look at. You pull back in Globe, sure, but there's not much follow-up to speak of. Even with Tsukiyomi lurking on the corner, Ardio's made their presence as well. But underneath that tier 1, not much you can do about it. But man, Scepter of Dominion, love it.
And, you know, the thing about that fight, too, Gospel of John didn't necessarily lose anybody on the clapback either. They were able to get aggressive, play their fight, and then leave when it didn't, you know, resolve in a way that is beneficial to them. You know, like, they didn't find any kills, but they were able to step away. Now, trying to step in. Rotation from John, rowing from solo is fairly interesting here. It means that we want to take a look at the Gold Fury Delo, and Gospel of John need this Gold Fury. They have to get it.
They don't have the Skyfall for Benny Q, which would be a really solid means to secure, but the Piercing Moonlight's still up, so I am concerned.
Destroyed a right
See if they
enemy
can grab it. Fury dropped down to about a quarter. The Yellow Flare is up, and so is the Thor. And that means Happens out. Slow Explosion's down. The Golden Apple does solid damage to Hydrogen, but not all the way too much.
Oh, no.
Fury's still being ripped away, and
Oh.
who will take it? It's going to go the way of Tegfear in
No.
overtime instead, but Happen will fall nonetheless. Scepter of Dominion freezes one, forces out the beads from the Izanami. So much value extracted from Gospel of John.
What happened? That Gold Fury sat with 64 health for what felt like a million years. Time has never felt so slow. Gospel of John needed that Gold Fury Delo. They needed that. And to have it taken away, yeah, you kill Happen, but ugh, that's tough.
Bears trying to make up for it, but I don't think they can do too much about it. Especially with Summon Sticks. Gonna just make you fear the day. You tried to disengage. Karmic. Gonna be able to survive, but Naga Queen is
Not
gonna be
again.
stolen. Gospel of John are not able to secure it overtime. Are grabbing everything and more. This is a highway robbery. And I think we're looking for the Achilles next to put him inside our sack and make off for the hills. Tegveer has decent damage. Karmic is going to go down to Globe's hands, so at the very least, there's something for your troubles, but man, wouldn't that 5% buff have felt nice?
There's no secure for our Gospel of John team. I fear we don't really have anything to be like, and here's our big burst of damage at the end. Cherio's dead,
And
right?
you're
Cool.
dead.
Anyways, so while Overtime has a crazy amount of burn, they don't really have Confirm either. You could make the argument of Izanami ultimate, but I'd rather she just stay autoing, TBH. I'm so upset, man. Like, to lose back-to-back objectives like that. That, if you, like, look at the gold charts, it's gonna go like, okay, it's not that bad for Gospel of John. It's not that bad. It could be worse. It got a little bit worse. Oh, it's terrible. Oh, okay. Yikes. Like,
Yep.
we gotta... I don't know how you fix that, aside from maybe committing to a fight afterwards, or just simply finish hitting the objective. It just feels very unlucky, to be honest.
Yeah. There's no other way around it, man. Sometimes you flip the burger, sometimes it goes heads, sometimes it goes tails. You're making a gamble, and you gotta kind of accept that the casino is always the one that
Pickle
wins.
side up, man.
18 minutes, 9-4. Overtime, now Bear about a 6K gold lead their way. It's not the worst thing in the world, but the Gospel of John. Churches got to run on donations, baby. Where are you getting those funds from?
We're gonna have to take it by force at this point. But
Crusade!
It's gonna be tough to do because, you know, Overtime just has such a solid lead, and they have a solid lead in all the right places. What I mean by that is that our jungler has a bunch of gold. Uh-oh. Hello.
Well, trying to acquire some funds now, but it's being interrupted by this invade from Overtime. 4 members versus 4. It's a fight that Overtime can stand to take. Not one they stand too much to gain from, though, with Fire Giant looming in the back. All 5 gathered up there, while Thor on the right side split pushes down.
Ow! Ow!
NEQ takes down the tier 1 and goes up into the sky. Scepter Dominion was burned away and some solid damage done. In the meantime, Happen gores down Wake in the right side jungle. Man advantage now firmly to Overtime, but at the very least Thor does get this tier 2, but Overtime, they're looking at grander things. That FG on the mark.
And John Rowing does have to back. They can't contest that FG. The rest of the Gospel of John is too low to step up. Which means that this FG is just going to get shredded away. Hydrogen's level 18. Baba Booey, right? There it goes. Karmic is just having a grand old time in this audio pick fighting in the backline too. All the leads are in the right places, D-Lo. My mid laner is huge. My jungler is massive. My ADC is level 18, right? We have 2 crit items and a Dagger of Frenzy. Bomba. Every piece of damage from Overtime is in the lead right now. So all the leads are where you need them to be in order to force problems across the map. Burn away objectives. Steal away objectives. Take down tanks that usually stall for time. The Gospel of John is living in a borrowed clock, and it's ticking down towards the end unless they can find a way to stop the hands of time from moving on. And at this point, the only way that you can really make that happen is dig your heels into the dirt and hope that Overtime get a little bit overzealous. It is your turn to try to steal an objective. It is your turn to split the map constantly. Wherever Overtime is, you are not. And when they try to go for your birds, you stand 10 toes down and you pray to John that they will deliver unto you a miracle.
Gold Fury goes down 3rd-1 for Overtime. Instead of splitting for the Pyromancer, they gather up inside the jungle bush to hope for an ambush. I don't know if that works out any better, but we'll find out. Instead, Overtime say, all right, you can take the Pyromancer. We'll happily look for it. Do they know where the enemy is coming from is the question. Ishtar is separated from the rest of the team, so even though she's got a good angle, not sure she's getting advantage. We're looking for the Dagger Bearer, and we find him with the Execute.
Nice.
Benecu's dead. Dagger now in Gospel's possession. Thor takes to the sky to try to find some respite. As John Rowan goes to the back line, forces off beads, but gets the stun nonetheless. Tegvir takes down Kaiveka. Chaos in the back as the Bear dashes for safety. Hydrogen denies it to Globe. Scepter Dominion freezes out too. But can we finish off the kills is the question. All their utilities gone. Now it's Karmic in the back line, walls off the mark. Thor's abandoning the chase and leaving Cherio to the dust. Overtime. A 1-for-3 trade. They're pleased with that.
Hydrogen just pumps a ridiculous amount of damage. Did you see the fact that Karmic walked by everybody with a sliver of health? John Rowing didn't even look at them. Now Overtime are just gonna run it down this mid lane. Honestly, if they get a few more picks in this siege, D-Lo, we could be looking at more than birds.
Tier 2s be damned. Mid-bird's gonna go down though first, and it does seem like Overtime don't want to overinvest. So they'll look for the structures instead. Musi, this feels almost like a biblical karmatic retribution punishment. I'm seeing the Layers experience now being experienced by Wake, who did it to him. He's like, oh, that's what it feels like to have a Tsukiyomi go 4-0 on my head top. Not great.
Yeah, very, very good jungler. Does a lot of damage. Gets stronger and stronger as the game progresses. Ay caramba. This poor Achilles just did not get a chance to get online, which is so weird. Wake was looking very, very strong in the last game that we were watching, but in this one, this doesn't feel like they can be at the right place at the right time. Overtime, though, it feels like no matter what they do, they succeed. Even if they were to screw something up, they're just failing upwards. Like,
yeah,
it just pans out. That fight around the Pyro Pit, D'Lo, that looks so good for Gospel of John. Like, you're asking for a miracle, you almost found it. But Hydrogen held left click. Unfortunately, my Izanami is pumping crazy damage. Like, how do you even turn that around, right?
Yeah. John Rung, I need you to turn these health chalices into 3k pots, please. No, they're just going to turn around instead with the ultimate and escape from Hydrogen, who once again, pumping crazy numbies. Tegvir, though, stands at the top, and for good reason. The Tsukiyomi's been a threat. It's a hallmark god of the player. Great Stygian Torment forces Wake once again back into the Layers blender. They have 40 seconds to chat with their former opponent, now comrade in arms in the afterlife, as the tier 2 gets whittled away.
Have some time to make this push, and ultimates are up for Tegvir and Benikyu specifically.
Blink! No time left. Cherio's already down, but Benikyu drops down the Skyfall right after a great pull. Blade's Retribution, not enough. Only Karmic falls his cost. And John Rowing's now dead too. Your god is done. You're now having nothing left in the tank, save for this Titan. And I don't think Globe's got enough with no ultimate to defend it. Hydrogen frozen in place, but Globe can't keep the focus going since all their util had been used just for that. One last bit of madness. At the end of the day, Hydrogen could be in trouble. Unruly Magic finishes the job, but the Flame Minions can carry it on. Benikyu, one sliver away from death, and they'll go down to Titan's hands. Can Cerberus finish the job? Yes, is the answer. Overtime. Nearly run out their clock, but they will take game one.
Globe put on a defense of a lifetime, just barely not enough to be able to hold off the forces of overtime. Ay. That was ridiculous. So, I think I've seen enough evidence today. Let's take a look at the Tsukiyomi character. Huh? Let's put this underneath the magnifying glass. I think it's time. Because last game they looked really good. This game they're looking really good. Like, obviously, these characters are in the hands of good pilots, but these pilots are flying one fast ship. Like, we are Newman, getting a ton of damage off. Here's the first kill of the game. We zig, and we're supposed to zag. Benikyu.
Oh, this fight, man.
Able to just barely get away. Look at Tegvir from below. Here comes ultimate. Pew, 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 pew. Bomp.
They didn't even get the damage off the Piercing Moonlight. It's really off that meteor. Like, the Newt was honestly doing so much as well. Benikyu baiting with their life beautifully, and then completely turning the tables there with those roots. Dives into the water, says, listen, man, it's feeling a bit hot in here. I'm trying to cool off. Not quite sure if that feels refreshing, but the kill certainly does. Nice work to Benikyu.
Benikyu was on a roll today, Tegvir as well, and then when Hydrogen was able to join fights, it looked really, really solid. Also, I mean, it's usually we don't pay too much attention to tanks because tanks aren't usually the people that show up in the kill feed, but Karmic and Happen were really just creating a bunch of space for the rest of their damage carries to be able to operate in the way that they did. Notably, like, this Achilles never had a chance to play the game. Everything that Cherio tried to do didn't really pan out the way they wanted to. John Rowing had some great initiations, but still not able to get to the tender part of the meat. Overtime was able to keep their damage online for a long time. Look at this gold for pull. It was the Thor wall that screwed it over. Oh no.
Unfortunate to say the least.
Oh my
Naga
gosh.
going their way was just insult to injury, man. Benikyu.
I got tilted. Like, I can't imagine how it felt.
Well, it doesn't feel good to be Joven once more. Benikyu just and then is able to bail themselves out. It's a good Blade's Retribution from Kaiveka, but they didn't have a performance once again on this Ishtar that really made them fearsome enough that we had to respect it all that much. Hydrogen's a different story, and it was a great attempt from Globe, as you said, to hold off the invading forces, but at the end of the day, the Byzantine Empire must fall.
Down they go. But it's just game 1, D'Lo, right? Like, there's still some more to go, and we still have a lot of really solid picks left in the pool to be able to take one way or the other. Also, Karmic's build, as like a side note, very interesting. When was the last time I saw a Triton's Conch?
It's been a while.
It's been a minute. In a minute, I'm gonna need a sentimental Triton's Conch. Conch me up. Karmic. Nice stuff. Strength and int, really good for the character. Just don't get a chance to see it too often, but pairs well with the blue stone, I feel, so I don't really hate to see that.
All hail the Magic Conch. And all hail Overtime. Once again, trying to regain their position as the overlords of Smite Prime. They've experienced some new kind of variables with the new composition, but BennyQ slotted in beautifully today, and if they can keep up that chemistry, no reason why we shouldn't see another 3 years of overtime dominance. Bow down now to your new gods. Or maybe not. Is that heresy? Only one way to find out is with Game 2, guys, so stick around. More Smite Prime after this. Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime, where the plays are always premium and potentially reaching their end here. Game 2 Grand Finals coming up overtime on match point, and the Gospel of John might end up being excommunicated. D-Lo here in the booth, joined by Musi right by my side. Almighty Eyes in the sky, Solstice and Test, keep the broadlights on that cam steady, and Jithin's behind that curtain. Musi, what's going on?
Well, I'll tell you what's going on. We got vault bans going on. Let's check it out.
What?
We saw the gods played in the game from game 1. They cannot be played again for the rest of the set, D-Lo. They're going to be locked away inside the vault. So the Tsukiyomi that was dealing ridiculous amounts of damage, the Newt that was absolutely farming, the Iza that was shredding, no mas. No more. They're in the vault, and there they shall stay. So that means that we're going to have to take a look at entirely new rosters for our game 2 and reach just a little bit further into the God pool.
And there's still plenty of good stuff left on the table. I don't think we really get into the kookiness until it comes to game 3. So, B's and B's coming at you here. Again, folks, those bans do remain available. So if you want to see those picks gone, if you want that Agni Ymir duo alongside, who was it they banned away alongside it? One more god from Gospel of John's pool, the Mordred. If you want those three gone,
Mordred, yeah,
you got to keep banning them. So I'm curious if overtime stick to that, because now that Gospel of John is first pick, they could very well get a really solid just meta staple as a consequence.
I wouldn't hate to see the same bans repeated if you're overtime, to be honest. I mean, you shoved Gospel of John onto picks that they should feel comfortable on. They still weren't able to eke out a win. Now we're in a game 2 scenario where you're kind of starting to reach down into what you got below, and you're banning away 3 of those players like go-to picks. That's not bad at all. Already with the Mordred ban, I would not be surprised to see it not be a repeat.
Yep, Gospel of John, more like Gospel of James. They'll ban that one away alongside the Ymir. Front line, done. Decimated. What options are left? Because I imagine over time, probably sticking to it. Hoi Yi banned away from Gospel of John. What do Gospel of John turn to, then, to make sure their front line is still threatening?
Well,
Bracken?
trying to think of what you can get. Yeah, I like the Cabrakan here. I think that's pretty solid. Mages are still kind of good. The Morgan Le Fay is something you can look at if you want like a lane bully or a lane merchant. Would it be the worst pickup in the world? The question is, does John Rowing play it? Notably, not as much Anubis these days, so probably not going to see anything like that. Oh,
nice.
We're going straight for the jungle. Okay.
Well, there's a reason, Musi. They're taking this from Tegvir. They've got the Achilles gone in the vault.
Yes.
They're taking away the Tsukiyomi, because that's also in the vault. So, what does that leave Tegvir? This is oftentimes, I feel like, a big test for Tegvir. These top 3 gods are what I always associate. Susano, and then on the Suk, and then on the Achilles. What do you have left? Can you still perform? That's the question Gospel of John are asking. Overtime answer, Yamoja, Cupid.
Here's the problem with top picking your Susano, though, is that you tell over time that you're picking Susano, right?
Yes.
Yamoja and Cupid play very well into this character. Giant
Cripples.
cripple field. You have the walls that pop up and make it very hard to engage and stay in the mix when there's so many things that can interrupt. This Pele pick, I am a big fan of the Pele pick here. Very solid lane bully. Fits well into John Rowing's playstyle. You just wants to get in the mix and get active. Pele is a pick that could absolutely make that happen because they just have so much sustain and a whole bunch of damage. So I like seeing that here for Gospel of John. Overtime, though, will still have access to other strong solo laners. The Cabrakan, like you mentioned before, I think still has a lot of potential. Jormungandr is still out there if Karmic wants to fall back onto that. There's just a lot to be had. Atlas can be picked, but I'm pretty sure Atlas Aspect isn't even in the game right now. So it's just a normal old Atlas to be had here.
Benny Q's like, gulp. Didn't see that tweet. My bad, everyone.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, Baron Samity I really like from Gospel of John is one of the emoji counters, can operate very well even under pressure from Rivers of Buke. I know that it doesn't seem like it because you're saying, well, D-Lo, he's got no dash, he's got no jump. How does he even get out of the waves? Doesn't even matter. The dude just says, stay a while. He wants to stay a while as well and can really easily out pressure her ability to disengage with Riptides because that coffin can suck you back in. He also immunes the slows from that bouncing bubble. Not too shabby. Nemesis, more slows to immune as well. Scylla and on her. The response from Gospel of John. Now I've got some questions. I've also struck with my chin.
So, is Cherry playing Scylla or is Cherry playing Baron Samedi? Is what I'm wondering. And I'm not sold on Baron or Scylla mid. I don't think Scylla mid is in the best spot right now. She just cannot use the same builds that the other mid laners are using to pump crazy amounts of damage. So, to me, this means that Cherry's going to be rocking Scylla in support. Globe has the Baron Samedi in the mid, which, that's fine, I believe, into this overtime comp. I think Nemesis can kind of stick to him a little bit, but because Baron has a root, a heal he can throw at his feet to be able to give himself, a lot of movement speed, slow immunity, he should be able to keep away from the Nemesis if she decides to get a little bit too close. But Anubis, I think, does pretty well into Baron. Baron starts to ult you. You are Anubis. What do? You ult him instead, and probably kill him, because you do a lot of damage.
Yep.
Makes me a little nervous about overtime here. Now, granted, this could just be Atlas playing, or BennyQ playing Atlas mid, no aspect, and Karmic is playing Anubis solo. These things are equally likely, but I have seen BennyQ pull out the Anubis on occasion, so I do feel that overtime can very reliably call on that.
There's reason to be concerned. Anubis has been a character that we've seen really pop his head up above the rest of the crowd. It seems like a Mickey character. It is a Mickey character. You're right.
A little bit.
Totally right.
A little bit.
Just a little. And alongside the Cupid, there's tons of CC. Not on demand quite from the Cupid, nonetheless, but the cripple field's all you need to demand. And honestly, once you demand that, Scylla, on her, Susano, screwed out of some very important disengages from their kit, screwed out of Susano's entire kit almost. So, if you're a Gospel of John, I'm going to say it again, we still haven't seen it. I'd consider a Talisman definitely get a Stampede.
Yeah, Stampede would be very good. Baron Samedi could use it to get themselves in and out of danger here. Scylla can absolutely have that in her build. She should have room for it. And it also enables your Pele and Truzano to be able to just hit the gas pedal a little bit harder and go straight towards the back line of overtime. And, Anubis is kind of hard to dive. He can just put a lot of damage on his feet. He's building lifesteal. So not only do we need something like a Stampede Dealer, we also need to be considering anti-heal in our build. Yep. Divine Ruin for this Baron, and something like a Brawler's Beatstick for a Pele to be able to constantly apply this anti-heal so that our Anubis doesn't get the full value. I think, too, they've also got Yamoja and Cupid as well. Even Nemesis to maybe to a little bit of a lesser degree. But the sustain is there for this overtime team. So we really need to respond in kind and make sure that we are trying to taper that down as much as possible.
Talking about the Nemesis as well, more slows that the Baron can immune, but also has that bubble. What's popping it? Wind Siphon's pretty solid. Wrap it up, not the best, but Sikkim, the Impale. There's means for us to do it, so I'm glad to see that as well. That being said, this Nem can abuse this Baron if that Consigned Spirits is down, if they don't have that slow immunity with them. Curtains. Just going to get absolutely double dashed and danced on. And it's also worth noting, you're talking about sustain from overtime, Gospel of John got a pretty good amount too, between Consigned Spirits on that Baron, as well as just Pele being Pele. You might need some of those Stygian Anchors yourself over time.
True, especially when I take down the Pele in particular. Baron Samedi likely won't be going aspect.
That's true.
So the healing is a little bit selfish from this Pele and from this Baron, but anything that keeps him in the game a little bit longer is inherently useful. So over time, also thinking to themselves, okay, how do we keep that in check? You know what I mean? In order to make sure that Gospel of John never get the footing. They are on the back foot right now. They have to win this game, and then they have to win the next game if they want to take the whole thing today. Overtime, do not have such reservations. They just got to finish this one to head out for the day. So there is a lot of pressure on Gospel of John to be the team to be the driving force behind a lot of the decisions in the game because they want to be the ones in control. They can't afford to be anything else. Whereas if Overtime is able to wrest control from the Gospel of John, if they're able to dictate the pace of the game in their own eyes, that's curtains for the day, right? Gospel of John doesn't really get a chance to come back from that.
Dude, I just realized one brilliant thing about Overtime's comp. It's a microwave. It's, or I guess a pressure cooker, or I guess a pot of boiling water. You put up River's Rebuke, you drop Fields of Love, and you start taking that gamma ray from Atlas. They are forced to hold all of that. If you don't have a Phantom Shell or a Stampede, you're at least getting some of your prots shredded. You've got to wander around that. You really need to make sure you have that relic in pocket for Gospel of John, or you are in so much trouble. There's just endless amounts of circles they can pour on top of you for overtime. If you're in that River's Rebuke for a fraction of a second, you're losing some of your life bar. Probably all of it.
It does mean that overtime's teamfight is pretty straightforward and easy to understand. Like you said, D'Lo, pop River's Rebuke, 3 giant circles to follow up, right?
Yuck.
Whereas Gospel of John is very single target focused, maybe with the exception of like Scylla Crush from a support, so it's like doing a little bit of damage. But
yeah.
Susano is able to get a big Typhoon as well. But Pele, Scylla, Baron, on her, we're looking at one person, we burst them down, then we gotta look at the next person, right? So our 1v1s with Gospel of John look pretty strong, but our team fight as a whole, I'm absolutely favoring overtime here, just on the premise that it's easier to execute. It's very hard to miss giant circles. If you're not missing abilities, it means you're hitting them. If you're hitting abilities, it means you're doing damage, and the more damage you do, the better it goes for you. Smite 2 is not Smite 1. A lot of surface level, easy to understand and Schumann analysis for you today, D'Lo. So
it's true though.
You're going to write
That's
that down
valuable to keep in mind. Well, at the very least, with those wise words, we could send ourselves off into game 2. Gospel of John, trying to find that reverse sweep. Overtime, trying to put them into the coffin that Baron pulls out. We'll see if they can do it. Musi D'Lo here behind the mics. Solstice, your almighty eye in the sky. 5 members marching down the jungle. Got to imagine that Gospel of John see this coming, but look at this. Globe on the Scylla mid.
Okay. So, we also have Atlas mid for Benny Q, and Karmic is rocking the solo Anubis. So things are a little shuffled from maybe what we expected. Scylla is in an interesting spot in mid lane. She does not use the Bluestone build. She's not spamming abilities or anything like that.
Ow!
Yeah. She doesn't do that right there. That's not what she does. What she does do, though, is get a big pop of damage. I think, if anything, Gospel of John now have some objective confirm, which
That's
is
true.
Much
Huge.
needed for the team. Like, thank the Lord. Thank John that we got it. But it just takes her so long to get online.
Level 1 invade. Denied by an Impale, actually. Kavika may be glad that it didn't find the wall stun. Instead, just some space. Dodges the Moonstrike. Happen's going to stick around, though. A bit long past their welcome. Finally, the autos from the Baron force them away. So, just more so time wasted. Gospel of John do a solid job of keeping cool, carrying on, and getting their farm.
But you can already tell that Overtime is seeking to put pressure on this Gospel of John team. It's just the small things, right? Oh, I'm sure that they're here at my level 1 purple. Great. Like, oh, wonderful, we're playing this game. So, this is what I mean when I say that Gospel of John have to be the ones to try to dictate the pace of the game versus Overtime, who is already asking questions. What are you gonna do about it, right? What are you gonna do to stop us? Are you still scared of us? Are you gonna let this go? The mental game starts so early for Overtime, and they're so good at playing them too.
Speed being argued over. Heart bombs applied. Chariot takes to the front lines. But it does go around Kavika's waist. Solid work. Glad they're not giving any quarter. Gospel of John. They might have lost that game 1 a bit handily, but by no means are they writing themselves off, nor should you. You're a team with some finesse. You're a team that deserves to be up here. You're a team that's got heart bomb. Those stuns are really annoying. Plum taking also quite a solid bit of poke here from the Nem.
Globe's looking pretty low, and an early beads popped away from Wake. Gonna leave the Susanoo all by himself.
The jet stream got blocked. What an amazing job by Tegvir to ensure there is no escape for Wake. Once again, starting off with that lead. You pick my god, you better play them well.
Yeah, that is an unfortunate start there, and a dasher from Hydrogen tells me that dual lane from Overtime is also feeling good. I mean, I suppose the logic and reasoning behind your Baron being in your support is that is like you know, the natural counter to Yamoja, the tech that Polar Bear Mike put the entire Smite community on. And it rings true. But I don't know. I worry that the Gospel of John's team is going to take a long time to get online. And already with Wake taking that early death means it's going to take even longer. And over time, when they know that they can take an inch, they will just start taking miles. They don't know what it means to slow down or to stop. They only know how to move forward as fast as possible. So
Yeah.
we're kind of in a position of like, okay, let's try to be a little bit choosier about our fights. Let's make sure that we're not giving up too much. We have a Pele in our solo lane. That's OP and broken. Let's rock with that. Can we show up for rocks? Karmic is playing broken OP Anubis. Down go rocks. Overtime. Find another small victory on the map, Dila.
This always just worries me. I think it's always been a very large passive perk of Clocked In. Their existence oftentimes baits their enemy to try to pick their gods away from them. That's what I think is sometimes the issue. Wake's operating on the Sasano. When I think of Wake, I don't think of Sasano. I definitely think of it for Tegveer. And Tegveer probably knows that. And Tegveer's probably okay with that pick being taken away from them, knowing that it's being done more so to deny them their comfort, rather than it being comfortable for the Gospel of John. And sometimes you want to march to the beat of your own drum, rather than the rhythm of your opponent. So you just got to hope that Wake's able to find their feet right back and get into this game quick.
I'm thinking about this Pele versus Anubis matchup, and you know what I just remembered? Anubis, displacement immune, and Plague of Locusts.
Oh, yikes, Clove. Ultimate gonna be dropped in exchange for ultimate. Benny Q abducts Scylla. That's gonna be an Amber Alert put out. But unfortunately, only the body can be found. That can kill for overtime.
Bottom of the ocean. Down they go. And Gospel of John find their get back.
Yes, nice work.
Yeah.
John Rowan combines Volcanic Lightning with that Typhoon. Takes down the Anubis pretty handily. So at the very least, we're getting something, trying to empower that Pele.
Fire tornado, or something to that effect. Now Tiger's moving to the left side, though.
Oh, trouble. Lurking in the waters. Phantom Shell. Does the Baron get out even in time? Nope. No life jacket. Cherio drowns beneath it as well. Joins Scylla. 7,000 leagues beneath the sea. One more kill for OT.
Unfortunate. And again, this Nemesis has a couple of kills in her pocket and is already putting that pedal to the metal. You know, Anubis might be the play. Might be the person to jump on if you're Gospel of John. Because in this patch, they did see a pretty significant nerf in my eyes.
God.
They're not getting as many protections from their passive, right? So when they pop that ultimate, they're not going to be as tanky to be able to live through any kind of dive or damage or anything like that. And you have to jump on the Anubis before they get their lifesteal online too. So, I don't hate it.
Oh no. Wake's fighting for their life in their own jungle. And Scylla's so low, she can't really do too much about it. Might lead to a 5-minute Gold Fury pull if you're audacious enough, but over time, definitely don't disrespect Gospel of John. They don't want to overplay their hand 5 minutes in. It's 3-1 in overtime's favor. About a 1,000 gold lead their way. Gospel of John need an answer back, and like we said, it might just be your god, your deity, John Rowing.
Jump on the Anubis, man. I mean, what's he gonna do? Dash away? Not so. If his ultimate isn't giving him the value that he wants, then that's kind of what I'm thinking. You gotta take it all the way back to basics. Kill the easiest guy that you can. Try to get farm off that. Take that to other parts of the map, right? Because we need Globe to farm for the rest of the game until we hit, you know, Obshard, Rada Tahuti, maybe a Spear of Desolation. The Scylla's going to be building builds that we have not seen in a schminute, because she just doesn't use Bluestone Soul Reaver as well. So, I like this invade here from the Pele. Can John Rowing get the best of it, though?
Sano arrives on the scene, instantly eats the Nemel. In trade, the laser show as well results in their end, and Wake goes for a 14-second nap. That's just unfortunate to see that despite the hard work wrought there by John Rowing, he couldn't get through the fight to fruition.
It's unfortunate. Barb Carver is online for the Susanoo, so we have our, you know, weave our autos in with our abilities, get some extra damage off. But Nemesis throws up the shield, and she just eats so much of that up that she doesn't really care about it too much. And again, Wake is just not able to farm at all. All of their camps are down as well. So they have to kill somebody. It's the only way.
Mid-pad being looked at here from overtime. And yeah, you look at that 2v2 over on the right side. Unless you have that Wind Siphon up and you're saving it for bubble, there's no way you're getting it off of Tagveer. Or I guess the Typhoon, but those are two things that you're liable to expend at the very beginning of the fight. If it goes any longer, Tagveer stands to have a hefty advantage. Mid-pad so far, advantage going the way of overtime. And Mind Forces of Globe and Cherry can't do too much about it. Trying to free the soul of the Atlas, but you're standing inside the Gamma Laser. All those ticks being eaten up, forces out a Phantom Shell. Nice work to OT.
They just eat up so much space, just by virtue of existing, right? Giant Gamma Laser, your Yamoja's in the area, so she's able to threaten her own ultimate. Karmic's dead.
Nice.
Wait, Karmic's dead. Nice. John Rowing went this Wyvern's armor too right away. So dampening whenever you hit somebody with an ability first.
Benny Q sticks to them with the jet stream, finishes them off with the Typhoon. Cherio steps up to try to make sure their jungler gets back with their spoils of war. They'll succeed. Nice job there to Wake to make sure they're down but not out.
And with that, Wake on the board. Now we're starting to wake up a little bit here. Now we can kind of get active, because the only person who's like super ahead on overtime, not even super ahead, it's Benny Q in this Atlas pick, and that's just virtue of the matchup, right? We got John Rowing, who's got a pretty solid lead over this Anubis. You definitely get some rotations in here. And keep the gold funneling into Porsche. Gotta keep this Susanoo on the up and up.
This is trouble. Stunned inside the Fields of Love. Keeper Chariot, like Gamma Ray, once again just pulverizes them, though Hydrogen has the last laugh. Susano steps back up, but I don't know about that play, buddy. Storm Kada gets them out. One more kill for overtime's bucket. And now they can look towards that objective, Gold Fury. Their Globe does have ultimate.
Does? Or does he go there?
No.
Probably not. I mean, you'll have Kaveka. W Kaveka? Steal gold?
W
Hey!
Kaiveka, let's go! Gospel of John, once again, karmatic retribution. Biblical tale of what goes around comes back around.
There you go. Lord, Lord John giveth. Lord John taketh away.
When John opens a window, he closes a door. Maybe he can close the book on these firebrands. Close the book of life on Karmic. Volcanic lightning goes in. The Aegis forced down on monsters off the mark, and they really needed that now for the light show, but the crush does enough. Globe takes down Karmic. Porsche making the wraparound and try to find a bit more. Solid ultimate from the Baron Samity, but the Gamma Ray in response is just so much with the Broad Shred. It's enough to force Gospel of John back. That's okay. They got the rocks, they got the kill too.
Now we're trying to get ourselves back online. Globe is stacking up their Book of Thoth and Evil Eye Manatome. It's not Soul Reaver. What are you building with that? Is that Archmage's gem? Am I crazy?
We're all a little bit crazy.
I'm gonna hold you. I haven't seen a Scylla in like so long. I'm kind of watching their build like, what are you doing? You know, like,
well, so far,
have you ever
they've
looked
pretty
at somebody
gosh
and
darn solid
wondered
job.
what's going
on in
inside
their
their head?
Inside out Scylla edition.
Necro Goated Con. Okay, so we're balling out, right? Holy Necronomicon in the big 2026. That's heat.
Okay, so what's the logic? Why is Globe going this little book?
Kaboom. That's why we're going that little book. The Librarian Globe, collecting them all on their little bookshelf. But as long as the Scylla is able to stay alive and take part in kills, you don't even need kills, you need assists too. You can get a lot of int, which helps her with that one-shot Scylla that we were very familiar with in Smite 1. So, it does come with a drawback. If you die, yeah, it's bleeding together a little bit here. But the drawback is that if Globe gets picked off after they get some stacks, the DPS of the Gospel of John team gets tanked. Pyro for
I think
John?
it's getting tanked right now. Trouble for the Lion. No cripple field going to find their marks since they were able to just paw their way on out. Nemesis Gonna be able to evade the tank of the tower since luckily the Cupid was doing their diligence. But the Tegvir to the Wolves, that could be trouble. One last tower shot doesn't find the mark, but now Scylla's present. Heart Bomb, now a monster gets juked out and Globe gets put down. The minions might be able to finish the job though, as they will find their revenge. And now Baron's on the front lines. Solid heal comes out from Hydrogen thanks to their own hearts. And now it's Yemoja who takes their place at their duo's side. I don't think Cherio can get this kill, but they seem to still want it. Lasers off the mark, wrap it up, missed too, and Cherio's got to go back home. Hands empty.
So, that kill pans out for Globe because they got the kill after they died. So, one Necronomicon stack acquired.
Let's go!
Let's go. Yeah, we are in there. On the board. That's heat. So now, he's got to keep doing that, to be honest. Just get a little something here, a little something there. Question is where you're going to be finding that. Gold's coming up. Moonlight Queen Naga. Minute and a half or so. We just need the Scylla to be involved in the fight so that she can scale.
Mike Typhon's here. That means overtime surely win this game. 13 minutes, 5-7 in their favor. But the gold lead's going the way of Gospel of John, in no small part thanks to that shutdown that Globe just got. So really grateful that honestly the Baron's Brew didn't finish the kill since it goes into Scylla's pocket instead. Cersei's Hexstone's a great response from the Emoja in the build to just ensure she gets away from that Baron ultimate. Stormkata, you're doing your own damage, buddy. You're forcing yourself into the coffin. John Rowing's there to peel for their jungle, so luckily Wake gets out.
Hydra's Lament and Transcendence. It's an interesting Nemesis build, but it's working out pretty well so far. 4-1-1 is Tegvir, and dealing a pretty significant amount of damage. Oh, Kaveka! Are you okay? You're okay. Breathe deep.
You've been hit by...
You're both okay. You've been struck by... on her.
a heart bomb.
There you go. I
everyone's
think
gonna
we
let
went
that.
different directions with that, and I think that's okay.
On her, are you
I
okay?
think
Are you okay? Are you okay? On her?
we're gonna
Mid-fight
the lawyer
right
outside
here.
my house. I don't know if you do that.
We're that accurate, you think? That's a compliment to me. I'll take it. Globe, alongside Cherio, trying to find something. I'm going to put that Necronomicon stack, though. Scylla's been doing her English homework. As a teacher, I'm very proud. A lot of books in her sleeves, but can't find someone to talk to about them. Isn't that the worst? You want to talk about the Stormlight archives, but there's no friends you have there to share the glory with you.
God, I'm in prison, aren't I? This is terrible. God, I'm getting baited live on Smite game. Yes, Dilo, I've actually experienced that just as recently as yesterday. Thanks for rubbing it in, man. Appreciate
Don't worry,
that.
buddy. I'm on page 200. We'll talk about it soon. And soon.
Oh, not too
Let's see
bad.
some fights ruin that mid pad. Or that Naga Queen that did just spawn. You have the secure from Globe, and Gospel of John can put it to good use. Maybe the key is to save that ultimate for either that moment or when Karmic starts to ult, because you know you're going to hit the mark then.
You know, for all our humping and hurrahing about the Gospel of John so far this game, they're actually ahead of Gold right now. And I have to wonder how much of that has to do with Gold Fury or maybe something else. Look at John Rowing. Are we starting up that Moonlight Queen Naga by ourselves? Looks like Tegvir is aware. We're going to start moving over there. And with the Soul Gem online for Globe, I think we're ready to start throwing some hands. I think it's time. Let's get in there.
Anubis has the Abyssal Blink. That's kind of scary.
He
Aegis,
needs it.
this Yemoja, has that Shield of Rebuke. But Relic's now starting to be built up by the On Her as well. I wonder what that one's going to be once they start to pip it on up. Imagine it could be a secondary Aegis, or do you think it's going to be a Blink?
Blink is just really good. I would think that Kaveka will opt for a combat blink just to help them reposition and get away and make space for themselves so they can have that blink and the jump. A lot of carries have just been rocking that combat blink for that exact reason. Plus the stats on it are super decent. They're like actually good. Just gives you that extra strength that you're looking for. It's like a percentage amount of all stats. Not too shabby. Order team gets the ritual.
Oh, John Rowing gets in, gets jiggy
Your
with
left
it.
tower
Happened.
is under attack.
Phantom Shell in response to ensure safety. Ironmancer is still up and available after the mid pad goes the way of the Gospel of John. And despite it not seeming like it initially, like you said, humping and hurrahing, doesn't seem to matter in the face of John, as they're actually batting up with control, the advantage. The knockup's been used, though, and that means that Nemesis can instantly pop that shield, and John Rowing can't really do too much about it. Nada comes out here from the Atlas. Doesn't get the full snatch, though, so Baron's going to be just safe for now.
Moonlight Queen Naga.
Mike Typhon versus Pyromancer.
Did anybody... Yeah, right. There they go. Did anybody get that Queen Naga?
Did they?
I don't think anybody did.
John Rowing's
Got the ritual.
Pyromancer, at the very least. Hold on, that's trouble. The rest of the team needs to back you up. They're too busy looking at this Atlas instead. John Rowing barely able to escape. Tegvir and Karmic did both use their ultimates for it. Here comes the big old Typhoon to follow up from Cherio's ultimate, but Nemesis stays safe thanks to those beads. Well used Relic from Tegvir to stay safe. Now Pyromancer. Picked back up by Gospel of John, but the Wind Siphon's down. It's important. Mid lane fight continues, and Scylla lays down the hurting. Betty Q. Mimic charges on out. Solid root. Solid heal. Globe in trouble.
Oh, Globe.
Sentinels on out to try to ensure safety. A blink from the Anubis to follow on up. The River's Rebuke is the answer, and a disperse right over the rocking waves. The kitty cat can't swim, and they know it. Everyone's somehow able to stay alive, and the Pyromancer, the real victor of today.
That's crazy. I mean, the real tragedy in all this is that nobody dies, so Globe doesn't get any stacks other than Necronomicon. And the boon of it is that nobody died, so Globe didn't lose the stack on his Necronomicon, right?
Nice.
So you take your victories when and where you can. It is so weird that it feels like nothing has happened in this game for like 5 minutes.
Where is farming? Smite 1 might just be Smite 2. We'll find out. Pyromancer.
PvE game after.
PvE's become the real important aspect of things, and you'll find that without an issue. You know what I'm noticing, though, Musey?
The Pyromancer.
Globe needs to preserve those stacks, right? You need tools to get out of these fields of love, out of these Rivers Rebukes. We need our Stampedes.
The Mode of Chaos.
Pyro Bombs won't save you. We need our Stampedes.
Well, Cheerio has got a Stampede.
Oh, okay.
Globe
Thank God.
looks like they're moving towards like a combat blink, is what I would assume here for them. Is you
Good.
do have that Mode of Chaos. It still is a pick that, as long as you can kind of react to that Fields of Love, should be able to keep yourself away. She's super mobile character when she wants to be. So I don't really hate the build from Globe so far. The only thing that worries me about this Mode of Chaos where it is the fact that we're kind of a ways away from Obshard. And at 20 minutes in the game, level 16s across the board, our tanks have some, prots under their belts, be it Anciles or Stampedes or Shells or anything like that. Scylla's gonna be, kind of hitting a brick wall where now she has to start chewing through those protections in order to get her damage through. Or she limits herself to only being able to hit the squishier characters. So I do worry that now Gospel of John are in a gotta wait a second for our Scylla to catch up. And this is part of what makes me worried about the Scylla pick as a whole, because our items are expensive. It takes a long time to get to the finish line. Yeah, we had our good mid-game item spike, but I mean, this Atlas is just going to have an Obshar to be ready to go.
WK Vega? 2 W's? Double W's? Nah. More like a stalemate instead. Flat line on the Gold Fury as it's unleashed by overtime, knowing the power of this line. King of the jungle, after all. Vega returns back to lane, but Yamoja does begin to leash it once again before thinking better of it. Meantime, Sasano. Make sure they're doing something good. Gospel of John, like you said, Musey, this game, nothing feels like it's happened for like 8 minutes. But, also like you said, Globe's okay with that. Stack up that farm, baby. Get those items.
Combat Blink is online for Globe now. All in the effort to keep their Necronomicon stacks available, but Cheerio is getting harassed over on the left side. They'll be able to get away. So, Slash line won't change anytime soon. Even though we haven't seen a lot of like death, kills, action, the state of the map has been slowly but surely being altered. Now we're gonna see some death here. We're picking up gold. It's your turn, Devo. Get in there.
Ask and you shall receive. Good looking for Tegvir first. They don't even want the objective. They want the Nemesis. They'll find her. Horse runs him down, and good work from John Rowing to ward the rest of overtime off that objective. So no trade can be made, and now Gospel of John You look for further fight, further fury, literally. The back line is the Anubis. Dueling off with the Pele so far. Cherio. Some lasers to the walls, but Anubis has got a bigger one. Does not matter. Globe responds on the monster. Doesn't even need it. Anubis is already dead. Gold Fury forgotten once more in overtime, being bled dry.
We'll be able to take away this Gold Fury, and now that we have some actual genuine confirm in the form of a Scylla, easier said than done to steal this away if you are overtime.
Your team has
And
destroyed the Gold Fury.
it is kind of odd, isn't it? How is overtime gonna win a fight, right? How are they gonna start a fight? You're really looking at Happen to get in there, and we can stack all of our circles on top of each other. That's what we talked about in picks and bans. That's what we're really looking for. Haven't really seen that yet. Excuse me.
Well, FG. I guess we're now just going for the whole enchilada, huh? Honor's not present.
Okay.
Try to TP back up, but the burn's happening relatively quickly. Globe's enough, though. Has 3 stacks. She's been doing her reading. That brain's big. Those crushes are, too. Fields of Love is the answer. Beads and the Sentinel to escape. But in the back line, John rowing and Porsche trying to get something done. Porsche will go down after getting the kill on top of Happen. That's a trade that Overtime are okay with. Some nice shutdown gold in their pocket. Now could be trouble, as they've lost one of their big damage dealers. John rowing is now present.
It's a good answer from the Gospel of John, though, to make sure that Overtime can't do their typical shenanigans of, yeah, let's just pull a fire. You know what happens. Our map play is super good, guys. See, check this out. We get this objective. Where Gospel of John is like, no. I don't like that at all. Pyromancer confirmed by Gospel of John. So now we got a little bit more. Things are looking up for the Gospel. They've been looking up for the Gospel, but now things are tangibly happening. You know.
Yeah. I think Globe with these 3 stacks of Necro Goaded Con, as you said, is going to be able to rip really big numbers. They're at the bottom of the player damage charts, but I think it's deceptive because when these crushes land, they're very impactful. So it's just not about spamming the damage, it's about well-calculated instances of large amounts of damage, and also just the deterrent, you know? Nuclear threat, mutually assured destruction. That is a lot of fire you're playing with if you try to do something in front of Globe.
Keep in mind that damage is going to go even higher once we get Obshard online. Or, you know, something to that effect. I wouldn't build a Totem of Death on a Scylla, me personally. So, once Globe has that, not only are we hitting, you know, Ben and Q for 500 damage, which you saw that crush hit him in the backline around that FG fight. It popped.
It hurt.
But soon, Happen as well. You know what's interesting? I was kind of like, oh, you know, the Scylla needs the Obshard in order to really get across the finish line there, D'Lo. Dog, how many tanks are in this game for overtime? I count 1. Like, Globe knows it too. Like, what are you gonna do? What tanks are you gonna burn through at this point, realistically? So, we just go for these big Boomba on-hit effects, and it works. You might be able to get away with a Rada Tahuti and then an Obshard. Dude, leave Kaveka to kill the Yamoja. Just go root that Atlas and explode him.
Pretty solid means of taking him out since they do that dash. Sure, it's immune to slows, but they're not immune to the cripple. Not one bit. Gank being set up here around this mid lane. But instead, Sasano turns their attentions to FG. It is worth noting, they don't have tanks. They do have a lot of sustain, though, and I'm not really seeing much anti-heal to match music, contrary to what we predicted.
Whoa.
Instead, it's a blink and a laser. But that Stampede instantly gets the on-her out of dodge. Solid response there from Gospel of John to keep the carry safe.
I like the aggression there from Karmic, but it does feel like Overtime's getting a little bit antsy trying to make something happen. Remember we talked in Picks and Bans, D'Lo, where, you know, we talked about how the onus is on the Gospel of John to dictate the pace of the game. They have to control it. They've been doing a pretty solid job with that so far. As to, you know, where the boat's going, I don't see land quite yet, so we got a bit more sailing to do, but Overtime hasn't really had a chance to get to the wheel, right? We're not in the captain's spot. So, because of this, oh no, are you?
Kaveka?
That's
dispersed down.
Mutiny.
Gamma Ray's out. Amazing Riptide forces out the blink. Kaveka's got to throw the whole kitchen sink at it, but they do get out safely. Overtime, gathered up. Does that give them liability to open up the FG pit? I'm not convinced.
Not quite, but the Pyromancer is a easily consolation prize, especially because Kavega has to take some time to get there.
Nice! Globe
What?
secures it instead. Gospel of John. She's read her books. She's done her homework. A+. Cheerio.
Cheerio, though, is going to be in a rough spot.
Oh, no. That's what happens when you get to class late, buddy. You didn't read your assignments. Cheerio is able to get out the Typhoon. Strikes in the back line, and Globe adds one more to their stack of books. Karmic will fall for a minute. Globe's got to make sure they keep themselves safe. They've done their job. They got the pyro. They got the kill. And now Gospel of John can aspire for grander things than FG.
Start hitting that. Although, it's still a 4v4 in this moment. Oh, 3v4 right now, but overtime isn't going to take the first steps forward. And I say 4v4 because Globe was off trying to deal with that pusher. So, taking a second to hang by themselves.
There it is.
What I'm trying to get at here, D'Lo, is I don't actually hate the 4v5 for overtime here. We just have to find the right targets. Remember, you kill Globe once, their damage gets neutered. Find the Scylla and put her in the ground.
But John Rowing's in the back line. They were trying to do so, but John Rowing is a disruptor that's trying to stop them. Still has ultimate in pocket as well. Disperse away from the on her. Objective still leashed. A big laser pulverizes Globe. Cherio's low as well, but the Atlas misses the wind sprite.
The wind sprite.
A tragic turn of fate. And that Riptide's gonna instantly get this on her back into safer standings. No, disperses right into the River's Rebuke. A blink away from Globe. They're still on the charge, but Atlas can't find their quarry. Settles for Kaiveka. A solid kill to put Gospel of John back into place. John Rowing, though, steps back up. Holy Fury imbued in their fist, and Benny Q gets branded. But now John Rowing's in trouble. A blink forward from the Anubis. The Locust Plague as well. They'll be rooted, but Porsche steps up. Porsche gets disassembled. Globe takes down Hydrogen before quickly retreating to the sidelines. Karmic's got the 2v2 if my Typhon counts, and it certainly does enough.
The clubhouse.
Cheerio for the double kill. And now we're looking for a bit more. Globe tries to answer back. It's a solid crush. One last auto. The fadeaway. Globe's on the rampage.
6 stacks on the Necronomicon when it's all said and done. Globe
Yikes.
hitting harder and harder. I saw a Scylla ult somebody for 500 earlier. Yes, it was the Umoja. Globe hits the Umoja for 500 damage. And internally in my mind, I'm like, oh, jeez. Scylla damage, huh? Am I right, guys? Anyways, just watched a little girl smack somebody in the head for 1,200 damage. I gotta go. Good lord. That is scary. And, like I said, okay, now the Rada Tahuti is online. So we're foregoing the option until the very end because we don't need it. Because there are no tanks to bap around, right? It's just squishies. It's just Karmic. So, now she's just gonna really smack. Overtime has to kill Globe. You have to kill Globe. If you do not stop the Scylla from abusing her Necronomicon stacks, if you do not acknowledge this little girl smacking you in the head for 4-digit numbers, you're gonna lose. That's what's gonna happen.
And Atlas can't do much about it. Doesn't have the blink. Can't access that back line. They don't have burst mobility like a Sentinel. They have kinetic charge, which, yeah, covers a decent amount of distance, but takes a while to get there, honestly, for a dash. Globe's not really threatened by that. Yeah, maybe Karmic, maybe Tegvir. Hasn't seen it succeed so far. So if you're over time, how do we ensure that we cut off the head of this snake? Or this 4-dog-legged creature?
She is kind of weird, isn't she? Like a weird monster thing. Oh, it's pretty bizarre.
I saw her in class. I wouldn't talk to her.
Ocean monster creature. I'm thinking of Charybdis. But to answer your point, D'Lo, there's 2 steps to the plan here. Step 1, Globe needs to dash. Addendum, Globe needs to be crippled. Once we're able to do that, we need to make sure that they can't physically run away from us. I look at Happen in order to make that work, right? With those River's Rebuke. We can lock down the Scylla. That's all it really needs. Or if Karma can find a sick Anubis wrap, we just gotta burst her down and follow up on that. But Globe positioned so far in the back and make sure that they stay out of harm's way. They go in, throw the crush, they get the fade away, they're gone. Right? That's exactly how you have to play this Scylla too. So it's hard to play into when Globe is as slippery of a player as they are. But over time, do walk away with that Pyromancer. So they are able to at least, keep themselves going in this game so far.
32 minutes, 13-11. The Gospel of John. The power of holiness themselves. Give them a 3K gold lead, but at this point in the game, does that matter that much? John Rowing does not care. They're just frolicking through the fields. Globe takes some poke for it. They're playing with knowledge of how important they are in this team fight. Riptide. John Rowing gonna evade it. Tries to go in, but it's slowed by the grasping hands. Kinetic charge away from Benny Q. Hold right back in. Either Riptide. I don't know if you really want to snatch up John Rowing, though. They want to be in the fray. They have that ultimate for a reason. Gospel of John fanning out overtime. Clustering up perfectly for the Pele to go right back on in. Shield Rebuke pop, but they're looking for the Atlas first. Cripple Field's out, but Globe wasn't the target. That's what you need. They're looking for Globe in the back line. Karmic will find them. A massive shutdown, but Kaiveka with the spears with the wall. They lined up for the Gamma Ray to hit them all. And the grasping hands can slow them down. An amazing Riptide. Brings the Gospel of John back into danger. A blink from Tekvir. Snipes off the head of one. Lops off Cheerios two. And Karmic shuts down one more on top of John Rowing. Only the cars left alive, but I don't think the garage will provide safe refuge for long.
Your middle tower is under
Absolutely not. It's Porsche 911 GT3 versus overtime. As they walk it down this mid lane, Globe was found, hunted, died with ultimate up. The strongest tool in the arsenal of Gospel of John shut down without a moment's notice. And everybody from overtime walked away from it, D'Lo. Now,
and destroyed.
with seconds left, they move on.
Your Titan
10
is under
seconds
attack.
on Globe, but they've got no books, no brains, only brawn, and Sasano's got a little bit of takedown happen. Might not be enough. Globe's back up with one. Karmic's low. Benny Q as well. A chance for Scylla to get some stacks back up. Already gets 2 kills to start things off, but it's not enough. Overtime, able to take it to the bank. Gospel of John sent down to the pews.
Good Lord. I mean, it was Globe versus the world is what it felt like for a bit there. And right as they were able to reach that pinnacle of strength, just snipped like a rosebud, like a flower, plucked, take a picture, it'll last longer. No, they put it in a vase and took it away. Like, man, it's kind of tough.
Dang it, man. I mean, it all comes down to Karmic. We asked what he needed to do to get that kill on the Scylla. Karmic found it. Blink in the back line. Wrap. Put down the damage.
Wrap.
Finish the job.
Found him.
Yeah. Really
Yeah.
solid work to Anubis. And you know what? We talked about the Mickey character. That's not a Mickey play. That requires tactical, calculated precision. And they made sure to use it beautifully.
Line ability is notoriously hard to hit, so Karmic really made sure to lock in for that one and make
All
it
right.
happen.
Trying to be positive
But
here, man.
no,
Come on, dude.
No. I'm with you. Like, I think it was really impressive that the Gospel of John were able to turn this game around from the start that they had, where Wake was kind of not really playing the way that we're used to seeing them play.
Yeah.
And we had Globe finally hit their power spikes, making big moves across the map. Everybody was able to keep up. John Rowing was having themselves a really solid game, but quietly, patiently, overtime was just kind of waiting for the opportunity. You'll notice that the Gospel of John didn't get a chance to impact the map as a whole too much. That is to say, for the gold lead that they had, you can see it in this clip right here. The only tower to die was in the solo lane. There was so much
That's
gold left on
sobering.
the map that was available to be picked up, but never really had the chance. Like, okay, we get a T1 mid here, that's good. But, you know,
We all
I
died.
feel like they never actually... I feel like it wasn't a real lead.
Yeah, a bit faux, in a sense. It's kind of one of those leads where
Cosmetic.
you peek behind the curtain, and all of a sudden you realize it's all made of cardboard. Globe, nonetheless, 8-3. No matter what the result of this might be, Scylla mid really did prove us wrong. Globe showed that, you know, atypical picks in this Vault ban meta can certainly still have something to say about whether or not they can be competitive. I think that despite overtime's victory, there's still some impressive moments from the Gospel of John.
I love watching this Gospel of John team. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. I think the
Name's
players on
hilarious.
this team have a lot of potential. They get into some very funny shenanigans. Like, the antics on this team are just super fun to watch. I'm also a Cheerio fanboy from Founder Series, so no complaints from this side of the booth, to be honest. And over time seem to be, gelling very well together and working pretty good, considering that they don't have Paul on that roster anymore. But Benny Q stepped in and is filling that gap pretty well. Right now, we just got, instead of Paul shenanigans, we have Benny Q shenanigans. Right, base assless, mid. Like we're just running it down. So
yeah. So with that overtimed, now back at the top of the leaderboards here. You can take a look at the bracket and you'll find out, man. It's just dominance across the board here on their side. But nonetheless, there's still people poking their heads out from the weed work to try to take down overtime. Prize coming at you here to see what's going on in terms of next week, where it's all decided. May 30th is the day where 7K goes the way of one of these teams. We'll see who ends up taking it home, though. You got to come around on May 30th for the show to see who gets it all.
We do have a little bit more here for you, not just the players, but what about you at home? We got a little bit of an art shop for you. Ooh, that's a bracket. That's not an art shop.
That's
That's
not an art shop.
That's not an art shop, but it is a work of art. Look at that. So, meanwhile, in third place, Paul Belter was able to persevere over single bind. So we know how that went. Overtime, of course, took it all today over the Gospel of John.
Yeah, clearly we know who's not been going to church. Overtime say, listen, that time's better spent in the queues. Maybe better spent that money on this art shop, that Horus tumbler, Horus phone case, some mouse pads, some pillows. You want a statement piece to decorate your couch? I'm telling you, your hinge date will love that Discordia pillow.
I'm just saying it livens up the space very well. It brings a lot of strife and makes everybody, if you're ever trying to run a race, I think a Discordia pillow is exactly the thing that you want to bring in order to help you win it. So definitely worth the investment.
Also Porsche 911 GS3. Make sure to buy that.
GTR.
Sure it's
3. Yeah,
GTR,
something like that. Yeah.
Kawasaki.
I don't know cars.
Get a car. Allstate. Are you in good hands? Oh boy. Anyway, that's gonna be all from us here today on May Circuit Week 3 for Smite Prime. Joined here by Musi in the booth. You heard Morty a bit earlier as well, joined by Malum. All the M's. Team with 5 M's, more like Smite Prime Prod with 3. We had Tess and Solstice as your almighty eyes in the sky. Keeping the prod lights on, that cam steady. Jithan's behind the curtain too. Please thank our production for all they do. We could not...
Thank you so much for stopping by, guys. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Have a safe night. We'll be here next week for Grand Finals.
Hope you enjoyed this series.